Yo, 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 good morning. What's
Good
up?
morning, people. How are we
What is
doing?
up? Everybody in chat, you did not hear that, but Will and I have been complaining nonstop in the background. We're both tired, um, both feeling a little under energized. So we
I
both
say
have a
it's not really
coffee.
under the weather. It's just under energized. It's like, I got my coffee. That's keeping me going right now. Got my extra strong coffee, which is good. Dude, I feel like I've been kicked in the stomach by a horse. Like,
You should
bro,
stop horsing around then.
I should stop horsing around, but I can't see that happening anytime soon. So I'm just gonna have to put up with the pain.
Oh, dude, like I slept poorly. Just straight up, just I slept poorly. I went to the gym this morning, did leg day, felt like a rank novice. I had no power doing leg day. I like you know that feeling when you've done like really hard like thigh exercises and when you're trying to walk down the stairs, it just feels
Yeah,
like you're going to fall down the stairs. Like your legs are like shaking every time you have to like have one leg go lower than the other one. It's just like
dude, like you got to try and walk up the stairs. Like I'm walking up 3 floors, and after leg day, it's a killer.
yeah. Like the gym has got stairs and stuff like that, and I've got stairs in the house or whatnot. So it's just like every time I have to go up. Like this morning, I spilt my coffee all over myself. Like literally, just I came and sat down at the PC. I started like looking at a few emails, and then I don't know what happened. I just went bah and just knocked the coffee, and it was a scalding hot cup of coffee first and foremost, and secondly, it was full to the brim. Like I hadn't had a single sip. It was a full cup of coffee, and I was just like,
Oh man,
ah. So
dude,
get a mop out.
I nearly poured the kettle on my hand this morning. It's okay, I didn't. But you know when you pour it into like, I went to pour it, and oh no, I was like, shit, I wasn't concentrating. I was looking at my phone. I pulled it away, and it splashed in the cup and splashed out. And instead of scalding my hand, I only had a couple of driplets. But dude, it sounds like we're trying to beat ourselves up this morning. What's going on?
Dude, dude, I don't even know where to start.
I mean, I did
Yeah,
feel good after my shower though. You know, I went to the gym. I did a back day. I had a good back day. My chest's a bit tight after chest day yesterday. Had a shower. I felt good. Came home, sat on the couch, and like I haven't left the couch like pretty much all afternoon. I had like 3 hours on the couch just because my stomach was just felt like someone was like grabbing and just, like twisting it. I was like, oh, I just want to go to bed.
it's an anticipation of today. Oh no, not another day
Uh,
of problems with
uh,
the terminals. No, stomach.
Yeah,
Uh,
maybe it was a stress-related stomach cramp, knowing that chat is going to be negative on terminal issues. So hopefully, guys, prove us wrong. Maybe lighten my stomach issues by let's have a peaceful, enjoyable conversation in chat today, as I
dude,
say in the most
how dare
peaceful way
you?
possible.
How dare you blame chat for your stomach issues?
I gotta blame someone.
I'm refusing. I won't take
I,
responsibility.
I refuse. Hey, I
I
got to be
refuse.
accountable in my daily life, and I
Yeah.
got to be accountable in my trading life. I'm not being accountable in my daily life as well. There's just so much accountability there. That's too responsible.
Sucks being an adult. Um,
Yeah.
anyway,
Why can't I be a kid
I'm going
again?
to have a little hello, say hello to everybody in chat.
Good on
I very first comment is already just like five is
you.
problem terminal, and I'm just like, welcome to Tuesday, guys. Welcome to Tuesday. Yes, from yesterday, the Fivers terminal has been having some issues. It is not, however, the Fivers'
Problem.
fault.
Yeah.
No, it is their
No, I
problem.
was gonna say it's their problem. I suppose it's just,
Their
yeah, not
problem.
their.
But
Yeah.
it's not their fault. It's not an internal issue. It is an external issue, unfortunately. Um, There have been, if you've been following the news, you'll see that there have been some problems with the AWS servers that got damaged, and they are moving the physical AWS servers from one area to another one just to kind of like reestablish connections. And it has disrupted some web flow between certain countries and so on. So as of right now, that is still ongoing. So if you are disrupted at the moment with your terminal, we do apologize. However, this being an external issue, the Fivers has put all of their resources towards fixing all of the internal issues to get those things sorted, and that's how they came to realize that, okay, this is not an internal issue, it's an external issue. So it might take a little bit longer for it to be repaired, first and foremost, and secondly, to be actually completely no longer a problem. So I would make a suggestion. If you have a Fivers evaluation account or a Fivers funded account, and you are experiencing lagging price action, you are experiencing drops in your connectivity, you are struggling by having a trade entered and then your stop loss and your take profit not being drawn when you're dragging the lines and stuff like that,
Oh no.
is fixed.
Was that me or him? Oh, he's back.
What?
Was that me or you?
Dude, I think it
Someone.
might be you.
Oh, okay, that's all right then. As long as it's me. I was gonna say your Wi-Fi just dropped, or mine just someone's Wi-Fi just dropped.
Weird, because you did not like disappear from screen. You were still
Oh, okay. If that's
typing.
the case, it was mine because you did disappear from screen.
Okay.
Yeah, it was mine.
Yeah. Oh, Remy says it was me.
Oh, oh, fair.
I didn't even notice, mate.
It was literally 2 seconds. It wasn't anything serious. It was just, and then you're back.
My apologies, guys. I didn't even notice. Like,
Even
I
your
just, I
even
was,
your technical system is tired today.
yeah.
Even your computer.
Anyway, so if you, once again, yesterday, if you struggled with losing trades and losing your account yesterday due to trading that happened yesterday, don't forget to reach out to help@thefivers.com. Provide them with your account details, not your password, just your account number, your name, and just give a screenshot with whatever trade exactly didn't go the way that it was supposed to, just so that they have A, the evidence, and B, a faster response so that they can know exactly where the trade was, how much of an issue it was for your account, so that you can be reimbursed for those trades. That's for yesterday. For today, now we know that there is a problem. If you're going to take a trade today and it's still a problem, I'm going to seriously advise you not to trade today if you still have issues with your account. My account is fine. My account is working as per normal. I don't know about you, Will. How's your account's been looking?
I haven't fired it up this morning. It seemed okay yesterday, but due to the fact that the markets weren't doing what I wanted them to do, I didn't actually trade. So I technically haven't seen any errors as far as loading them. So even the website for me works.
Yeah,
So
everything has been working for me as well this morning. I did take a
yeah.
quick trade this morning, not because of any analysis, but just to test. So I went
Oh.
minimal 0.01. I
Mhm.
drew a stop loss and a take profit. It ended up hitting the take profit and the trade closed. So in my
Oh, there
case,
you go.
no problems, no issues. But if you are still struggling with problems, guys, please reach out to help@thefivers.com. We've got Stashin this morning saying, morning, looking at a short on Euro USD. Maybe we can have a little gander at Euro USD. I'll just put it up here. Daily Facts, good morning, guys. Good morning. daily facts.
Yo.
We'll have a little look at Euro right now. Not so sure about shorts as of yet, but we will get a little gander at that. Thank you for this one, Remy. We appreciate you being our little cheerleader in the back. Happy Tuesdays, welcome back. Smash that like button and sub. Let's dominate this Tuesday together.
100%. What a motivational start to a terrific Tuesday. I was about to say a terrible Tuesday. That's too negative. A terrific Tuesday, my friends.
This as well, once again, I'm just gonna say this once. Everybody in chat, please. Have patience. You need to realize that there is only so many people currently available to answer all of your queries and emails. However, they will get to it. All you need to do is just be patient.
Have a little patience.
Today, for patience, I'm going to re-ask you again today. Have patience. It's going to take some time. There is thousands of accounts that were compromised due to yesterday's issues, and they are systematically going through each account exactly where was the problem. Oh, I don't know if this is mine or if this is Will's. Ah, it's Will's. No, I think this time yours was the problem. So, like I'm saying, please just have some patience. Realize that they're working as hard as they can in the background, and they're trying their utmost to get everything sorted and back to normal. It's going to take time. Please have patience. Love this quote. Sigma, this is one of our dear friends, Sigma FX, saying, "The market is a device for transferring money from the inpatient to the patient." And this was a quote by Warren Buffett. Yeah, I love that quote. Very, very much applicable today, I would say. Morning, gentlemen. Yeah, good morning to you, mate. We've got Shane in as well. Shane Joyce. Good morning, gents. Good morning to you. Daily facts. Yes, yes, yes. I won't tell anyone, guys. What won't you tell anyone?
I'm not sure. Yo, daily facts why?
Not sure. Another one of our dear frenemies, Pooley, pair of wimps, lifted. Dude.
I'm trying, Pooley. I'm trying.
I'm too tired today. Jeez, like, have some sympathy, mate. Come on.
Yeah, come on, Pooley. Feel sorry
Arcade
for us.
Yeah, come on, have some sympathy, mate. Come on, like even empathy. Just have a little bit of empathy. Jeez, you don't have to sympathize. Just empathize. Arcade Tech saying, "Hello, my dear Fivers family. Very good morning." Well, very good morning to you as well. We've got Scribbles in as well saying good morning. Also saying this, I'd be careful shorting EU USD until a pullback higher and confirm rejection. I see large orders above current price. So just as we were talking now, we had the low of the day down here on Tokyo. We also had the rollover over here, which we've already come to tap now, and it's starting to it's right now wicking, but we'll see once it closes. But you can almost imagine we had this section here as consolidation, an attempt at a breakout down here, a failure at a retest, came back to the top section here and it's breaking through. I'm kind of also inclined at seeing a little bit more of a bullish price action rather than bearish price action. It would be interesting to see, however, if we can get to this order block that we had over here, that we had a singular reaction off of already, whether or not we're going to have a similar reaction trying to push price lower. Personally, I don't think we're going to, like, let's say, hit and push lower. I think if we go and have a look at the VIX from yesterday, we had this push lower. So VIX being the volatility index, had that push lower, and from today we have yet to break any sort of structure with this action that we've had here. And if you look at the DXY as well, the DXY is pushing lower. So this to me is a signifier of more dollar weakness, and more dollar weakness. I don't think that this is going to be the movement. I do think that the probability, where'd it go now? The probability of dude, what's going on? Why am I
I
struggling?
don't know what you doing.
I'm having
Oh,
technical difficulties. There we go. I wanted to
fair.
clear
Yeah,
my
I got
chart. I think there's a stronger possibility of, yes, a small reaction, but not a push lower down here. I don't think that that's going to happen. I think if we're going to react from here, we are most probably going to have a little bit of a pullback, potentially come and test the Tokyo highs, potentially come and test this base area over here from there, and then start pushing up. If we're going to have a reaction, I think it's going to be short-lived retracement, then continue higher. That's what I think is going to happen on EU. So I would be very careful with shorting EU just yet. There's no confirmation on the lower time frame yet of a potential shorting area. Whew.
Yeah, I don't think we're certainly, with the way that we are moving to the bull side, we're certainly not ready for sells yet. Who knows though? Never say never. It may happen. We've got Aussie news out today, or
Yeah,
had
we
Aussie
do.
news out today. I don't think we have any other news out today. I think today's actually quite
No.
chill compared.
There we go. We do have pending home sales later this afternoon, orange folder, but so far we've only had
Yeah, that's at 2:30 GMT as well, isn't it?
this one is at 2 o'clock GMT.
2 o'clock. All right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fair.
So,
2:30.
so all of this information on AUD had already played out.
Yep.
They decided not to change the interest rate. So if you go to AUD USD, you'll see this morning that was the news candle. That lovely move ended up being a nothing burger all that much, because no directional movement whatsoever, just consolidation. So if we're going to look at the potential of the other countries, the US news, Canadian, all of those like major Forex pairs, let's rather say that, and their interest rate changes, there is a possibility of having a similar reaction where it is just flat. It didn't really do anything. Yeah, once again, we've already explained what is going on. You can reach out to help@thefivers.com and they will assist you there. It's Vinny saying, good morning, my people. Happy to be here. Quote of the day: confidence is not I will make profit on this trade. Confidence is I will be fine if I don't profit from this trade. Yeah, I like that.
I like that. That's quite cool. I've not heard that before. That's good. That's quite a good one, that.
Ishmael, once again, the Fivers is experiencing some technical difficulties. Not their fault. It is an external issue. And there has been some delays. There has been some disruptions. Please just be patient. They are busy working on a resolution for the issues that we experienced from yesterday. So if your account is funded and you're still waiting for your account to become active again, just realize that all energy and staff is being pulled towards fixing the current issues that we're having, and it may take a bit of time before your account is made active to you. So it's there. They're gonna give it to you. Don't have to worry about that. All you
Yeah,
need
it's
to
not
do is
going,
just be a bit
not
patient.
going
Yeah,
anywhere.
it's not going anywhere.
No.
Henry, good evening. Good morning, mate. Well, morning
Good
for us,
evening.
evening for you.
How is? Oh, evening for me. I'm actually in the same time zone as Henry, I believe, depending where in Australia he's from.
No, I think he's closer
I
to
believe.
LJ.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then yeah,
Yeah,
you're 2 hours ahead of me.
yeah. Food Lab is
Oh yes,
saying it will activate after 1 to 2 days. Thank you very much for that one, Food Lab. We appreciate you. Shane, this is good. This is a good comment. I'm proud of myself for not over trading, but now I'm wondering if I've gone too far. Haven't made a trade in a few days, just nothing. I like the look of it, but sounds like it's probably a good time. So it's probably a good time to be trading. Yes, that's could be true. However, never force a trade. Never force a trade. So there's a delicate balance, I feel, between waiting for your opportunities to arrive and then taking those trades with full conviction and realizing that maybe your mindset is not right or maybe feeling like you don't feel like trading. Those kind of like, let's call them blockers, they are sometimes a good thing. Where if you don't feel the need to trade right now, it is probably the perfect time for you to just go and touch grass, go and do something completely different. Come back. Remember, all of the Fiverr's accounts, you can take as long as you want to trade them, to pass them, as long as you want. There's no time limit. The only time limit that there is an activity time limit, which means that you need to take a singular trade on your account once every 30 days. So you just need to prove that you are still an active trader and have one trade every 30 days. So if you have not taken a trade, let's say in 5 days, dude, don't worry about it. You've got 25 to 24 more days before you're technically forced to take a trade. And even then,
Yeah.
it's probably not going to be the worst thing to kind of like sit out. Never force it. But if you feel like, oh, you're missing out on some stuff, you might need to go and consider whether or not you're missing out because you're seeing things in hindsight or whether or not you're seeing things in the moment that's busy moving in your direction or according to your strategy. And then if it's in
A
hindsight,
good. Yeah, yeah, literally that. Yeah. So if the best way to do this, in my opinion, is forward trade it. And the reason I say forward trade it, not forward test it, literally just place the trade, go on TradingView, get a demo account, whatever, make the trade real, but don't actually place the trade on an account that, you know, does something for you, e.g., your funded account, and just paper trade it, forward test it, see what happens to the trade. And then what you can actually do is go and compare the trade that would have been taken, compare that to what your strategy says, and compare the two. Is it exactly as your strategy says? And start, doing that regularly. Like if you say no, I don't like this, but this could be a trade, but I don't like it. I don't like it, and you keep on reminding yourself not to take a trade due to an emotional reason. I don't like it. Then keep placing that trade with a forward, on a demo account, or keep forward testing that trade idea, because then what you can do is look at actual trades taken, trades forward tested due to fear or not taken due to fear, and your strategy. You can compare the two to that strategy. If you're consistently executing on the trades that you are taking to perfection according to a strategy, bravo, well done. If some of the trades you are forward testing due to your strategy, some are slightly different to your strategy, then what you're doing isn't telling yourself not to take the trades because you're scared. What you're doing is subconsciously telling yourself it's not according to your plan. What you don't realize is you are putting it in your subconscious because you've nailed your plan into the back of your head, into your security system that naturally tells you not to do something.
Ty Keith is saying took a nice long trade from the 5 minute base on EU. Which base? Tell me which base, mate. Which base? I like bases.
I'm
So
gonna go with the
tell
second one. I'm gonna go with the one just above.
this one.
Yeah, I
So
feel like Yeah, yeah. I feel like that's the one he's gonna go with. But I feel like it hasn't quite reached its capacity yet.
I mean, that's a good trade. If
It's
that's
a
the one that
very
you
nice.
took,
If he's
it looks
still in
decent.
it, if he's still in this trade, then that's a nice trade, and I think it's that one.
Yo, it's our
What
brother
is
from
he?
down under.
What's good, LJ?
Wait, hang on. Sorry, I was muted. I was like, what's going on? And I had the YouTube running as well. I could hear both. I was
Oh,
confused.
yeah. Fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am confused.
Why can I hear my compadres 3 times
Yeah.
over?
Yeah. How are we doing, guys? Good morning to everyone. How are we going?
Aloha.
I
I've,
Of the
I've been
wall?
kicked in the stomach by a horse. He's absolutely shattered. How are you doing?
Really?
dude,
I'm
I
doing
am
all right.
knackered.
Yeah.
I am knackered. Yeah.
We've got literal insomniac over here. I feel like I've just taken like Mike Tyson's record-breaking punch to the stomach, and yeah, but we're keeping the energy alive. That's all that
How
We're
matters.
come?
trying. We're
How come?
trying, mate. That's,
Did did you do boxing or did you get like
No, man,
smashed
really
in the
weird.
market?
I had the gym today. I didn't even do abs, so there's like no reason for my stomach to be cramping. Really weird. I just got home, sat on the couch. Went to the gym, showered at the gym, walked home from the gym, felt perfect. Sat on the couch, had some lunch, and like 10, 20 minutes later, just hit me like a bus.
Mm.
Just want to curl up and go to bed, sort of feeling. It's like that.
I love
It's really weird. It's not like like I don't want to throw up. I don't want to go to the toilet. I don't want to do any of that. It's just a matter of like I literally feel like someone's just punched me in the stomach and I've not expected it. You know that feeling?
Dude, that's so weird. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Really
Like I
weird.
normally get that after like gym or something. You do abs, you get like
Yeah,
DOMs.
yeah,
Next day
hundred
is
percent.
fine. Day after, and then you just feel like your entire core is like deleted.
Yeah,
Like all the
yeah,
muscles
100%.
just like dissolved or something. You know?
yeah.
Yeah,
Do you guys
like
do
my
Russian twists with dumbbell,
I
like with
dude, I
kettlebells?
love. I do them with medicine balls. I love Russian
Yeah,
twists.
we do them with like kettlebells because the gym
Oh yeah,
doesn't
'cause
have
you can
many
hold the
balls.
handle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So just nice and grip, and then you do this. But we lift our legs up as high as we can, so that you've basically got this V. So this is your head, and this is your feet. So you're like trying to balance as much as you can, and then do this, dude. I did this morning. That's all I can
I
say.
got an ab challenge
Yeah.
to do that I was I
No.
used to do this ab challenge
No,
leading
no,
up.
I'm just not even gonna bother. No, the last challenge I did was 100 like body weight squats. I couldn't walk for a week. No, thank you.
Oh
Dude,
man.
Keep your challenges for yourself. I've got a
this'll
challenge for
ruin
you, Will. You go do some stomach exercises now with your like stomach cramps.
Dude, I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could do a sit up right now.
Yeah.
I'd sound like I'm going into labor if I did a sit up right now.
Yeah. Oh,
God damn. I mean I'm doing all right. Been busy
Good
in
man.
general today,
Dude,
but
you're looking fresh, man. Have you had a fresh trim and dude, you're looking mighty fine, I may say. Although your beard's growing out now, it's sort of like it's engulfing the mustache a little bit more now. It's starting to look natural. You need to get rid of it and like tame the mustache a bit.
yeah, it has yeah, it's grown back in. I haven't actually finished cutting my hair. Uh so after yesterday I didn't get
Halfway
around to it
through.
today as well. But I did get a decent sleep last night, so
Good
yeah,
man. Awesome stuff.
feeling good.
good
Feeling good.
man.
Well,
Good
at least
man.
one of us out of the three of us gets decent sleep at the moment.
Yeah. Like I
a-
have a bunch of meetings today as well, so I'm gonna be like hopping out like throughout the day, in and out, and then I'm considering just like taking a nap in between like some of the meetings to be like, okay, I've got 20 minutes. Let's just use the couch behind me, just
Dude, honestly, I cannot recommend a good nap, but you will suffer for it tonight. Like Rich, like we've spoken off stream as well, so I know what you're like with your sleeping, and you sound like you're
Yeah.
exactly like me. A nap is beautiful. I love a good nap in the afternoon, but you will suffer tonight for it. You'll never sleep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's
Like,
unfortunately the game. That's the game we
yeah,
play.
like my partner, I'm 90% sure was a cat in her past life. So when like back when I first started dating her, we'd go out for the day and then we'd have like an afternoon nap because we were so full after lunch, and we got into a habit of wanting to have an afternoon nap. And I said to her, I was like, "You will not sleep tonight if you have an afternoon nap. Don't do it." She had an afternoon nap. I say a nap. She slept for like 2 or 3 hours. Woke up a couple of hours later, slept all the way through the night as well. I'm 90% sure she's a cat. Like, how is that even possible? Like, 15 minutes sleep for me during the day. Yeah, I won't sleep all night.
Yeah. Yeah.
Same here, mate.
I don't understand how some people like fully like dead ass like sleep in the morning, nap during the day, and full sleep through the night. You people
Dude,
have
my
special.
yeah, my grand's now 95, and she's been having afternoon naps basically every single day, like 2 till 4, religiously for the past, I don't know, 30, 40 years.
Mm.
She'll just nap. I swear that is one of the reasons why she's still kicking on, you know, at the same time. Like, it's her naps all the time. So,
Yeah,
but yeah,
that
I
and the
can't
Dude,
do
sheer
I
amount
mean,
of whiskey she drinks.
if I have a nap, I'm the same. I'll be up for another like 8, 10 hours, and then just
yeah, 100%.
get disrupted. So
I mean, like the Europeans have it right. Look at the Spanish with their siestas. So there's something in napping, but napping and one meal a day, I reckon, is the key to a good life. You have one fully balanced, protein rich meal and vitamin rich meal per day and nap. I reckon, yeah, you're in for a good session. You're in for a good life. The only issue is I
fantastic.
like my food and I hate my sleep.
That's the way. That's the way. What are we?
Yeah, so
What are we in? Are you
we
in
so Titans,
anything?
I believe. No, I'm not. I haven't actually looked at the markets today. I took a quick look at euro. I haven't looked at pound. It seems like they've both taken out the pre-session highs, the Asia highs.
Hmm.
But we've got no intention of slowing down on. Oh, this is the S&P. So this is euro. Looks absolutely delicious, I must admit. We've got this sort of area here. Now, I know that this is a base for Rich that we were just discussing. Keith has actually traded a long on Euro as well, so we're just waiting to see where he's traded
Yeah,
that from.
I got his information. I marked it out
Oh, you
already.
okay? Perfect,
Yeah.
awesome stuff. So I'm assuming it's going to be here somewhere, but Rich
Nope.
also marked out this area,
That
which
one.
is
Yeah.
quite nice.
The lower
It
one.
is. Oh, okay, it is
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah.
Interesting. See, the only issue with this being a tradable, I'll tell you what, let me just get rid of all this. The only issue with this being a tradable area for me here is that none of this exists. So therefore, it's not hindsight trading. What is it? It is a pullback of a lower low. We've got a lower low here. We've got a lower high here. We've got a lower high here. We've got a lower low here. Break, continuation, pull back into really nice, significant area of interest. For me, this would be way too high of a risk buy long for me on Euro. However, once we saw that we attempted to pull back and started moving higher, then I think this would have been a nice area for me to trade from. But honestly, I wouldn't have taken any of these trades. If I wanted to see a long, I'd need to see a pullback into this area here now.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. From where we are, I probably wouldn't long. I would be cautious shorting Eurodollar today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be just really cautious doing everything in the euro dollar right now. You know, we're coming up to a really nice area of interest. In fact, we've actually tapped into it twice and currently in it now on the 5 minute area of interest on that previous high, which we seem to be holding, which is quite nice. But this could be an area too short from. Nowhere near ready. I think we got like at least an hour or two to wait before this matures enough to consider questioning shorts. And I don't think that we're in any position to be longing from either.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
had that area that you are drawing up right now, LJ. I had that one marked just a little bit wider so that that previous swing, basically, we've already had a single. Yeah, so on the right hand side, yeah, a little bit more towards the right. Yeah, that one. That reaction that we had there. This is kind of like what we're aiming for, from what I can see.
yeah. So, yeah, that's the thing. So, 1:15:30 as far as the upside is definitely that lynch point, and obviously the prior head here 25 is going to be the first test, right?
Yes.
Now, like we can see, volatilities have definitely come off a bit recently, so we do have a bit more calm as far as the sort of war stuff going on. These are pretty much the updates that we had over the weekend and sort of recent. Nothing too crazy. We've got oil now going through the East West pipeline, which I think is like 6 or 7 million barrels a day. Some of the other tankers are going through. It's roughly 20 or so that passes through the strait. So we've actually got a solid portion of that, maybe 65% of it, sort of now actually flowing through. So things have definitely calmed down. As far as the euro, the thing is, we've got a bunch of options expiries up here today around these higher 115 levels. So I wouldn't be looking at shorts today at all. Also, on the back of the rate hike today from Australia, which I think you said we didn't have one before, if I heard correctly.
No, no,
But we
no.
did.
No. I'm saying today's one was unchanged.
No,
No.
we did. We had rate hike.
From 3.85 to 4.1. But like if you look at
The move was yeah. So we'll go through the move
that's
as
what I
well.
mean.
But
Yeah.
so obviously we've got big central bank week this week. So there's RBA rate decision we had today. We got US PPI, we got the Fed, Bank of Japan, ECB, and then IFO business climate. That's sort of the big stuff as far as news this week. But so we've got
all
a
of the
bunch
rate decisions, all of them.
Yeah.
Canada,
And people
CHF,
now,
USD, all of them.
yeah, there's 8 total. Like these are sort of the bigger ones. But we've got like 8. Obviously, everyone's kind of distracted with Iran right now. But the next point will be to look at exactly how they'll communicate talks around inflation with this, because as well, there is like a lagged effect with some of these input prices. Even if things start to, wind down, I expect this will the Iran situation looks like it'll sort of just fizzle out. I don't think there's going to be a direct okay, it's ended today, but the market seems to have fatigue already. Like we're not moving on all the headlines anymore, and I think it will just sort of fizzle down. Iran doesn't have many friends, to be honest, even China and India, because they're so heavily dependent on the strait. So as much as they are,
I was going to say, I think China's more interested in doing deals with Africa at the moment. I think there was something on the headlines about doing a deal with Africa with the import tariffs. So I think they're more interested in that than actually what's going on in the war.
Yeah, and China's very agnostic to the regime. They don't really care who's in. They're just we need some oil, cool, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And we do have the delay of Trump and Xi Jinping from China meeting. Obviously, if the US goes in there now, they're going to have no leverage while they've got this situation going on.
Yeah.
Right. So it seems as though it's really hard to gauge what the actual goal of this was. All you can really put it down to is potentially the US trying to control the strait and pretty much take it over. And then that would put leverage that they can use against China in general. So
Mhm.
I don't know if that meeting is going to go ahead, they need to sort of wrap this up. But this is another basic example. This was taken a bit earlier when we were a bit lower on euro dollar, but this is pretty much the options, key options levels that we have going on at the moment. So you can see today we've got much higher clusters, right? And into the end of the week, a bit lower. So I think for today, we'll see some kind of highs, and then potentially you could see some more selling following that. That said, we do have all the central bank meetings going on, so that will cause a bit of fluster. But I would expect, especially on the euro side, they won't say too much overall. They'll probably keep it pretty low key and say we got to wait and see what happens. So yeah, I'm probably thinking I don't want to short euro dollar today, but I probably don't want to buy up from here further either.
Yeah, no, yes. So, like I said earlier, I think we've got a lot of time to wait and see what happens for price to mature if we want to see, sells in the euro. I don't want to be buying yet. I certainly don't want to be buying from here. Part of me would like to see sells, but I don't want to be selling from here either right now in the current climate. So I don't know.
And I mean,
It's in no man's land at the moment. It's in like currency no man's land.
exactly. This range is what I call neutral, right?
Yeah.
So from the hourly, this looks like we'd be taking another run up towards here.
Yeah.
And we did have that potential interim target that I mapped out, was it last week or whatever? We sort of came to that, stalled out there, came right off. So that 200 moving average descending through there does look like a potential target, but I think it might be something more like consolidate up here for a bit, back down, and then as this comes through here, we then tangle with that level, right? About 115.30. So
I'm just
I
going
would say
to
look at other assets today, to be honest.
yeah. I'm just going to I'm just quickly going to address this, and then I'm going to jump out. So Sincha is saying dashboard is not being updated. There's no response. What's going to happen with the Fivers not giving a place for the stop loss? There's no response from the help desk. Okay, so I'm going to say this for the last time, guys. The Fivers is working on the problem in the background as we speak. They've been working non-stop since yesterday to try and resolve this. This is not a Fivers issue. It is an external problem. It's an external problem that is currently affecting the Fivers. All right. So the Fivers is working diligently in the background to fix this. If you have experienced losses on your account yesterday due to trades not either respecting your stop loss or your take profits, or you've lost an account due to delays, like massive slippage within the account, send an email to help@thefivers.com. All right. They will, after reviewing all of your information, will help you with your account. If you have lost an account, you will be compensated. So please go there, send them an email. But what I'm going to ask you is to have patience. This is not a small quick fix. It's not a small disruption that we're experiencing. It is a widespread, large disruption that we experienced yesterday. So all I'm going to ask is just to be patient and be kind. If you're going to talk to the support agents, they are doing their absolute best to try and fix this. All right? So patience and just a measured hand. Try and be respectful, please. They are doing their absolute best that they can, and it will be fixed. Just be patient. All right. Here we go. If you need direct assistance, please reach out to our support team via the website live chat or email us at help@thefivers.com. Thank you very much. All right, guys, I'm gonna hop out. I am going to see if I can get myself all energized. I am struggling. All right.
That's me.
If you guys don't mind, I'll see you like just now in a little bit.
That's right,
All right,
man.
everybody. Cheers.
All good. Alrighty. Let me jump over to some other stuff. So yeah, guys, with any of that stuff, like Rich said, yeah, just send an email is a good idea. Like Rich said, like there's a lot of backlog that has to go through, so it's all being worked through. It will be done in a timely fashion. Don't worry. So, where was some? There was some other comments. Scrolling up. We had some about gold. We can definitely take a look at gold. We'll start there then. So, gold wise, do you think the consolidation on gold is the final low to make all-time highs? Look, I wouldn't be looking at all-time highs. I mean, that's quite a ways away, right? I think we're probably gonna hang around here for some
We're
time.
at 5K bang on right now.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be looking at another 10% plus move for that in gold. I don't think that's happening anytime soon right now. So we had this triangle through here. That was the major potential sell zone was looking at. We did come up to there, meet that, and then we've trailed down from there, and we've broken through the base of that triangle structure. So right now, I wouldn't be looking for some kind of pickup to all-time highs at all. I mean, really, I'd even potentially look at another retest a bit lower first, like some kind of slightly higher low from there, and then we pick up. But I would say we're pretty much locked for the time being in this 5200. It's like 4850 ish range. So I think it's playing end to end with this. Right now we're in the center of that range and pretty much coming up to these prior cluster, just left of the chart support resistance type levels and playing it from there, and then going long short either side. Gold is unlikely to pick up until there's some kind of deeper resolution to the current crisis situation. So yeah, I'd really prefer to sell tops on gold for the time being until we get some kind of clear pickup. Like this is looking very sad still. This is the 1 hour. 15-minute, not much better. I think through this crisis as well, or escalation, there's been better assets to trade overall. I think if you're scalping on gold, it's been quite good because it has been very contained and the moves haven't been as knee-jerk and sort of chaotic as we've had the past couple of weeks and months. So that's how I'd play it. I would not be expecting some kind of run for all-time highs whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all good, by the way. Well, no problem.
Oh, yeah, legend. Yeah.
Easy.
I'm right at the moment. Sweet.
Yeah, go whenever, dude. That's all good.
Awesome. Legend, appreciate that. I quite like this for the relating to gold now still. I quite like that for being lows because we have moved into a nice significant area that we've tested a few times as well on gold on the hourly. Down here, if it loads, this area here. But I don't think it'll be like you mentioned. Yeah, I don't think it'll be an area that we'll take highs or like higher highs from. But I think it could be an area that we may want to pull back. So like come back to either here or a high chance up here. Before then, a potential either consolidation further, potential continuation, or consolidation further, continuation to that downside. Something like this. So either here or here. I like these areas on gold. If we can hold this area and start moving up, I think these are the areas that will either come down like this or come up to here, then down like that. But I don't know, we'll see.
Yeah,
gold
I'd be
swing
leaning on like 5,060 as a breakpoint, right? So I think we could,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like that.
So from where we are today, intraday, we are sort of gradually, obviously, high lows the whole way through, right? So we may get, and we've got this partially high highs through here as well. So I'd say fair shot today, we get up towards 5,060. At that point, it's going to be a bit of a slog to actually get through there. You might see some more selling. That or else, this is already done. We're now getting capped by that 200 moving average on the 15, which we might just start to trail off. And this sort of local cluster, high lows, high highs, is potentially done. I think it's going to depend a large amount as well with going into New York. So if the Nasdaq can pick up. So yeah, everyone's sort of a bit out of gold right now as far as major players. Hedge funds, banks, all that kind of stuff. There's focus on other assets, of course.
Yeah, I think I dude, I don't know what I want to be trading at the moment. It's all just a little bit messy for me right now,
Yeah,
especially when rates are coming out. I think tomorrow, I believe.
yeah. Today's definitely a bit more quiet. The options level for today 24660, pretty much 662. So it's about here
Yeah, for
on the Nasdaq. So yeah, I think there's just a lot of sort of sitting in your hands, kind of waiting. One, we've got the Iran situation still kicking on. No exact escalation at this point. It's more much of the same. Not 100% de-escalation, but we are getting flows starting to come through. And then we've got all the central bank stuff going on this week. So I think everyone's kind of like, okay, well, how do you put all that together? And are we actually concerned about inflation, input prices going forward from this, or is it just you ignore it, it's going to end sooner rather than later? And yeah, so you can definitely see across markets we're in a bit of a wait and see question mark type mode. Same with we've seen with oil. We had some of these pickups, but again, we're just coming off. We're not really like progressing too aggressively anymore. The moves in oil have definitely slowed down. So my main barometer for the whole thing really is dollar yen. So that key 160 level on dollar yen up here, that would be my barometer for risk premium regarding the war still in play. The 160 level is that point where you get currency intervention. We did have some comments from Japan today, just sort of jawboning the currency, talking about it.
yeah,
So if the market can't or isn't willing to keep trying to push dollar up and then eventually punch through that, and we get hard capped by that 160 and we start rolling off, then you can start to see that the war premium is starting to fail. Or not fail, starting to recede, I should say. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially with Bank of Japan meeting this week as well, which they're very energy dependent from the Strait, from the Middle East area, like importing energy through there. So it's definitely going to take a hit down the line as far as inflation. So if we see that higher inflation, obviously that helps the Bank of Japan to get that impetus they need to actually raise rates. So for some central banks, this is like a very annoying, confusing situation both ways. But Bank of Japan, it might actually be enough for them to push things across the line. We still have the new PM trying to tell them not to raise rates, but yeah, this could end up being sort of local top, and we just trail off and then start running lower. So hence again, this sort of this local structure that we've got up here from about, what was that, 159 to 159.75 right now, and then that 160 level is pretty much what I'm keeping an eye on. So you break down from there, it's a pretty clear area. So that's what I'd be looking at for you guys. Like, keep an eye on that as far as like across the board for Iran, Middle East conflict situation. School was saying, yeah, really, really calm the past few weeks. It's been interesting. There's been, if we're talking, I assume we're talking about gold. Gold has been very calm. Obviously, most people think of gold as very much a risk asset that benefits in these kind of times, but this is where you always have to take the context around whatever scenario is going on. So from here, gold was a very stacked position. So we saw, indices coming off quite heavily. We got the 4-hour. So this is the Nasdaq. We sold off a good bit. Same with the S&P. Funds basically have to deleverage and rebalance portfolios, and gold has been a very, very rewarding trade. So obviously, if the other portions of your portfolio come down, gold is still high. That as a percentage of the total portfolio value shifts. Plus, you have to cover margin calls on other positions. Thus, people sell off those assets. And this is the other interesting thing. Like the 4-hour, we're definitely holding well below that 200 moving average now. On the daily, we're just coming up to the 50 through here. So between the 10 and the 50 here is what I'd be focusing on for gold. So this range is key. Obviously, break through that, we're going back down, probably down to where this gap is and the candle closes through here, right? As this 100 moving average starts rising. So be looking at about 46.50 through there. And then to the upside, if we can actually manage to break out through here, the next point of call is obviously something like this, and then whether we actually go back down or get another rise to up here, right? So because we got to tackle, let me hide that again, these highs through here, which I think will be a bit of a challenge near term. So yeah, honestly, as far as assets, like if you're scalping stuff, trading at lower time frame, it is quite good overall because it has been more contained, a bit more readable than some of the price action we've seen in gold recently, where we have these really big moves. Very, very aggressively, sort of out of nowhere. But yeah, it depends. Depends what kind of style you have. Some people will be really good, other people will be a bit difficult. Dixie coming to demand on the 4-hour. Let's have a look. It is indeed through here. Also, we're up in that cluster band around that 100 oscillation point, which is also basically the main contender of through these highs through here, right? Now we've pulled back from there. This is definitely the pause point, but it looks pretty weak, I gotta say. I think it's a much harder slog for us to push beyond 100 right now. We'd have to see some kind of further escalation. Stuff like natural gas really being impaired for the EU. Hence, euro dollar down towards deeper 114s once again, and then potentially down into 113, 112, which I don't think we're going to see. I think 114.20 that we hit the other day is probably the base for this. I think this might be pretty much done from here. So I'd probably be leaning on a pullback and then ultimately a recovery in the euro. We still have that gap all the way up there when the escalation basically kicked off. That would be my next focus overall. So particularly with the Dixie, like we were talking about with dollar yen, if that all comes to pass as well, dollar yen is very, very bid right now. Let's go out to the daily. Let's hide that stuff, zoom out a bit. This is primed for selling. This 160 area, the Bank of Japan has been very clear. They do not want to see breaking. So you could get a double cascade with dollar yen getting hammered from here, and then euro dollar basically having found a local bottom. Because the only reason you can really see, we basically tapped into around this prior low through here that we had back in, was that July last year? And we've made a marginally higher low from that absolute low. Right, so this is very much the key breakpoint for the euro. I don't see it coming below that, especially if we're now shifting to the other components for central banks to concern themselves with, which is potentially moving to a slightly more hawkish rhetoric, even at least near term, because of the energy inputs leading to inflation.
Yes, indeed. I missed the start of that, but I just got caught at the end of it. What asset were you talking about?
We were talking about euro dollar potentially like this 114 sort of, what was it, like 10 to 20 kind of area, having been probably the absolute low given the war right now. You'd have to see things escalate further, which right now we are seeing things sort of calm down. It's not resolved, but we're definitely seeing a degree of progress. So it's not going worse. It's not going to the extreme kind of levels. So the only way I think we'd be breaking that is by some kind of new element being introduced. And then hence we are looking at that in combination with the Dixie, which this 100 oscillation point is really the sort of topping area between this higher trading cluster that we had going all the way back to 2022. And when obviously we've been trading below it since last year, since Liberation Day with Trump, with the tariffs.
Yeah.
Right, so I think that's pretty much the top, and you could see this stuff turn around pretty quickly, especially with dollar yen as well positioned where it is. So pretty much saying there is more downside for the dollar. Obviously not today, I don't think, like we were talking about. There is more downside for the dollar. Today, dollar will be a bit lower. Euro dollar, I don't think will push a bit higher from here just yet. I think this will be the kind of consolidation area for today. Another slight pullback, dollar moves up, but then it gets capped and we start falling off, especially coming into all the central bank meetings.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's your forecast regarding when it comes to the meetings? Like, I can look at it as a technical, and I'm like, yeah, it could, if we can break and close higher above that 15-minute, we've equaled these highs at the moment. If we can break and close a bit higher, pull back, potential continuation, that looks super nice as far as the technical is concerned. However, news coming out, a lot of rates coming out. It's like I'm like, wow, there's some deep waters over there. I'm just jump on in my paddling pool and just swim about while I wait for some shallower, calmer waters where I can see the bottom and put my feet down.
Yeah, so it's pretty much, I think, everything from the Middle East situation right now is largely priced in. People are pretty calm with it, as far as
I was going to say, yeah, yeah, when it comes to what's happening in the Middle East, I think as far as finance is concerned and as far as trading is concerned, we've had the wow, the big hoo ha, the oh shit, let's, how are we going to make money on this? But people have planned it now, this people are, trained to deal with this. The ones who actually move the market are trained to deal with these sorts of situations and financial ambiguity. So I think what's happened now is they've come up with a finance strategy to move around what's going on in the Middle East. So I fully agree with you there. I think whatever happens next, unless it's like what we really don't want, it doesn't matter. Like unless it's
Yeah.
global scale, all out, holy shit, this isn't good. I think as far as trading's concerned, when it comes to the big banks, they don't really care.
Yeah, I mean it's very similar to the Ukraine situation where we had the supply disruptions, and that was also off the back of COVID, where stuff was already impaired from that, and we're still trying to pick everything up. But supply chains and everyone sort of figured it out, right?
Yeah.
It was an immediate shock, but it got figured out pretty quick. So I'd have to say the same thing here. The US definitely has more leverage. They can wait a lot longer than like China and the rest. So, you know, the other Asian countries will have to come to the table. And that's basically probably the only thing that will make this go a bit longer, because that's in the US. It's in their best interest to actually drag this out a little longer because they can sustain it and then force those Asian players to come to the table. So
Yeah, well, that's the whole strategy in war at the moment. It's more of a right. My reserves are bigger than yours. I'm just going to wait you out, sort of thing. And that's how it goes at the moment. It was the same with the Ukraine Russia. It was more of a I'm just going to wait. Outwait you basically.
yeah, and there's definitely some deadlines on this stuff with because there's other random things like helium, where like 40-50% of that comes through Qatar. And the helium is used in data center cooling. So, that comes back to the AI type situation. Right now, I think most of those regional players have sort of 4 to 5 months worth of supply to keep that going for cooling and everything. But
Yeah.
you can see that there's a heap of points where it can't go longer, where people are talking about 6 months, a year, Iraq 2.0 or something, which it's just not going to be like that. Doesn't mean we won't have, bits and pieces going on. We'll probably,
It'll probably. I
will,
don't think I don't think
we
it'll be
just
as
won't
big.
have we won't have the extremes. There'll just be random
Yeah.
pockets where we'll get a headline that something happened.
Yeah.
And,
It'll just be like almost battling. You know how you say, oh, you got battles, you got wars. It'll be like sort of just smaller conflict, confined conflict almost.
yeah, almost the same way that Ukraine Russia is still going on, but we don't talk about it anymore.
Yeah.
When it started, that was the huge headline. Markets moving on that. That was the topic, and then it kind of just fizzles out, and it's just everyone figures out how to work around it, and it's just in the background. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think like I mentioned earlier, I think it doesn't take people long to financially plan around something like that. So I think when it comes to financial news, I think the bubble bursts pretty quick. It fizzles out pretty quickly, like within a month or two. It's like I said, it's socially it lasts longer. Because of course it's naturally so.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. If you wouldn't mind, I might just jump up the same as you did, just quickly.
Yeah, no, yeah, sweet. Yeah, that's fine,
yeah.
man. Yeah, you go for it.
But meantime, guys, throw whatever you guys want in the chat, what you want us to look at, analyze, anything you guys have interest in, or any questions or whatever. Market's fairly calm right now, so just throw anything at us, and we'll go through it.
Yeah, away. Yeah, sweet.
I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, no worries. Awesome stuff, guys. Let me know what you guys are looking at the moment. I can do a quick look on euro, pound, and gold. Gold, I think I'm going to have to look a little bit more internally in gold. Not really seeing much. The markets seem pretty flat. We are channeling to the upside, which is quite nice. Where's my channel? There it is. Thank you, Richard Butler, for showing me this tool, because I didn't know it existed. So we are continuing this upwards channel. You know, we're putting in the obvious higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher high, higher high, higher high, lower high. This is the area now that we need to be looking at. So what do we want to see? We want to be seeing one of two things. We want to see a break and close above this high, or a break and close below this low. Now, these are our two structure points. So these are the points of interest that we're going to be waiting to see what happens. Anything that happens within this, especially, guys, like you can see up here, I'm on the 15-minute time frame. So anything that happens on this time frame is usually, you know, garbage. I don't really care what happens inside this pocket or this range of previous high, previous low. So therefore, you know, unless I jump down to the 5-minute, and even then, not really. You know, this is too obvious of a leg down for us to be looking at micro internal structure on the 5-minute. So honestly, we can see consolidation here. Yes, we've got a break and close below. If you're really scalping, maybe you can go down to the 1-minute time frame. But even then, we're not getting that many moves, or that much of a move. So jump back up to the 5-minute time frame. Literally got to just wait and see what happens. Anticipating now that we are currently at this low and we're rejecting it. We haven't swept or broken or closed or done anything at this low here. So if we can hold this area and move up, breaking and closing this above this consolidation range, that would be an internal microstructure break and close above, suggesting that price may want to continue. Extremely high risk. There we go. So it is extremely high risk. However, for those really risk people out there, or risk tolerable people out there, then there's an area potentially you could be buying from. But for me, I'd have to wait and see what happens, and I'd need to see a break and close above this current high at 5045, around about there somewhere, because then that would be also a break and close on the 15-minute, which would then be a higher confluence area. And then where can we target? Probably be looking at around these highs here. If not, something perhaps a little bit higher on the 1 hour. As you can see, we've got this high up here. Maybe we could come up to that zone. We got this consolidation. I say consolidation, 4-hour consolidation. We got this sort of area of interest on the 1 hourly, so maybe that area. So buy-in for me is more probable. However, you know, when we look at the 1 hour, and like I mentioned yesterday, guys, you know, give your time frame a purpose, give it a job. For me, 1 hourly is just helping me look for areas of interest. And we've got a nice area of interest if we can continue price up into this area here, consolidate, break and close under, then there's a potential continuation for sells. So price really could do anything at this point. And that's why I say that I'm not a predictive trader. I react from the markets. I try my hardest not to predict them. And that's what my plan says as well. That's why a lot of my trading works with this. What's going on, mate? No, my mouse is going to die. That's why a lot of what I do is it works with discretion, due to the fact that I don't need to predict anything. I can literally just react on what is going on in front of me. So that's gold for me. Preferably, I'd like buys, but we'll see. We'll have to see what's it doing. Come back. There we go. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens in this immediate zone here. But let me know what your predictions are, guys. Let me know in chat what you guys are looking at. What about GU? Oh, yo, LJ, were you back?
Yo, I'm back. Yeah, I was just gonna say I would like to see one further dip, and then we can jump over to GU. So obviously, this is the sort of range like we were just talking about. That I think gold will be sort of stuck in for a while. So, we don't have to delete it. It should be fine. If we chuck on some of the indicators I use, right? So pivot points right here, you can see we tapped into the top one. This has basically been the base. Same deal, we tapped into there, bounced off it. So this is also the 2 standard deviation channel that we often reference. Dirk loves it as well. So ideally, you can see we are hanging that lower band. I'd love to see another push to here with a slightly higher low from that wick. We try and zoom in a bit more. Right? So somewhere about here, about that 5010, 5008, right? We already had the wick to 5011. So one more dip, then I'd look for a push higher. And I think from there, we've then got the R2 level today also coincides with that underside of that triangle we broke below. So first point of call, you'd probably hit some kind of pause point there, another dip down into this cluster, and then up. So that's what I'd like to see. So with those wick lows through there. So if we get a break beyond today's high, that's the next point of call, about 5,074, 75. Dip back to 5,055, then up to that topside cluster with those highs. It's about 5,110, I guess, call it. So
yeah, so that area that you just mentioned there, it would be like my first area before I start considering, is this going to continue down lower?
Yeah. Let's get rid of this big green box. It's a bit annoying. Go 30-minute. So that's easy to see. So on the 30, you can see we are still in that downtrend and pretty much hit the top end of the standard deviation channel. So that's why we pulled back. We're now sitting on there. So I often like to see that we're going to sit on that one standard div, then try and have another break, and then go into a new area. And then obviously the channel will start to shift as well. So, because if we go to the 15, the top of the channel now is just above those recent highs. So we could definitely see that push through.
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely. If we can break, like if we can close above as well, that'd be nice.
Do you want to take a look at GU? What's your tech perspective?
SJFX or Forex 999. Let's have a look at GU for you, my friend.
Because that's your neck of the woods. You know?
That is my neck of the woods. Batshit bonkers Britain, as they say.
Dude, the pound, honestly, I have had, since I started trading, it's such a love-hate relationship. It's almost like gold for me. Pound, sometimes I'm just like, what is going on? Like, what are we doing?
I don't think the pound knows what's going on with the pound. It's just, dude, it's a, I don't even know. Honestly, I'm not a fundamentalist, but as someone who is trying to get to know the fundamentals a little bit better, as a fundamentalist, I can imagine the pound would be an awful currency to look at, or a political country to watch when it comes to the fundamentals. And this isn't me being a Brit complaining about my country. This is me being a trader trying to understand political fundamentals, and also being a Brit who kind of knows, like I said, I can have a bit more confidence talking about the politics of Britain, being British. I've grown up around it. I know it. I can have more confidence talking about it than, US or the yen or any other political country out there or fundamental country out there. So when it comes to the UK,
Dude,
I don't know.
It disrespects both fundamentals and technicals all the time.
Yeah, 100%.
And it gets this like
yeah,
pull and push from both ends. I'm just like, oh, what is this?
100%. That's why, like, I first became profitable using GU. Like the pound dollar was, mwah, I loved it. I was like, yeah, I love the pound dollar. What's better? Major currency, obviously being the dollar, and then my home currency being sterling, being the pound. And I thought, oh, this is brilliant. I'm profitable using my own country's currency against a major. So I thought, like this is pretty cool. Little did I know how awfully complex and how little the pound makes sense. That's why I just moved to the euro. And then ever since, I predominantly trade the euro now, because to me, I will now look at the euro and think, right, okay, there's a lot going on in this European country, a lot going on in this European country. How does this make sense with Europe? How does this make sense with the euro? What can this do compared to the major? I can sort of wrap my head around it fundamentally. I'm still getting there. I'm still struggling a little bit fundamentals. But even then, all these European countries as a conglomerate in one euro currency makes sense over one small island when it comes to financial politicals.
Yeah. It was better. It was better before Brexit. Like after Brexit, it got cooked.
Yeah.
And normally, if I see a trade on the pound, I normally like trade the same idea, but just trade it on the euro.
Yeah, literally that.
It'll be the same. Same trade idea, but I'll just use the euro as the execution asset, right? Because the pound just does itself. I've equally had flyers on pound, because when it runs, it goes bonkers. But the same deal, I've gotten burnt that many times when it just wants to zip about and then continue, that I'm just like, oh, whatever.
Dude, mate, I know. Tell me about it. Like, I've had some screamers on pound. I've earned a killing on pound. But when it comes to my net earnings, probably haven't made as much as I would like to have. Like I said, I've made some serious money on pound, but I've also lost some serious money on pound. So it's one of those now, because like I said, it has got like an 84% correlation rate with euro. I do predominantly edge towards the euro a little bit more now. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, dude, the pound's got a long way to come before it starts making sense again. Like you said, since Brexit, since actually leaving Europe, my partner reminded me of this a couple of days ago as well. She's like, "You're European, aren't you?" I was like, "Ouch." Not anymore, love. Not anymore.
Yeah, dude. I cleaned up trading the pound during Brexit, because I did go that way with things. And then I think since I've probably been roughly net in terms of overall.
Fair.
It's just
I did so when Brexit was happening, I believe it was 2016. Yeah, 2016. Yeah. So when Brexit was happening, I was actually doing like a dissertation on in college, and due to Brexit, I smashed it. I got full marks due to, like, I was learning trading at this time as well. So I was trying to learn about a bit of everything. I was learning about fundamentals. I was learning about technicals. And I'll be honest, due to what I learned about fundamentals during Brexit, I got 100% marks on my dissertation in college. However, it was great then. I've not used that college degree since, because obviously I don't need to. I'm a trader now. But yeah, since then it's been a bit difficult trading the pound. And then obviously after COVID as well, it just got a whole lot of mess. A whole lot of messy.
Yeah.
Scribble,
Dude,
UK was very expensive. True that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
very.
was just going to say we did also just have the German zoo data come out.
Oh wow. Okay, fair.
It
Was that
was
today?
actually not so bad. Yeah. Um,
Was that low yellow folder? Was it?
it depends where you look.
Oh,
Like
okay.
red folder on some things, orange on others.
Yeah, fair. I didn't see it on.
Current conditions marginally better. Economic sentiment, like business confidence, slightly worse. So, hence the slight dip. But I don't think that'll change anything.
No.
So,
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's going to continue that trajectory to the upside.
yeah. So we can go through pound now. Technical.
Awesome. Scribble, I
Um,
live here. Scribble, you poor soul. Same here, broski. Same. Well, actually, no, I don't live there anymore. I live in Hong Kong, but I will be back in the UK at some point. Okay, so
unbiased trader. You prefer the KES instead of the pound. What was KES? Isn't that like
was it
is that like Kenyan shilling or something? Off memory, I think.
AES?
Is it? I think that's Kenyan shilling, if memory serves.
Actually,
He's,
I,
obviously taking the mic, but yeah.
yeah, it is the Kenyan shilling. Yeah, you are right.
Is
Yeah,
it? Yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I thought so. I
yeah,
struggle
dude.
sometimes to remember all the other like exotics.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
I was trading the Thai baht once,
yeah,
and I still can't remember the ticker for it. And I remember opening my page up once one morning, and it was still on the Thai baht, and I only did it for like a Friday competition day. And I looked at it and I thought, what the hell is this? I was like, what? And then I thought, it's Thai baht. It's like, or whatever I was trading. It may have been like Euro Thai or something like, or Thai Euro. I can't even remember what the.
such a
Yeah, yeah.
random pair.
It was so random. Although Euro Hong Kong, dude, that move's nice. That is a surprisingly technical pair if you are into your technicals. And if you do like trading a very simplistic technical method, Euro HKD, I think it's Euro HKD, not HKD. Yeah, it's Euro HKD is a really nice pair to trade. I considered testing it to actually have it as a serious asset because I used to use it for competitions when me and Richard Butler used to, like trade against each other 1v1s on a demo account. I would make
Yeah.
a fortune. I'd make an absolute killing scalping the HKD. I actually considered implementing it, but I didn't bother.
Yeah, well, I mean, the currency is like pegged with the Hong Kong, right? Pegged to the US dollar. So it's always got
Yeah.
like the sort of range it's going to move in, which means it does end up being very like systematic because it's kind of anchored, right? So yeah, very very good pair to trade. Obviously, one that
Yeah.
most people don't, is sort of irregular, but yeah, very good pair to trade. Sure.
Yeah. Would you call it an exotic? I don't know if I would call it an exotic, but it's definitely, like you said, it's an irregular pair. It's not.
I'd call it like a minor, right?
Yeah.
It's got
Yeah.
major,
Fair.
minor, exotics. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of
The
like
other.
Euro yen or something like that. That's like a minor pair. You know, it's not quite
Yeah, and a
exotic.
minor pair that I used to enjoy. I now use it as confluence. I don't really trade it. Is Euro pound. That's a really nice minor.
Euro pound is really good. Yeah.
That is a really really nice one to trade. Yeah. Anyway, sorry guys. I will get to the pound. I promise. So getting to the pound now, just before I hop off. Honestly, very similar to the euro.
Yeah.
We've got this high up here, which we're waiting to break and close above before continuation. In my opinion, we have tapped into this area beautifully. So there's gonna be some resistance from this point, I believe. But if we can sort of hold this point, test it, because we're in this nice area here. Honestly, I would have preferred a break and close above. If Why isn't it going? Ah. Okay. Well,
Oh, forget it.
apparently, TraderView doesn't want me trading the pound today. Right. Let's try that again, shall we? There we go. So, deleting all this now. Perfect. So, like I said, I'd ideally prefer a break and close above this point here before a pullback. If we can pull back into this zone, we've also got an imbalance here. We've tapped into a nice fib zone and a consolidation zone, and we've got this break and retest sort of area on the higher time frame. What is going on? Why can't...
Dude, I swear, so many. I don't know what it is. It's been like this.
This
for the
isn't
past
even. Oh man, this is ridiculous.
websites in general. Everything. I don't know if it's because of AI. Like, there's just more cyber attack stuff now and everything going on. But so many websites, all sorts of stuff, just freezes or breaks down all the time. It's gotten weird, right? Super annoying. Hey.
Right. Okay.
All right. Is it loading? Dude, it looks like you got a house.
I know.
You got a house drawn on there.
I gotta try and get rid of all this now. There we go. Come on, go away. You know what? There, bosh. Like I was saying, so if we can break and close above this this current previous high into this area, pull back into a nice area here, something like that, continuation into this, consolidation above here. We've also got, some higher points of interest on the higher time frame as well, being the hourly that we're on. So I think that could be nice as we jump down onto the 50-minute. Very similar, we're starting to slow down as expected at this high. Like I said, very similar to the euro. Very similar to the euro. I don't know. It's like I said, I don't want to be trading the euro right now, and very similar reasoning behind why I don't want to be trading the pound. If we can break and close higher, I need it to have a real bullish move above to show that we're disrespecting all of this and this zone here. Pull back, showing technical sort of structural order flow to the bull side, and then maybe an area of interest, continuation higher. If I'm going to be trading euro or pound today against the dollar, it'll probably more than likely be on the 1 hour time frame. If not, maybe the 50-minute push. But that's
fair. Yeah, I'm looking at pretty similar. I know you gotta dip out in a second, Will.
yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to the euro, like we were talking about. I think we'll get. I'd be looking for a slight pullback here. So sort of the top of these wick highs through here at about 133.15, between that and 10, right? Where these moving averages are now rising up on the 30-minute right here. Then I'd probably be looking at. I think we'll break right through that. That's pretty soft resistance at about 67 or so. I think we'll go towards 95. But I think it'll be that same factor with the needing the euro to have another push as well up through here.
Yeah.
So we'll see where that goes. But I think we'll get like a consolidation, sort of pause point, bit of a pullback, and then drive higher first. So that or else, if we just get a clean break from here, obviously then already on the move. So
yeah.
That sounds
Pedro.
Something like that. Yo, what's good, Pedro? How you doing, bro?
Pedro.
Good morning.
Anyway, guys, just before we continue now, I'm gonna have to dip out and love you and leave you. So I'll see you in about 2 hours time ish. 3 hours time. I don't know. I'll see you in a couple hours. Peace. See you in a couple hours, guys.
Peace.
Take care.
See you. Will. Cheers. How are we doing?
Okay.
How are we doing?
Okay, this is your week. This
This is my
is
week.
like, yeah, it's full of fundamentals. It's full of central bankers, like everything
all the
macro in play.
Yeah.
Like I think it's maybe the first time I remember that all of them are on the same week. Usually it's split it between 2 weeks, not on the same week. But this week is all in, right? So all of them. Today was already your favorite RBA, and
RBA.
then
Yeah, my favorite.
and then we'll continue with the rest. So we may be talking a little bit about that, definitely.
Yep.
Yeah. So you're looking at the. What do you want to start? You want to start a bit with macro and looking at the charts? You want to just start charts? You want to start macro? How do you want to do it?
We can start with charts. A bit of the text and stuff. We did have a few questions about silver, Nasdaq, also oil, from the guys. So we need to run through those first, probably. So if you want to jump in, give me your breakdown, because I've been talking a little bit about some of this stuff. So better to have your fresh look first, and then I'll reiterate.
Which one are we talking about? And by the way, hi, good morning, everyone. I hope you guys are doing amazing. Welcome, Pedro. Welcome. So yeah, and let us know in the chat as well. Again, if you want us to continue to look at more charts, more analysis, just feel free to let us know. It was an interesting end of the week last week. I think we did manage to break some maybe important levels on the euro, maybe on the pound as well. We're getting close to it. And the dollar reached 100. Like I've been waiting for the dollar to reach the 100 mark for a while, and it reached and it respected it, but it managed to break the previous high. It could have reached 100 without breaking the previous high, but actually it broke the previous high and then it went down a little bit. That for me, I think it starts potentially a continuation to the upside in the future. I think this is I think so. I think this is a great time, and because of the euro as well. I think euro breaking, you haven't really managed to break this low, so that's still kind of something important. But it kind of did manage to break this most recent swing low, and I think that can open the door for a potential move to the downside. I don't even mean now, because after breaking such an important low, we may actually have a bounce, and maybe price can come here or even go there. But I think it starts opening door for future downfall on the euro and maybe strength on the dollar. And again, the dollar can still maybe go here or can even go there before continue to move higher. So actually for this week in particular, we may actually see a little bit of bearishness. At least maybe yesterday it was already bearish. Maybe tomorrow can be bearish again until we go into Wednesdays and Thursday, where we have FOMC and then ECB, and then maybe you can see the continuation. Unless price just stays around here for the rest of the until Wednesday, then maybe Wednesday we go down, and then maybe only next week or something, then we may go higher. But I think this is a good level where price is right now to take a breath from now this fall on the euro and the bullishness on the dollar to actually go down or do the opposite. So yes, I'm interested in looking for shorts on the dollar at this point, and interested
today or after today.
Already, like from this bottom. I mean, basically, I think this bottom can hold a little bit. Of course, now price is reacting from this interesting support resistance, so this is normal to see some reaction. But I think we could try to trade between this range, and we still have this supply level behind. 1 second, we still have kind of a supply level behind it here. The same thing on the euro. We kind of left a demand zone still behind. So, for example, I noticed that you are looking for this trade, which is 1 second, which is price just to bounce already from this new structure that was created, which could definitely work because price kind of already came all the way down to fake out these lows with this move in here. And now I would actually prefer maybe to see this stop being taken and continue. And this level that was left behind in here, because there's literally a kind of a bigger favorable gap, maybe left in here in this demand zone, it can actually be left for maybe Wednesday. Where price can continue to go higher, maybe a quick spike down, and then maybe does something like this. If this happens, it becomes a bit more of a proper low, and then I'm looking for price maybe to go all the way somewhere around here. So yeah, I still like this level eventually for a long, but today I think actually price can just do what you did or what you marked. Respect this upper structure and then just continue to move higher. This is more kind of during the week. potential setup. And again, when you do have FOMCs or something like that, usually price can go quickly towards one level, respect it, and just turn away again. Especially if those levels are left behind at the extremes of the new structures. So yes, I like it. So I've been bearish mostly since we created this top on we basically both of us, right? Since euro touched the 120, we kind of agreed that could be a top in place on the euro, and then the remaining of the price action that we saw kind of was confirming that. Again, euro index was another one that it was a big factor for me in terms of visuals on the chart that actually we could make that big move. We completely did it, went all the way down, and now we already even took this low. So this is also kind of an interesting level on euro index where price can actually bounce a little bit. We came back into this structure here. We just fake out this low, and actually we have a fresh demand zone where price actually is reacting right now. So again, quite similar to the euro dollar. I think we may be trading within this level. So this level could actually hold quite nicely in here as well on the euro index. However, I could still eventually see more downside even in here. I could eventually continue to see this one, but maybe you can retest this level first before just resuming the move to downside on the euro index, and that would be quite similar to what euro dollar could do as well. Yes. So, for example, I would love to see euro dollar coming close to these levels in here to then try to short again. That would almost become kind of a Quasimodo pattern in the bigger picture. This can take a while to conclude. The pound is a bit different because I've been also kind of bearish when we start noticing the price was breaking some mid walls in here. We broke this low. I'm kind of still bearish, and I'm looking for the pound eventually to come closer to this level with the potential to even go all the way to take these walls. But pound is holding a little bit more. It's respecting quite nicely this trend line as it moves down. But it's also reacting. It's also reacting from an interesting level. It just approached this demand zone. It was fresh. It's a demand zone that actually kind of managed to push price higher. But there's maybe a few others underneath this level if it wants to go to. But again, every single demand zone that is left behind when price was going up, on the way back, usually at least there's a little bit of a bounce, especially if it is a demand zone on the daily time frame. For sure, in 1 hour time frame, 30 minutes, you'll see some kind of a bounce that you can look for a trade in there. Yeah, price can hold this level. Otherwise, if it starts breaking similar to the euro dollar, then you're going to continue to start going a little bit more to the upside, and maybe start targeting this high altogether. So that can be a range as well to look for. And I also like this structure here where the pound is also reacting from, or left behind in here. So yeah, a bit more bullish. At least the structures, they look nice. And we actually been moving to downside for a full month now, or more than a month, to be honest, 1 month and a half. And usually that's around the time on FX where you can have a little bit of a swing, a reversal basically, that can last maybe a couple of weeks before potentially moving again on the same direction.
Yeah.
So those are a little bit on the dollar side. Then you can maybe look at the Aussie. Aussie, as you can see on the other side, it kind of still respected this low. So I would like to see this low being broken to kind of start looking for even more moves to the downside. I'm not entirely a big fan of where price is reacting. Okay, we took this top. Maybe there was a fresh supply there. Price reacted to it, but I think we could still continue eventually to try to go to 0.73s somewhere around here. I think I'll be way happier to try to actually look for a bigger short if price would get closer to these levels around this zone in here. But for now, it's still kind of holding a little bit, and maybe I want to hear your thoughts as well, what you may think about the Aussie as well, because maybe it's one of the strongest against the dollar at this point. Maybe we can stop in here, and then I'll go to the end pairs, which are definitely on my radar. The end pairs.
Yeah, sure. So I guess firstly, with Aussie in front of us, we did have the rate hike today. The thing was, it was a pretty split decision. There's like 9 board members. It was 5-4. The other 4 were, even though they voted against, they weren't against hiking rates overall. It was just whether we do it now or later.
No, yeah, later, yeah.
Right. And so that consideration came down to the recent stuff we've had with Iran and the input price effect with like oil, that kind of stuff. That roughly equates to like 80% of a rate hike. So that's about 0.2%, 0.22% increase. So essentially, we've gotten 2 rate hikes in one go, if you put it that way. So that's why there was a bit of a split kind of decision. And we did have, even though we got the rate hike, we saw Aussie then come down. That's because there was basically 100% pricing of another rate hike in May, which is now, after the decision with that split, came down to about 36%. So that's why we saw the initial pop and then a big collapse lower overall. And you can see we've pretty much been back and forth in that rate hike range for today.
Yeah.
But that's basically why. So running over the other currencies, that kind of stuff, interesting you see potential for dollar to go higher. I think this might be the top. Because the thing is, from here, we start to get, if other central banks follow suit, we get ECB, Bank of England, which are much more exposed to these kind of same effects, starting to talk about rate hikes rather than a pause or potential decrease.
Mm-hmm.
So the only way I can see euro dollar coming lower than 114 is if the Iran situation actually escalates from here and somehow the strait gets further shut down. Right, so we've had some stuff, oil start to flow a bit more again through the east-west pipeline. We've got 6 or 7 million barrels a day. Plus, there's a few ships that are now getting through. Mostly, it's those central Southeast Asian kind of countries that are affected. So the total flow is sort of roughly 20 million barrels a day. So we're kind of back up towards 12 to 15 approx. So it is a good fill of what was missing. So I think that has calmed down. And then obviously from there, it's the natural gas type stuff that has to come back online through like Qatar and the rest. There's also, they are responsible for like 40 to 50% of helium, which is needed for cooling for servers like AI servers.
Mm-hmm.
So there's definitely a pressured timeline to get this all sorted. I don't think Iran has many friends, even from China or India right now, which are very dependent on this stuff. So I think they're getting kind of boxed in. So I would say this ends sooner rather than later. And we also did have further jawboning comments from Japan today around the currency heading towards 160. And right now, traders have not been willing to push dollar yen beyond 160 because that's kind of the hard top level. So the dollar itself is very much my risk barometer, whether risk premium is still being put into the market or is starting to fade, starting to recede and leave the market, particularly that dollar yen 160 level. So I think if we can't breach that and we start to pull back, I think we fully reverse, right? And obviously we have Bank of Japan this week. I think April, people are pricing in rate hike now.
Yeah, it's kind of 50-50.
We won't get it. Yeah, we won't get it this week.
Mm-hmm.
But the lagged effects of this inflation input pricing through commodities, obviously they pretty much import everything for energy. So I think that might be enough of an excuse for them to also say, all right, it's time to raise rates, right? So I think that's basically the key level that I'm watching overall. And to be honest, right now, I can't see 160 breaking given the current conditions and where we are in the Iran war. So I would actually be looking for dollar to sort of reverse. I'm with you today. I think euro dollar, that kind of stuff goes higher, just like we were looking at before. There's options pricing today, which is much higher. Into the later end of the week, it is lower. So just like you're looking at for a bit of a pop now into the back end of the week, another dip, and then I think we go up from there.
Yeah.
So
I think,
yeah.
The other one, especially with the yen, because I think yen maybe getting really close to the top as well, and that can be then difficult for the dollar to continue to go higher. But I was looking actually more of the technicals in here. Price breaking that high on the left side on dollar index for me is still quite relevant. Again, I think it could see a retracement for a couple of weeks before we resume to move to the upside. I think this could be kind of the potential then accumulation, but a little bit lower before we try to go again above the 100. But if price just continues to hold this level and and I see that it's not really managing to break, then of course I'll shift. But to be honest, right now I'm looking for sales. I'm looking for sales on the
Yeah, because
bar.
I think it's that it's obviously right now the big macro event driving text, right? So if we look out a couple of weeks, so if this does start to fade and fizzle out, I think that starts to reverse. Obviously, if it continues, somehow we get another stumbling block. Trump can't get the Strait of Hormuz opened. Obviously, right now he's struggling to get coalition support from the other G7 members to, put stuff together to ferry ships through and protect them. It will take some time for the US to actually mobilize that themselves. And if they do that, it will leave them kind of exposed, which China is happy for that to happen. So there may be like a cat and mouse type game with that. But on the other end, China, India, those players are also very much pressured by this. So they might drag it out to get the US to expend a heap of resources trying to settle this. Then once they've expended that, obviously they start getting hit as well, and then try and wrap it together. So that's sort of where it seems to play through. Obviously, the whole war situation is very unfavorable politically for the Republicans in the US, and we've got the midterms coming up. So if it does kick on and somehow go bad, this would be absolutely terrible. Plus, every central bank will start raising rates, and this pretty much then starts to look like the same thing what we had just before the GFC, where we saw commodity prices ripping, oil went up, economy was still rocking on. Then we had central banks increase rates at that time, and then that's what crashed everything. So market crash, recession, that kind of stuff doesn't happen by itself. It's always central banks typically increasing rates at the time of certain stresses that kills everything. And we've still got the underlying pressure of private credit markets going on right now. So that's basically my main concern further out. I think we've got some time until that happens. That's probably more 2027 type situation, because there's always the lagged effects, one from commodities, energy input prices, and then central banks potentially raising rates from here. But yeah, obviously the US is going to not want to do that, because that cooks the Republicans, and that would pretty much mean they are definitely going to lose the next election. So, the other thing I must say is Scott Bessent has been very quiet through this whole period. And normally he's come out and said certain things. So that's where I'm wondering if there's a certain timeline where they're actually looking for some particular thing. Then he comes out and say, bang, we've done it all, and it all wraps up in like one go, like very quickly. So yeah, I can see the dollar thing. I would also say JP Morgan has become bullish on the dollar. So okay. I can see from the text all that kind of stuff, like you're saying. But I don't know if it will actually eventuate. It seems it will only run through if this ends up going much longer. Which right now, from what the US has done to Iran, I can't see them sustaining their position. Because pretty much for Iran to win, they can't win, but their win for themselves is pretty much just creating as much chaos for the US and prolonging this as long as they can. So it looks like they're running out of munitions, however. So, yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Larry, good to see you, mate. How are we doing?
Top of the morning to you, boys. Top of the morning. How you doing? Happy St. Day.
Happy St. Pat's, mate. How are we doing?
Hiya.
Good?
How you all done? Where's the Guinness?
I know, it's we got some this is Ultra Vice Guava flavored Guinness. That's it.
It's kind of green.
It says Monster, but it's definitely Guinness. It is green, so I'm on theme.
Yeah, it was green though. Come on.
It's too early for me.
I'm never wearing the same one.
All right, hang on. Let's change this to there we go.
Scribble saying.
How much gold are you sitting on right now, Larry?
There's tons of it at the bottom of your rainbow.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hey, you guys have been having some fun times without me.
I know. It's been I think you've been stealing all the gold. That's probably why gold is down right now, right?
Aye.
You've been taking it all, you're storing it.
We're having a good crack.
Yeah? Yeah, nice.
Having a good crack.
What's Is Larry a robot? Dude, he's not a robot, he's a leprechaun. Alright? Hey, come on. Alright? This is
the leprechaun, come on.
a real being, dude.
Oh my god. Okay. So what are you looking at then?
I'm looking at gold every day.
What should you do with gold then?
Let's have a look at gold, Pedro. Yeah?
Yeah, what can you do with it? Is it going to hold the 5,000s or is it going to go below 5,000s?
I'm holding my gold. Holding the gold all day. Like my friend Goldilocks says, you gotta buy the gold.
Do you guys have like a syndicate? Are you guys in business together? This is like a company.
He's my gold holder.
Yeah.
He locks it all up for me at the bottom of the rainbow.
Nice. So he's got the vault, and then you ship this off to him.
That's the one.
Very nice. Are you a bit upset with the whole Iran situation, increasing shipping costs for your gold right now?
Yes,
I mean that must hurt your bottom line, right?
Just a little bit. You got that right there. Yeah. Not happy at all.
No. They need to get on board. They need to just start hoarding gold, and we'd actually see the gold price go up. That's what
I've been doing for years. I've been doing that for years.
But we haven't seen it the past couple of weeks since the escalation. What's going on there?
I know.
Got any insights?
That dodgy Scottish fella Trump is ruining everything, isn't he?
He's a bit rude for sure. Like, what is? Do you reckon he knows what he's doing, or is it a bit? He's a bit lost. You know?
Who knows? Does the fella know what he's doing? Who knows? Do any of us know what we're doing?
I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea. I get up out of bed. I'm just like, dude, where am I?
We're all just here for the crack. We're all just here for a good crack.
And a bit of Guinness, of course.
And to get some gold.
Exactly.
They need to
do you have an expectation how long it's going to last this situation?
I think we're going to be sitting in a range for a while.
Yeah. So what are you? Are you long or are you short? I mean, you're always long, obviously.
Yeah.
You're trying to stack gold, and Goldie Blocks is long. You know, you're shipping your gold over there. But
yeah.
Do you have any levels you might want to buy from? If we
I don't mind 4,780, 4,780, 4,7, something like that. That looks good to me.
Yeah.
I like it.
So looking for a deeper pullback to hoard some gold, right?
Exactly that.
How do you protect the gold? Does Goldie Blocks have like a dragon or something like Smaug? You know, like Lord of the Rings, right? Is that how he protects it, or is it like something else?
We use Saint Patrick's snakes. You know, he drove all the snakes out of Ireland, so we use all the snakes, and we just wrap all the gold in snakes.
All right, so you got a snake pit.
Exactly. Yeah,
that's a pretty good defense. right?
Yeah, that's
You got a moat around the
A moat of snakes.
the warehouse. Yeah, and then you just got a moat of snakes. That's pretty good. I like that.
Exactly that.
who knows the
100%.
location of. Does anyone knows? How many people knows the location of your gold? Where is it storage?
The only people that know the location of the gold are the same people that know what is held in Fort Knox in the US.
Yeah. I don't think the US knows how much gold they have. So it might
Exactly.
be a bit.
Nobody knows where my gold is. Nobody knows.
It's out there somewhere.
Exactly.
Oh man. Right. Pedro, do you have any other questions for Larry around gold?
When are you having a Guinness altogether? That's the question.
We need a golden Guinness. They should do that.
I don't know about that. That's. I love me gold, but you can't be messing with the Guinness.
What about a gold flaked Guinness, right? You buy a Guinness and it has edible gold flakes through it. That'd be cool. Right? Can we do that as like a, do that as a promo? Yeah?
I'm not so sure about that. You'd be wasting good gold sticking that in your belly.
I thought you'd say that. Don't want to waste the gold.
No, exactly. It's a limited commodity. We don't know how much more we're going to find. If it doesn't start raining again, there's not going to be any more rainbows. There won't be any more gold.
What if we find some gold in space? Would you be a friend of good old Elon if you found some more gold?
You'd see me on a rocket faster than you can say Happy St. Paddy's.
Yeah? Nice.
Aye.
All right. Next time, I want to see you coming in streaming from the top of an asteroid whilst you're mining that gold. Right? Pick and shovel the whole bit. That'll be beautiful to see.
You prove me the gold is there, and then I'm on there.
Very good.
It's perfect. Oh my god, it's so good.
What have you guys been looking at apart from the gold? Is there anything else you're looking at?
Yeah, we're looking at the dollar. I'm looking at the yens now. Potentially long on the yen index, which means short on across the yen pairs, starting with the dollar yen. I think we will be close to a good short from here. And yeah, that's one of the trades of the week I'll be looking for.
And today on gold, what are you looking
at? So gold wise, like to be honest, I've been looking at shorts. Well, I don't think we're coming up just yet. We've got I'm looking about 5,075 and 5,055 as a potential top, but right now price action is pretty dirty. So I probably want to see a dip to about 4,090, unless we hold 5K right here, and then probably find some kind of buying from there. So we got we're cracking through these lows just here. We were making like high, low, high, low, high, low, high, high. We're now cracking through those right there. So either we have to hold this wick that's 4,995, or else I'd see a dip to about 4,980 by that candle close, and then see some kind of buying up from there. And that would be commensurate with the middle point of the standard deviation channel on the 30-minute. So I was hoping we might see this actually holding up from here and start to press those highs. Then get up to this cluster, test the underside of this large triangle that we broke down from, which is also roughly where we've got pivot points up through here. So we go up to 1 hour. So we get some kind of test in there and ultimately break through that and then up to these highs. But we could even see a lower test down to 4,940, I think, first. So this is looking pretty weak. So that might be a good spot for you to buy up. You know, stack
Absolutely.
those offers.
Mm-hmm.
Like the 4 hour right now is pretty terrible. So let's hide all the drawing. Like that looks like we're heading straight down, right? And you've got this prior cluster sort of through here. We've broken through those wicks. We haven't been able to establish like any kind of position above them or hold around that level. It's always been sold off each time. So I think we have further downside. You got 4860 beyond that as well.
I
So
agree.
I'm tentatively bearish right now overall.
When I look at the charts, I can see that we did manage to break the structure, create this wall. We retraced, and we just broke that structure again. And that sounds a bit more like a bearish structure at this point. And I think your level that you mentioned, 4,780, can be quite interesting. I think price can go all the way, eventually target these walls. Now, looking into more intraday, I could see at least a fake out of this structure. And then it would be the question mark of if there is enough buying pressure underneath here. Now LJ mentioned this level. I can see this level as well, but I think eventually price will target this level altogether. But if there's kind of a quick fake out in here and price kind of comes back into this structure, maybe can find some bullishness. But to be honest, when you do have a second break-off structure after we had already retracement, usually that's more of a continuation setup than price coming back again into this level. Yeah, this retracement move happened when you created this wall. That was already a good retracement move. This more, I think, is more of a potential continuation to the downside, with again potential target maybe these lows and then maybe proper reaction to the upside maybe around that level, 4,780 that you mentioned. But then I still need price action to confirm that, to see how price action eventually is going to approach this level or not. But for now, I think price can continue to move forward as well. At least that's what it looks like structure wise, price action wise. Yeah,
I agree. I don't think people are going to start buying up gold until the Iran situation as well alleviates, right? Until then, we've got a different macro picture, changes everything right now. Yeah. So I think downside until we get that alleviation, which I was expecting that alleviation. So if we do get some of those drawdowns, I think that's a very nice buying point from that stage. Just not yet, not quite overall.
are you happy with it, Larry?
He's looking heavy. He's looking very heavy.
Gold is very heavy, you know. It's hard to transport those bars. Let me scroll up. Larry, they think your name is William. I don't think it is.
Not a very Irish name.
It is. Is William an Irish name? That's more of a Scottish name, isn't it? William?
Definitely not Irish.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. I don't think that quite adds up, does it?
Definitely not.
Gold waterfall will break 5K. Yeah, I mean, we're already broken 5K. We're at 4,997 now, aren't we? So
Yeah,
do agree. I think more downside before we get the ups. Like we had to defend these high lows, high highs through here. We've now cracked through it. So I think downside is on the cards overall. This is the 4 hour. We go down to the 30-minute. Like we could still, as gold does, like we can get these kind of wicks where it seems like we've got a break and it becomes a bit of a false break overall, right? Like through here. But I would say definitely the pressure is towards the downside right now. So I wouldn't be buying this per se at all.
I couldn't keep that action going. I'm sorry.
Dude, that hat is amazing.
It was.
That hat is honestly amazing. Oh my God. Where do I get one? Where do I get one?
Just go wherever there's an Irish pub, and normally they give them out. So,
dude, we got plenty of Irish pubs here.
This one is this
sure,
hat is actually pre-COVID, when Irish, like St. Paddy's Day here in Poland, was genuinely like a proper St. Paddy's Day. We haven't got any decent Irish pubs really. We've only got one now, but it's very, very small. So you gotta get in there early. And I'm working today, so obviously I can't. So yeah. How you boys doing?
Oh,
Doing
good,
well,
man. That was one of the funniest moments in the live stream.
My PC couldn't cope with voice mod and avatars and all this other stuff. It was like my PC was just like, nope, we can't do this. We're shutting down. So I had to tone it down a little bit with the madness. So yeah, you'll have to do with the hat and my normal voice instead.
Loved it. Yeah. Oh, mate. Last time I went to Irish pub, I think it was with it was actually, funny enough, with my partner's bosses, and she had left and gone somewhere else, and I literally just went to an Irish pub, partying with all of their bosses from a firm, the law firm. Great time. We got some good Irish pubs over here in Australia. So, yeah.
You can't go wrong in an Irish pub. And I've even got my, I don't know if you can see that. You probably can't see that. It's my Guinness glass. Water for now, but I'll be onto the Guinness later.
Very nice.
So
love it.
So yeah,
love it.
I couldn't do like serious analysis discussion with you guys whilst also trying to put on an Irish voice. My dad would be he'd be disowning me. So yeah. So I've got, if I'm going to be talking proper analysis, then I've got to make sure that that I'm not having to put on some random accent as well that's going to get me disowned from the family.
Yeah,
so,
that's fair. God damn. Yeah, Scribbles. His real name is Larry. It's not Mike. It actually is Larry. Just so you know. So
I used to be more regularly on here last year, Larry. But yes, my name is Mike. I'm working on a big education platform project, which is why I'm not on here much these days. But I drop in every now and again for a bit of a giggle and a laugh. So yeah.
Giggle and a laugh and a bit of gold.
Bit of gold.
bit of gold.
So we all know that everyone likes to trade a little bit of gold.
Give me one sec, guys. I got to jump back. My screen is freezing up, so I have to reload.
No
problem.
How you doing, Pedro? Been a while?
Yeah, it's been a while indeed. Nice to see you again. It was honestly one of the funniest moments in the live stream, to be honest. It just cracked me up. It was really good. It was really good. Oh my god! What are you looking at this week? How is trading for you?
I'm genuinely looking at gold. I'm always looking at gold because gold just usually you'll find some decent moves on gold. So I'm taking a look at gold. And other than that, I haven't actually been trading that much. I've been working on a lot of kind of side projects. So a lot of stuff with AI and all those sorts of things. So yeah, but it's going all right. It's going all right. I know a lot of people are making a lot of money with the markets the way they've been lately, and a lot of people are losing a lot of money. So yeah, so I've been staying away from the manual trading. I'm trying to dip my toes into the water of algo trading, which I think is actually probably harder than manual trading, because so far it's not going very well. But you got to give these things a try and see if anything comes from it. So yeah. Okay. So are you trying literally just to implement your strategy into AI, or kind of you try to make something simple? I'm basically just playing around with it. I'm playing around with AI, having a look at what kind of algorithms and stuff that can be built, building back testers and all these sorts of things. So yeah. So it's a slow burn because you then have to back test, for weeks and weeks and weeks, and it takes some time. But it's good fun. I like it. I like a good challenge.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's a new journey, I think, like getting into AI and not AI, but algorithm trading. You need to trust yourself that actually that's going to work.
Yeah.
And try not to be tweeting everything quite often. Otherwise, you don't even give time to the strategy to play out eventually.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, as I mentioned before, I think I'm looking. I think the end pairs are going to be quite interesting. This week again, we have the BOJ on Thursday morning. In addition to that, then we have Bank of England, ECB, and so on. So we are at a really good level or interesting level to see if this is going to reverse or to find some strength at around this level, and mostly because of the dollar yen, which is at those 160s or 159, close 160s, which has held price in the past, and I think it's going to create more resistance if price continues to go a little bit higher. Because I think no one wants to see dollar yen getting much higher. So again, the question mark on the dollar yen is: are you going to just continue to be trading at around this level, like this, and maybe a little bit higher, but still around this level, until eventually there's any kind of intervention, like it happened in the past, and all of a sudden price can just move 300, 400 pips in a matter of minutes? Or are we actually going to have a sustained, a more slowly move to downside, and which is going to be easier to trade than instead of just a simple drop of 500 pips. So that's going to be what I'm going to be looking for. Okay, we have this basically trend line as well. Price is still kind of respecting it. Prices start to definitely show some rejection at around these highs, and I'm going to be looking. I'm going to be looking for. I wanted already to short around this structure here, but price went there kind of at 5 a.m. in the morning, 6 a.m. I'm not at my PC at that time, so I'm waiting for price to come back into this structure again, and to see if I do find any selling opportunity. I like the fact that we start breaking some of these lows, so that's good. So yeah, we'll see. But this is definitely one that I'm going to be paying attention. Then the other yen pairs, pound yen. I still would like to see it going a little bit higher. So I'll be waiting for that. We already had a little bit of an initial reaction, and euro yen as well. I would like it to see. Again, I've been waiting more around here. This level was good, but I didn't really want to trade from this level because I've been waiting a bit more close to the extreme. We did manage to take this lows in here, so that's something to bear in mind. And we'll see what's next. But honestly, euro yen, I'll be waiting for price to go there. If it never goes there, I'll never be able to short it, because that will be more of the levels I want to try to trade. And then we may have also Aussie yen and CAD yen, which can also provide interesting opportunities. This one, Aussie yen, is maybe one that is still quite bullish, because we also noticed that Aussie dollar has been a bit more bullish comparing with the pound and the euro. So maybe Aussie yen can also continue to eventually go a little bit higher before it turns. And historically, it's basically almost at an all-time high. So at least I don't have any data on the left side of the way until 2000s. So yeah, it's quite high at this point. Yeah, but definitely this is, again, the end pairs I think are going to be quite interesting. I actually would like to, again, we've been discussing this for a while now, a few weeks, the US indices. Is it going to hold and start moving a little bit more to the upside? Is it going to continue to be ranging for the next weeks? Or are we going to finally break below and potentially move to the downside? And I'm talking about potentially NASDAQ and S&P, of course Dow as well. What is your take on these ones? Because they continue to hold the lows.
Yeah.
So what is your take? But even though he's holding the lows, it's not really managing to go much higher neither. Right, kind of reach 50% and just continues to come down. What is your take on that one? Both US indices.
Yeah. So first of all, just before we jump into that, I just wanted to address this. So if you've paid for your account and it's not quite coming up, there has been some background issues. It's not to do with the fibers necessarily. It's with the background stuff. The same with the you guys have seen with some of the trading delays, that kind of stuff. So if you have that problem, just send an email, jump into the live support, that kind of stuff. You'll get it sorted out, right? So just be patient. There's a bunch of things being worked through in the background. Quite a lot of you guys overall. So it's all being worked through systematically. So just be patient, but it will be fulfilled. So if you haven't got that just yet, just hit up support, send an email, or jump onto the live chat, and it will get worked through overall. On that, with first and foremost, Mike, will we see you back in the live stream more regularly? Please say yes.
We'll see.
I miss you. Come on, come back. Come back. Dude, we need you. We need you back. Please.
I think you guys are doing pretty well without me. I don't think I'm necessarily a necessity for the live stream success. You guys hit 100,000 subscribers, which is amazing. So
I know,
last week, was it last week you guys had like 1,000 people watching at one point?
Yeah.
At some point, I think it was last week. So I think you guys are doing all right. But I got to keep you on your toes. So every now and again, Larry or Goldilocks or somebody else might be popping in from time to time. And we'll see what I can come up with. Maybe next time it's going to be the Easter Bunny. Who knows? So
I hope it's regular. I'd love to see you back more regularly. Personally.
We'll see.
Yeah, see, dude, everyone misses you. Come on.
Kim,
come back.
Yeah.
Mike. Come back.
Do you know the problem is I don't have my office anymore, so I got rid of my office because I was freezing to death in my office.
I was going to say, it looks like you're back.
So I'm now back at home, working from home, and makes it just a little bit harder to join live streams because sick kids being stuck at home, or like this morning I had to take the dog to the vet. So there's always something going on at home, whereas in the office I had a bit more peace and quiet, but I was freezing cold. So
Fair.
so yeah, but I'll be joining you guys from time to time. Don't worry. So
Love to hear it.
So yeah.
That's good.
I was curious to see Paulie. Yes. You sweet talker, Paulie. You sweet.
Come on, Mike. Just come back. Right? Just come on. Just come back. Just do it. Come on.
Let's see what we can do. No, I was curious to know what you guys reckon about the pound overall, because I'm looking to do an exchange of some Polish zloty into pound. And I've noticed that the pound has actually gained some strength pretty much across the board lately. So what are you guys seeing on the pound at the moment? What's your thoughts?
All right, we can do pound, and then we'll do the indices, like you're saying, Pedro, just after. Because I do have...
I can do the indices then. Do the indices.
No. Let's go to the pound. Let's go to the pound first.
Yeah.
We'll go to the pound first. Okay.
Let's do it.
So right now, this is pretty much, at this current moment, at least for today, that's what I'm sort of looking at. So we've hit this kind of double top on the pound. Right now, I look for a slight retracement and then some kind of pickup towards this higher cluster. I think this is like soft resistance, right, with those lows and that peak high through there that we collapsed from. I think we'll get up through there to about 133.95. It's pretty similar to the euro right now.
Yep.
I think today we've got a bunch of options we were talking about up at this area. We can see this is them through the week where they're clustered much higher. So we've got that higher gamma pull going into towards the end of the week. They're positioned much lower, right? So I think we'll hit those kind of levels. This key level right here on euro dollar at about 115.30 is pretty much the crux kind of point. So I think we see a dip from here and then some kind of pull up after that. That's what I would prefer to see. So same thing with the pound overall. We're now getting a recalibration of central banks for obviously it's a big central bank week this week. I would say most other central banks they won't do anything. We won't have rate hikes except for the Australia, so the RBA today.
Mm-hmm.
But there's probably likely to be a slight hawkish lean. It'll be very tentative because they'll still echo that this is an ongoing situation with energy input prices, that kind of stuff. But we're definitely seeing pricing come through that we're now leaning towards hikes rather than either neutral or potentially decreases. The only one that isn't quite there, funnily enough, is the US. Right now, obviously, the US has independent energy infrastructure. They could go on for another 3 years without any disruption.
Yeah.
So that's where you get an inverse play right there, where the other central banks are likely to lean more hawkish. The Fed probably will stay pretty neutral. So comparatively, that means the other majors actually go up from here.
Yeah.
So I'd see the pound. I don't know what the what's the Polish cross for pound.
PLN, GBP, PLN.
Oh, that's futures. Let's get rid of futures. Let's just go to CFD. Okay. Interesting. Let's get rid of this stuff because it's annoying. I mean, we're definitely, I guess, uptrend for the pound. We're trying to break these levels. I think that's pretty key. I would say if we have that, overall, if this situation keeps going, the pound is going to be better positioned than Poland.
Yeah.
That's just how it is. So yeah, you would see a break through that level and you'd start going higher. That said, I don't expect the current situation to actually continue. So I think we could actually see a drop from here, first of all. Then potentially, if it does re-escalate, you see the push higher.
Yeah, it kind of ruins my plans because obviously I'm trying to swap it into pounds. So the higher the pound goes, yeah, exactly. So I actually wanted it to come lower, but yeah, we'll see.
So I would say we do get a dip lower, but you can see this is the daily, right? So very much cleared that 200-day moving average that we tapped into. Broke through that. We've held through there. We're pretty much riding up that 10-day moving average, which is the gray line. So ideally, I'd see a dip back to here and then push higher. So if we get that, that would be my call point to actually swap that over potentially.
Problem is, I gotta get the money first because I'm selling my apartment, so I've got to get the actual money first to be able to swap it.
You got to get it in.
So yeah, but we'll see.
But if we go out weekly, like we're pretty low overall. So I think you're in a decent position generally, but it's pretty much where the top of this wick is. Say we look on the weekly, that's pretty much your position point, right? So if we get dip back to there, I think we go higher. So you benefit from that.
Yeah.
After.
Yeah. My main aim actually is to. I was originally planning before the war broke out. My plan was to hold it for at least 3 to 6 months to see it come down to about 4.6. So if I'm holding for another 3 to 6 months, it's not the end of the world, really. So we'll see. But
I think the main risk is obviously if I mean, out of here, if somehow the Ukraine-Russia situation like calms down, right, this is going to go much lower.
Yeah.
Which is so good. It's whether that's good for you if you hold out. Obviously, if you think it's not going to end too soon, you'd see those two exchange points, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's pretty much the trouble. You have to measure up those two outcomes.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's hard. I mean, the Ukraine situation is what? This is the 5th year now?
Fifth year.
Yeah, so 4 years, we're now into the 5th.
Yeah.
I kind of expect it to settle at some point. I think that seems to be some kind of weird wraparound that Trump is trying to do with everything going on right now. Obviously, we have the lessening of Russian sanctions. If we did have the proper regime change in Iran, you also drop sanctions on Iran, bring both of them back into the world economy. That brings input prices lower across the board. Thus, rates can go lower. Thus, the economy gets supercharged. And that sort of seems to be what they want to do. It's not quite working out that way right now.
Yeah.
But that's sort of what I can see is the angle.
Yeah, the Russia one seems like an open-ended question that they can't seem to answer. So
yeah,
it's going to be an interesting one to see how that plays out. I can see a lot of people asking questions about payments and payouts and all those sorts of things. There are some technical issues going on, guys. I've spoken to the guys in the office, and they're working flat out to try and get it all fixed and sorted. I think there was an issue with was it AWS as well? You said, LJ, wasn't it yesterday? Which I think has had a knock-on effect onto all sorts of businesses. So the Fivers are obviously working around the clock to get everything fixed. The tech team are looking to get everything resolved. The best thing you can do is to get in touch with the support team. So you can email them. You can go to the live chat on the website. Or you can also go to the Discord server as well. If you've got an account with them, then you can go to the Discord server and speak to the support team in the Discord, and they'll do their best to help you guys out. But the best advice I can give you is a little bit of patience and give them time to just kind of work their way through it, and everything will get sorted. I've never once known the Fivers in the 10 years that have been around to not do a payout, so I wouldn't be worried about not getting a payout or anything like that. So
yeah, so I've been with the Fivers for now over half a decade before I came onto the streams and everything. Never a problem. So yeah, you guys will get paid out. It might take a little bit extra time. Obviously, there's a lot of churn to go through. For you guys, there's hundreds, thousands of you to go through.
Yeah.
So it does take a lot of man hours, right? This stuff has to be looked at individually for everyone. So just be patient. It will happen. It just takes a bit of time. So patience will get you there.
Yeah,
don't worry.
Absolutely. I know, but I think the thing is, it's easy for us to say, but we're all traders as well, so we know the frustration, right? We feel the frustration just like anybody else. We just have to let the people who know what they're doing do their job, get things working, get things fixed, and then it will all get sorted in due course. So it's certainly not something that the Fivers deliberately want to happen. That's for sure. So they, I know for a fact are working around the clock to get it sorted and get it fixed for everybody. But as LJ says, it does take some time for these things to be kind of resolved and sorted out. So
yeah. Exactly. Do you have anything else you're looking at in general, Mike?
That I'm looking at?
Just gold, like you were saying.
Primarily primarily been looking at gold. As I was saying to Pedro, I've been playing around with AI and algo and stuff, so I haven't really done much with actual manual trading. I haven't really looked at the charts at all lately. So
that was going well, though, wasn't it?
I thought it was, but it was a false dawn. Okay. So I thought I'd cracked it and got very excited at the prospect of, I've got an algo that's going to make me tons of money. And then actually, no, it was hallucinating and was completely wrong. Yeah. So alas, my excitement was short-lived. But I'm still giving it a go. So
that's good.
So yeah. Thompson in the chat has said a few times about being paid. Thompson, the best thing you can do is go into if you really want a quick answer, go to the live chat on the website, okay, down at the bottom right hand corner, and chat to the guys there, or go to the Discord. Okay, if you don't want to wait for somebody to reply to you via email, those are the two quickest ways that somebody can go and check your account and check the payment. None of us here in the live streaming, we don't have access to trader accounts or anything like that. we're just here for the live streaming. So the best thing you can do is go use the live chat on the website or go via the Discord and chat to the support guys in Discord. They're dedicated to Discord. So they are, 100% dedicated to answering questions in Discord. So they'll be able to help you as well. So that's my best advice I can give you is to go and do that.
Yeah, exactly. Like Mike said, yeah, talk in Discord or send the email. Like I was saying earlier, when I first brought up your comments, whatever. Honestly, it's just a delay thing. Just be patient if it hasn't come up. Especially, you were saying you sent it through crypto. I also know for a fact that crypto rails somewhat there is a condensation and a bit of a delay through certain things right now because of the Middle East conflict. There's a lot of companies that are having to send things through USDC, USDT, that kind of stuff right now, which is jamming up rails. So there's actually a delay in when it goes through. Yeah. Dex on Discord. Yeah, sorry. Go on, Mike.
No, I was just going to say. So yeah, I'm not really looking at. I haven't really been looking at the markets at all, if I'm honest. Purely because I've just been head down trying to figure out algorithmic stuff and back testing and fighting with VPSs and all sorts of wild and wonderful things. So really just been keeping an eye on gold more than anything else.
That's fair. Can we look at US 30? Definitely can. So I think you guys know I don't really like US 30, to be honest.
LJ's never liked in over a year that I've known you. You've never liked US 30. LJ's of the belief that the US 30 is like old school. It's like it's too old. It's old people's money, right?
Well, yeah, it's just how it's indexed is not correct, right? Like we've talked about this with Dirk as well. It's based on not the so it's based on the price of the stock rather than the actual capital valuation.
Yeah.
So when you get like a stock squeeze, right? Sorry, what do they call it? Not a squeeze, mind blank.
Nope.
What do you call it? Either way. So basically, like Nvidia or something will be counted less than say like Goldman Sachs because their stock is ranked more. So it might be like 200.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, per share. Whereas obviously Nvidia has a much higher capital allocation.
Yeah.
But then they'll be down at $70, whatever they are. So it doesn't really balance appropriately. It's very heavily weighted to financials, that kind of stuff. Right now, we've seen US 30 pretty much come down, just like S&P and the NASDAQ. We've also had some of the credit crunch problems from private credit. We've seen JP Morgan, Blue Owl, that kind of stuff. We had BlackRock as well halting redemptions for their private credit funds. So that is definitely impacting the Dow right now. So you can see on the daily, we've actually hit the 200-day moving average. If we go look at the S&P 500, we tapped into that. We've bounced off it as well. And now same with the NASDAQ, right? So they're very similar, but a bit different. I just feel the Dow itself is a little less clean overall. Right? You get these prints. Like I'd prefer to stick with something that actually has the heavyweights as far as total capital. But right now, in general, it's going to be pretty much the same picture as the NASDAQ and the S&P. Obviously, you've got this area up through here, which we marked out prior. That's probably going to be your peak point level at about 48,385 or so. I would say trade NASDAQ or the S&P. You get much bigger bang for your buck. Trouble with the with US 30 right now, because they are so bank like financials heavy, we still have, even after this escalation resolves itself or starts to come down, we still have the specter of the private credit issue in the background.
Yeah.
So you might see the S&P and the NASDAQ actually rise. The Dow, you could see it come up and then come right back off. So I would be very careful with the Dow right now. It has nothing going for itself.
Are you talking about kind of just looking for longs, kind of investment, or talking about trading?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'd say both. Like trading, I think will be worse. I think investment also worse. So hence, I just wouldn't touch it myself.
Because actually, if you compare in the last couple of weeks, it may have been easier to find a directional move on the Dow than Nasdaq and the S&P. Right. So if anyone that kind of managed to short the Dow, or especially after the break of the structures in here, they may have found some good short opportunities or at least some profitable trades in here. While on the Nasdaq and S&P, it's a bit more choppy, way more choppy in here. This is literally for anyone that likes to trade ranging markets. They are doing well on the Nasdaq, for example. Yeah, we'll see. So there was maybe way bigger expectations for a short or at least a long short on the Dow, comparing with the other ones. Now it's back into the structure, at least some structure that is quite relevant, and you'll see which direction is going to go next. And that's basically the question I asked before: is which direction eventually are going to go into these US indices? Are they going to actually manage to hold these lows and eventually try to come back up again, or the sellers are actually eventually going to break through all this level of support below 24,000s and the Nasdaq, for example, and then we're going to continue to move over. Also, it's somewhere in here on the S&P. It looks like this structure is quite relevant for, at least for me. I mentioned this already a few weeks ago. This structure on the S&P, this structure on the Nasdaq, I think is quite relevant. If that disappears, I think we can go further down. Can you just show me on your chart? Because I don't have any 200 moving average, because I remember that the 200 moving average was around, at least on the S&P, I think it was around somewhere there. And on the Nasdaq, it was a little bit more. Can you just show me on your chart where it is? One second.
Yeah, sure. So this is pretty much what the market was waiting for S&P to actually hit the 200.
Okay, right? So S&P already touched it. Okay.
Yeah, so NASDAQ touched it and went through. Obviously, it went through when the S&P hit it as well. And the S&P, obviously, they're weighted a bit different. So yeah, I to be honest, I think this is pretty much the bottoms. I would say, again, it goes back to the same with the FX thing. Like, we need a further escalation in the Middle East for this to really kick on, which there's no parties that this benefits. Doesn't benefit the US, doesn't benefit China, India, Japan, Korea, doesn't benefit Iran themselves, doesn't benefit Israel, it benefits no one. So I can't see this escalating at all. So I think this is kind of the bottom. And we've seen stuff like this. So this is some of the other charts where we've had NVIDIA, right, basically trading sideways. We've seen the earnings per share go right up. So anyone looking to buy this, if you missed out on some of the tech plays, everything has become very cheap right now. And plus, even with the Iran situation, the escalation, people move away from small cap and medium cap players and move towards large cap. So we've seen the large cap players start to get some benefits. And we've got stuff like this, like Microsoft and Walmart, right? Like, this stuff is, they're going completely opposite. Now, Walmart would potentially get hit by the inflation effects from the war. Microsoft is insulated. We've also got this with Amazon. Amazon has now overtaken Walmart as far as total revenue, but their stock is down. Right. So once you start going through all of this, this is basically what we've had from markets this year. So it's one of the worst in 50 years from the open, from the start of the year. Keep going through it. This is geopolitical shocks to the S&P 500. This is the current thing, and this is pretty much where we go through, and that's the past returns from there, right? So when you start going through all of this and start looking at all these things, this is a chart of every single major sort of crises going way back to the 40s. We end up much higher. So you can see here with the oil flow by country, you got China, India, other Asian countries, South Korea, Japan. Iran has no friends. There's going to become too much pressure going through here. And we also have this chart, which is very interesting, which this is asset managers' net positions on a 1 week change. So this is 2020 with COVID. We've hit those kind of levels. So where is there going to be more selling?
Yeah.
It's very hard to see it. It seems to be from here is coming up some very premium buy zones. And if this does basically end, the business cycle is still intact. The only way it will get disrupted is if central banks raise rates aggressively, and then that collapses the entire business cycle. Right now, they've been slightly dovish, which is not going to collapse the business cycle. Hence why, same with last year, everyone's talking about inflation going up, all this kind of stuff. I'm like, there's no signs of that. We've got central banks reducing rates. They're being accommodative. You never have a recession or some kind of financial crisis with that. If they do jump on the bandwagon of saying that this is going to be prolonged and raise rates, then we would see things crash, just like we did in 2007, 2008, where you saw oil go up, commodities go up. We already had a stacked like pyre waiting to be lit on fire with the housing situation and a bunch of other pieces. But it was the lifting of rates that killed it. So if they lift rates further, we're done. That's the other reason I don't like Australia doing it, just for this inflation type thing. We're probably going into recession, right? Not a good idea. Again, positioning to hedge. So the call put skew for options, again, very expensive. What else do I have? That was pretty much it. So I would say from here, your best bet is to say this is pretty much the lows. And the same thing I was talking about euro dollar having these lows around 114. The only way that we get down to these 112s plus is if somehow things escalate and we get a full shutdown of the strait and nothing is going through.
Yeah.
Obviously, China, India, everyone is not going to put up with that. So they will eventually get involved. The G7 will get involved and the US gets like a total win. So I think we're pretty much at the perfect buying point. Potentially that was last Friday. And obviously we saw the NASDAQ also rising from there as well. So I would definitely see higher prices rather than lower from here.
Yeah, so both S&P and Nasdaq at this point, they are both touching the 200s. I think in the past, Nasdaq was already touching it. S&P catch up with it, so it's already touching it as well. So that's an interesting one. Actually, I was looking at your euro dollar. We saw that actually euro dollar broke below the 200, already touched the 200 and create a new low on the 200 there. Yeah, so that's the yellow line, yeah? So respect it, break it, retest again, and move lower. So that's an interesting one. That potentially can hold. We will see what will happen. Price can actually go up a little bit more, 1,000, maybe 1.16 or something like that, and then we'll see what will happen on the euro. Again, the situation with the big tech as well is until what point all that big rally initially that we had like for the last 24 months or something like that was due to AI, right? And until what point this is kind of basically the price value of each one of those companies to be readjusted a little bit without the investment that they've been doing into AI. And then maybe that's why we see maybe Walmart going higher and everything else going good, for example. So yeah, there's definitely going to be more potential buys into those big seven, which eventually is going to take Nasdaq and S&P again to the upside. But AI in that aspect, I think it's also a big question mark. How the investors are actually still looking at it right now. Long term, it's going to be a win. Right now, it's still kind of okay. Is it worth to continue to kind of invest or value those companies so high as we have been doing it for the last months?
Yeah, so I think we do get an eventual some kind of crash, especially if central banks hike rates. So it comes down to exactly that with the AI thing. So the other big thing from Iran is the energy input prices for AI, right? That increases that massively. It's already extremely expensive. If you have energy input prices go way up, the whole thing is cooked. The other portion is stuff like random things like helium, right? Which 40 to 50% comes through Qatar. That's now completely offline. AI data centers.
Fertilizer as well is the other problem, isn't it?
Yeah. So fertilizer, which goes into food, which goes into things like corn stock. I think I've got a chart for that somewhere. If my thing will actually work. Hang on. There we go. Let me bring that up. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Where is it? Is that it? No. Right. I'll try and find it. I'll keep going. But so you get fertilizer like urea prices going up. This goes into food. It goes into a bunch of other stuff like corn and that kind of stuff goes into like livestock. Affects the whole world. We already have. It's been stable for now with the Ukraine Russia war. That's another 20% of calories for the world with grain. So potentially, if you get some weird combination between the two, you get food going way up, and it creates a full food security crisis for the whole world. So you can see every single country is not like no one wants this to happen.
Yeah.
Right. There's no win for anyone. So I think it has to come to an end. And then you've got the current battle with AI. You've got the helium stuff, like I was saying, which mainly comes from Qatar as a byproduct of like natural gas, that kind of stuff, which is used for cooling for data centers. So currently the data centers have like 4 to 5 months worth of backlogged resources for that. So they are in a position to hold out for some time, but there are certain caps on this.
Yeah.
That it has to end.
Yeah.
So you can see, like, obviously, if it did go on, that would crash everything. Most of GDP right now is being driven by AI expansion and data center growth and all that kind of stuff. So if you killed that, everything would just go to zero. And we'd have another financial crisis that would be potentially worse than the GFC with the whole private credit thing on the back end. And so hence it goes back to where Scott Bessent has been very quiet of recent, which I'm definitely observing. So I can only assume there is a specific outcome the US is looking for, and they're just waiting for that point to hit. Yeah. And then all of a sudden everything just ends. They're like, yep, we've done it all over.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Welcome, Richard.
Hey, Rich.
Welcome back, Rich. How are we doing?
Energized. Nice and energized.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yes.
I think it just need to increase a bit your volume, at least for me.
You got some leprechaun gold out there. Re-energize you.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Better for you, Pedro?
It's perfect. It's perfect now. Guys, I'm going to be sub off with Richard, so he went in. I'm going out. Thank you very much, Mike. It was a pleasure to to see you again. Honestly, those 5-10 minutes were kind of maybe the funniest I've ever had in the live stream. So if you continue to do that every now and then, choosing a different character, that would be amazing.
I'll see what I can do for you, Pedro. I'll see what I can do. Send me some suggestions. I'll see what I can come up with.
That was amazing.
I just can't keep the accents going for very long. So
thank you very much, guys.
I was very quickly. Shot, Pedro, mate. Appreciate your time today. Have a good one.
Peace. Bye, guys.
Nice.
see you, mate.
Welcome, Rich. Welcome back. While you guys are here, I just have to let my partner in. If that's all right. I'll just be back in a sec. That's all.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Get her a key, mate.
Guys have a screen I can sort of do.
Green. Oh, hang on.
There we go.
All right. Where's your name, Rich? Oh, there we are. Okay, cool. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Bless you. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Rich. How you doing?
Why, thank you. My surname is Butler, so obviously I do have some Irish heritage. So St. Patty's Day, I'll have myself a Guinness.
Glad to hear it. You gonna get some draft Guinness, or you gonna go for the slightly lower quality canned stuff?
It's probably gonna have to be a can, to be dead honest with you. We do have a local brewery that might be doing. I think they might be doing some Irish special beers. I might have to go and make a turn there and just say, "Give me your best with head," you know.
Yeah.
I can't remember. So we have Guinness, but then we also have something called Castle Milk Stout, which is very similar, but it's just a different brand. So it's not Guinness, but it's also still a stout. It's got like a bit of a head. Yeah. And then I remember you used to get these, like, they're almost maroon, the can color. I don't know if it's, what is it, Kilkenny's or whatever. I think is the brand. It's also like an Irish beer. But I see you have the Guinness one, so
I'm only going for the Guinness. I just stick to I only stick to the good stuff. So yeah, but no, I've well, there's only one Irish bar now in Krakow that's any good, and it's not very big. So if I try and go in there today, it won't even be standing room only. It would literally be like people surfing to try and get a beer at the bar. So I might have to be doing a can as well. But I've got some Irish whiskey, so it doesn't always have to be Guinness. It can be some whiskey as well. So
so long as it's an Irish drink, that's all.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Exactly that. So awesome. So yeah. But how you doing? How's things? All good?
I was a bit under the weather today. Bit de-energized, tired. Not myself, knocking over coffee cups and spilling coffee all over the place, kind of like stuff. Very un-Richard-like,
It's not good. This is not good.
Yeah.
Is this signs of some kind of collapse coming? No.
I'm much too stubborn to collapse. Much too stubborn. Hard-headed, some might say. No, so I think it's just like we're having a bit of a seasonal change. I'm way more like congested and whatnot. So I think it's just kind of like it's just a little bit of weakness leaving the body. Just a bit of weakness.
Just sweat it out. Have yourself a hot toddy.
Oh, dude. I actually had a hot toddy the other day for the first time.
Oh, for the first time. Oh, you've been missing out for so many years.
We had something completely different that we used to do called Med Lemon.
Wow. Okay.
Obviously,
with lemon.
Yeah. But it's also got like that hot toddy esqueness to it. But I think hot toddy is more like ginger, where the Med Lemon is like more like menthol. It's like menthol and lemon mix.
Okay.
But it's
mean,
the
it
same
depends
thing,
how
drink it as hot as you can.
it depends how who you speak to. My hot toddies are quite simple. There are whiskey, hot water, lemon, some cloves as well.
Smart.
In the lemon, and I mean, if you want to sweeten it, you can stick some honey in there, but you don't need the honey. You've got let the whiskey do its work.
I was about to say the whiskey's got enough sweetness.
So yeah, so let the whiskey do its job. But I know some people will add like a dollop of lemon, dollop of honey into it. But the whiskey without the honey works much better. So so have yourself a hot toddy with some cloves. Cloves will do wonders for you. So
So normally, what I would do is I would go and get myself some sushi, and then I would take the pickled ginger that they have, and I would just nail that, just just absolutely destroy that. And then the wasabi, well, in this case, it's probably horseradish, but like, just have that just absolutely clear out the nasal passage, and then within a few days, right as rain.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The sushi's going to have to wait for the time being.
Yeah, maybe I should just go get myself a container of pickled ginger.
Yeah.
Maybe it's all I need to do.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, are you in any trades? Because we haven't really spoken about your trading in quite a while. I'm currently in a NASDAQ buy, as you can see. I'm waiting for this one to play out. I actually don't know whether or not we're going to reach all the way up here, because I have a sneaking suspicion that this Tokyo high point over here is going to be a little bit of a resistance point. But we'll see. We will see.
I was saying to the boys, I haven't really done much manual trading at all lately. Really not even looked at the charts. I've been doing fun and games with AI lately, trying to see if I can conquer the world of algo trading, which anyone who's wondering is just as difficult as manual trading. So if you want to, switch allegiances from manual trading to algo trading, it is just as hard. You spend, in fact, you spend just as much time playing around with it, tweaking it, back testing it, and all these sorts of things, and then you go live, and then it still loses money. But the psychology of algo trading, I think, is just as hard, if not harder, than manual trading, because algo trading, it literally is set and forget, and you just have to let it run. And if you see a trade in drawdown, you just have to let that drawdown play out, and you have to trust the mathematics of your back testing, statistics and everything else. So you could be in, you could have the most amazing back testing results, and then you stick it onto a live account, and it just goes loss, and you're not allowed to touch. Well, you're not supposed to touch it, because theoretically the mathematics is supposed to play itself out. Man, that is hard. That is so hard to just say, no, I'm not going to touch this thing. Just leave. I can see that drawdown. You leave it alone. So I've already blown £100 account, my own personal live account, by letting an algo run wild. So yeah, but it's an interesting delve back into the world of AI and algorithms and all that sort of stuff. So
the funny thing, now that you mention it, is that one would consider that it would be the same. Same principle. You see you're in drawdown, let it be. Just like let it kind of like run its thing. Yeah. But it's the fact that you're putting all of your belief into this one entity that's technically not within your control.
Exactly.
Obviously, you can choose when to start it, when to stop it, that kind of like stuff. But like, you're looking at it and you're like, I trust the system, I trust the process, and I trust the math. Yeah. Where technically you should be doing that with your regular trading in any way, but like having something enter a trade that you did not specifically go and place it, you're like, this is going to screw me over. I feel like, and then you lose £100 account, and you're like, screwed me over.
Yeah. And the thing is, you look at it as well, and so depending on the algorithm that you use, it can be as simple or as complex as you like. But there will be times when you set rules and you say, right, these are the rules, enter on these particular confluences, etc., and it will go to a loss, right? It followed the rules. It did what it's supposed to, but it went to a loss. But I at the beginning of it, I had to stop looking at the chart because I was looking at the chart with a certain strategy in mind or a certain structure in mind, and I wasn't taking into account all the different rules that were in the algo. And so I was looking at the chart going, what on earth is it doing? This is ridiculous. And so you kind of just have to, you almost have to turn off your instinct to say, okay, let it be. And sometimes it does play out, but yeah, at the moment I'm not getting anywhere. Let's put it that way. So I'm not sure how long I'm going to give it, but I'll keep giving it a try and see what happens.
Are you vibe coding it yourself, or are you?
Oh yes, yeah. Okay. All vibe coding, Claude code all the way. So so yeah, I've got like Claude code terminal running like 24/7. So yeah, but it's wild. So
I have a bot that my brother wrote for me, and he went through exactly how to use it and all of that kind of like stuff. It was based on what I wanted. So I told him, I want this. Let's see if we can find a way to make this automated. And I got to a point where it was like, wow, the backtesting results are ridiculously good.
Yeah.
And then I first decided, you know what, let me just try this on a demo account. Tried it on the demo account, it looked amazing. I was like, this is ridiculous. This is really good. It had some insane win rate at a like positive risk to reward. And I was like, wow, this is just printing money. Yeah. So I decided, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to first try it on a personal account. So I had a personal account with a broker, and then I removed some of my profits from that account and I started a new account. And I think it was like $200 to $300, somewhere out there. So I started running this program, this bot, and it was on Euro USD was the bot, but also it looked really good on Pound USD. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna run it on both, but I'll half the risk. I think after 8 trading days, I got an email saying
margin called,
and I was like, went back. It did not win a single trade, not a single trade, and it was perfect. It ran perfectly fine on the demo account, perfectly fine. It took all of the right trades, no issue. Same thing, got it onto the personal account. It took every trade as it should have. Yeah. But I got wicked out. And the demo account that I tried it on was with the same broker, by the way. Yeah. So same data feed.
Yeah. That's the one thing I've looked at is when I've been trying to kind of play around with it and look at like the back testing data, like you kind of have to then do, you know, certain simulations which account for spreads and account for all the other bits and pieces. You've got to account for, you know, rollover overnight and all these other things. It makes it really, really hard to truly backtest it. So you know, what I've been doing for the last few weeks is looking at things like walk forward, you know, so it doesn't kind of just, you know, use all of the data and say, oh, this is fine. But that's a process that I'm going through, learning and understanding. But I do genuinely think that my experience so far has shown me that if you're going to do algo trading, you're actually better off doing it in futures than you are in CFDs, because you don't have to worry about the spreads and everything else, and being caught out with that. The problem is to trade futures, you've got much tighter drawdown limits if you're going to do it with prop. And so then you've got to do your own capital on futures, pay for the data feeds and all this other. Then it just becomes, you know, a very costly business.
Yeah, it's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah. So I mean, look, at the end of the day, if it was that easy, we'd all be doing it, right? So you know, anything worth doing, isn't necessarily going to be easy, especially if you want success from it. But it's worth a try. It's worth a try. Gents, I need to leave you because I need to go and walk the dog. I can hear her grumbling in the background. Happy St. Patrick's Day once again, and we'll see. See if Larry, or maybe not Larry. Larry will come back in a year from now, but we'll see who else we can conjure up to join you guys in the stream.
Nice. Next one's going to be a wizard. I'm telling you that. Next one's going to be a wizard.
All right, take it easy,
guys.
All right,
Larry, have yourself a lovely leprechaun.
See you soon.
Filled St. Patty's Day.
Yes, exactly. All right, take it easy, guys.
Again, mate.
Cheers.
Cheers, Mike. Have a good one. Oh, mate.
How are we doing?
Not a little bit better. Still congested as all hell.
Yeah.
Very, very blocked.
Yeah. No,
very
that's blocked. Fair. Totally fair.
Yeah. Kim is saying, "Hey, Rich, you should try lager, green, rooibos, citrus, and ginger tea." I actually do have some rooibos with ginger, but it's Teakanne or Teakan. It's the brand. It's not the lager one. Lager is a South African brand of teas that specializes in rooibos, which is a very, let's call it native to South Africa tea. It's a sweet reddish tea, not a black tea as you would have with like your regular like black teas or green teas. It's a red one.
My housemate introduced me to that as well. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? But it's like, no, it's South African. Like it's a thing. I was like, okay, all right, I'll try it. This is pretty good.
Yeah, it's a decent tea.
Pretty good.
It's decent.
Yeah.
It's a more sweet than it doesn't have that same bitterness that a black tea would have, and it has pretty much zero caffeine in it. So, anyway, let's not talk about like South African bushes that we drink or consume.
So, are you long this trade right now?
Yeah, I'm currently in this trade.
Rich? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's struggling at the moment. I'm not fancying the fact that it is doing that at the moment. It does feel like it is struggling to really get some headway to try and push up. So
I think that's normal though, right? Anytime so let me jump over. So that's sorry, not sure. Screen, give me a second. There we go. Yep. So pretty much similar thing I'm looking to right now. We always get this pause period here before
round about
New York
2:00. Yeah, my time. Yeah. So
So same thing with euro dollar. We're pausing through here. Pound dollar, same deal.
Yeah.
Basically, volatility starts to drop. Like Aussie dollar, we're not going anywhere. I'm not in a trade right now.
Okay. So you just marked it out for the giggles.
Yeah. I marked those out for what we were looking at earlier. I'm already done for the day, to be honest. So I got some trades on Aussie dollar earlier today.
Dude, Aussie has been
those drops.
Like, I didn't like the moves of Aussie this morning when I had a look at it. I just thought, we had this big candle with the news, and then it took all of that candle back, and then it dropped all of that candle back down again. I was like, what is this? Like, this is just sideways. I can't trade this. Not that I would have. I'm not a Aussie USD trader. But anyway.
So after we had that drop, that's basically where I got into. So I had that one big trade today, and that was pretty much it. Like I cleaned up on that.
You traded the news?
No, after. So we had the spike. We then came down, right, because of the split decision from the RBA. But it's still very much hawkish. Yeah, so I traded the aftermath of the original pump and then the collapse, right? So I
can see
saw
that.
this. This is I pretty much gone on the bottom. Once we peaked out through there and had the higher low from those prior lows, this is already pretty extreme off the measure. I then got out through here. It was just under on this next bar, that one right there.
Ah,
So on the 5 minute after we started to peak out there, pretty much like 80% or so of the total range for that. And we started to decline. We had that spike up through there, and then I jumped out, and then we started coming
okay.
off. So for me, I mean, that was a pretty good risk reward trade across the board. So I just took that. That was me done for today.
Yeah,
Overall.
that looks good, dude. I probably, if I were awake, then would not have traded the news or even the aftermath of the news. But I've come to notice the way that you trade versus the way that I trade. I wait for the structure to kind of establish, and you are already in. You already get into the trade, knowing
Just before. Yeah.
just before knowing that the structure is going to go in that direction because you're waiting for a reaction off of an area on the left, as an example. So, yeah.
Yeah, so it's because that's where the macro stuff comes into. So you get the spike high of the original decision, we go higher, but then you had the composition of the decision, which was pretty equal, which we then start to get pricing for the forward rate hikes, which was at 100% going down to about 36. So you see that dump through here. So then I always take, okay, this is probably back into price support. That's basically, if you want to equate that into price action, it'll be probably roughly to that support. So I then consider this period below that as like an overextension of price. So that would be my window to then buy, right? And then I look for this to at least go back to roughly where we were. Prior to the decision, we saw the slight tick over that, hence took profit through there. So that's where the macro meets technicals combining type situation. Yeah.
See, that's the thing is like not being a macro or fundamental trader myself, just being completely technical. I am reliant on the confirmation, whereas you are just more like, okay, it's doing what I anticipated it was going to do, or it's not doing what I anticipated it was going to do, and that's going to be all based on your fundamental analysis. And then the technicals obviously just adds on to that. Okay, cool. We're getting a sweep of a high. We're getting a candle lower. Okay, we're getting slowed momentum. Blah blah blah. So you balance it very nicely. I think.
Yeah.
I think
so like.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you're trading technicals, you probably would have waited for that to come down, wait for this consolidation through here, wait for that break, and then seek that move up, and probably looking at somewhere through here with the candle closes.
Yeah,
right?
Much smaller trade, much more
versus
what's the word? Much more structured approach, but leaving a lot more on the board. Where yours is like, I know what's happening. Okay, I'm seeing, or at least you don't know what's happening. I mean, like you had speculation, and then it plays out.
You have a confidence level. Right?
Yeah, whereas I don't trade on speculation at all.
Yeah.
Hopefully this Nasdaq can, let's say, come and just touch the 50 EMA, and then start moving up again. That would be nice. But
yeah, I'd like to see us pause roughly here where we are.
Yeah, just before 5, let's say 590. It's already past 592. Yeah. So I'm sitting in drawdown on this one.
590 to 597, pretty much where we just tapped into right here. That's what I'd like to see. So this pretty much where this entry is, and then bounce from there.
Yeah. 1-to-1. It would have missed a 1-to-1 as well. That's fine.
The only other
It can
headlines
both.
we've had in the past while, Hassett did say there is no way Trump backs down, and we'll see it through to the end, which I think is why we're
What
getting this.
What is
short
the
end.
end? That's the question.
Yeah.
I would love a reaction from where we are now. Just push up a little bit. Let's not get too carried away.
Yeah, Hassett just said 4 to 6 weeks is the base case, and we're ahead of schedule. So that's pretty much what Dirk and I were saying. Should be about 4 weeks, roughly 6 weeks, as like a extension.
Yeah. Okay.
Are they ahead of schedule? I don't know. I think
I
they
don't know.
were, and then now I think that's probably dipped back a bit. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think
So-
it's difficult to just go ahead and say, oh, this is what I think is their plan, and it's going according to plan. I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, it was until we got the new Ayatollah leader, which I think originally they had thought they'd taken out as well. And they're like,
Yeah.
oh, we got
And
everyone,
Yeah. Except.
plus the other people we want to potentially instate. Oh, damn, we got them as well.
Oopsie.
And we missed one guy. So, yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see. Gold. Oh, the
Gold, what do you reckon? So, like we were talking with Larry the Leprechaun before, I'm generally bearish gold right now.
Yes.
So we had high lows, high lows, high lows, high highs, and we did also have this greater structure. Say we go out from the 5, let's go to the 15-minute, pretty much through here. This kind of triangle, we've formed a bunch of triangles the whole way. Each time we break them, we go through another leg lower, eventually come up to test that and break down, find bottoms, come up. That was the major potential sell zone around 5 to 40. We did hit that, came right off. We pretty much basically grinded along that way with some of this support through here with the recent structure respected. However, came below the 200 moving average on the 15, plus into that triangle structure, respected that again, came down, now broken through. We had double tap along that line just there, and a failure just by this high back on the 13th of March. So we've broken down through here. Now pretty much trading sideways with this. We had these low highs, high highs all the way through. We've broken down from there again. We've come up roughly to try and test the underside of that. That's pretty much what I'm looking at. So that underside level comes in about 5,015 right now. You can see we've got the 100-hour moving average we've perfectly tapped into on the 15-minute. Right now, I would say we've got downside pressure overall. This is pretty lackluster after breaking through there. I think we would have had to hold that trend line through there and then actually push higher to the underside of the prior triangles. Underbelly, if you call it that.
Yeah. I just don't know why it is that we did not try and push a little bit stronger for the upside, like a little bit higher of an attempt. Maybe it is just like you said, that very last swing point. We did have an hourly base at around 5,034 to 5,064, 5,064, which seemed to have been the reactionary point on the hourly, which it's that break of the bottom line of the triangle. A little bit.
Wait. Oh, sorry, that's 4,000. My bad.
Yeah.
So up here,
There.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That base area there. I it touched the bottom portion of that first bullish candle, and then kind of reacted from there. I would have loved it if it went a little bit higher, you know, like where your that box of yours is. I would have loved it if it had reacted from there and then started pushing lower. That would have been cool.
Yeah.
But didn't.
Yeah, so exactly. So I would have preferred for this to actually go higher, like you were saying, touch that and then come off. But we've just cracked below, so I think this is pretty bearish right now. I think when I had so the pivot points, we've got 4,940 down here, and you can see
4,940
with the standard deviation channel, we pretty much came right up to the top through there. Punched through that. We had the wick lows through that. You can see the candle close was basically by the 2 standard deviation on the 1 hour. And then same deal, another tap into that 2 standard div on the bottom end. So I think right now we might be potentially looking for that kind of bottom area, 4,940 at this point. That or get towards this cluster through here, back around the midpoint, and then try and attempt higher.
4,940.
So that'd be around 4,980 roughly.
4,942 to 4,906 is quite a nice hourly base before we started. The last attempt to try and push price lower, basically, and then we started pushing up from there. That looks pretty good. But then again, this was on the 18th. So we had, on the hourly, we had this attempt to try and push price lower. And we bottomed out, and this was the last attempt to try and retest this bottom section before we started to eventually start pushing bullish price action. And if we missed it here already, and we missed all of this section down here. But if we were to break lower, then that is a potential area to test. However, we do have quite a little bit of structure right where we are right now. It's not a crazy strong structure in my opinion, but there was a little bit of uncertainty before we started to really push up. And that was the first reaction that we had over here, and then a secondary reaction over there, and then we basically just entered this area of consolidation, little bit wider. I think that's where we are right now. To me, it's like uncertain. We're not quite sure where we want to be. Overall, I do feel like a break potentially lower is more in the works, because of the fact that we have been bearish and we have yet to show any significant attempts to try and push bullishly. So yeah, I agree with you. Looks good.
I'll try bring up my C trader and see where the VWAP is with a custom VWAP I have.
Is it on? Is it like in the midpoint of the VWAP now, or is it like the upper band?
Yeah, that's what I'll check. I'm just waiting for it to load up.
Okay,
just taking a moment. Come on. Hurry up, C trader.
Hiya. Hi, guys.
Yo, Griff, what's up?
Yo, Griff and Will. How we doing?
It's the Grifter and the Davies.
It's the Welsh invasion.
Good to see.
Yeah, it's going to be short-lived, mate. Short-lived invasion.
It might very well be.
Oh, man.
Dude, there's a guy on Instagram that my wife and I enjoy watching. He's an Irish guy, and he talks with a bit of a Irish accent, but he's a big bloke, all right? And he ends all of his videos by saying, "Follow me, I am delicious."
Oh, dude, I think I know this guy.
Okay. So he was talking about Ireland in general, and he was like pointing towards specific areas or counties, as he calls this, in Ireland, saying, "Okay, no, this county is a bunch of pillocks, and Then he went. It was like it's very much the same as with Wales, and then he points to 2 places in Wales. It's like, what kind of name is this? And it was very close to Pembrokeshire, but like a little bit more north of it, like a very weird name, like Will. What's just north of Pembrokeshire? I'm
Geography
gonna
time.
yeah. I'm just gonna go ahead and just search for it
Is it
myself.
Aberystwyth?
I think it was Aberystwyth.
It's either like Aberystwyth or maybe like Lampeter Way or.
I think I know the guy you're talking about, and he talks about like
Yeah.
random stuff.
With
Yeah,
a
it was
funny
at
name,
Aberystwyth.
like Andersill, maybe.
No, it was Aberystwyth.
Quite
Aberystwyth.
far. It's the biggest place I could think of. Like it's like anywhere near Pembrokeshire.
Yeah, I mean Pembrokeshire is like all the way to the west. But yeah,
Good old
it's like,
Aberystwyth.
and it's like, what kind of name is this? He does like review videos of like food and stuff like this, and especially when they talk about potatoes. Yeah, I just enjoyed his videos.
It's St. Patrick's Day today as well, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Tis indeed.
Is that
Tis
today? I
indeed.
thought
I thought it was
yesterday.
random
I
that
thought
you were talking about
yesterday.
this Irish guy, but maybe it
Top
is.
of the
maybe-
morning.
Top of the morning,
morning
to you
to you.
laddies. Yeah, that just reminds me of
Top of the
Jacksepticeye.
morning.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, oh my god, wow, that is a name I have not heard since I was a kid.
In a long time, hey.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Yeah, that is a long, long time.
LJ, you were correct.
Jacksepticeye.
You were correct, and I was correct as well. Look at this reaction off of the 50 EMA so far.
Oh,
was-
yeah.
So we're back again into Profitsville.
Yeah,
Unrealized.
so I was
Unrealized.
going to say the bottom of the VWAP. So I've got a custom VWAP indicator, pretty much sets like the mid band and +2 escalation bands. So the bottom band is about 5,020. The midpoint is 5,060. So if you look at that, that pretty much goes back up into that kind of support, or sorry, resistance right now.
Sorry,
We're looking at
what was it? 5,000 and
5,020 is the the base third. The midpoint is 5,060.
5,060 is the midpoint.
Yeah, and then you got the upside point at what's that? 5,095.
95. Okay. And then the bottom portions?
Yeah, so that was 5,020. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's
Yeah.
one deviation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it gives like the sort of mid and then the sort of band structure plus minus. So we're definitely trading below that, and that's the same on. I mean, going all the way back towards. Okay, let's go back towards from beyond the spike. So going all the way back to the start of Jan, it's basically there, and back towards from, say, the escalation in the Middle East. The escalation numbers are the
Interesting.
base of the VWAP from the escalation point is roughly 5,100 as well.
Okay. So
So I think that's definitely our
close to the
midpoint
+1.
target. Yeah.
I want to see if I can get myself a proper VWAP with maybe your settings, or at least the way that yours is calculated. Do you
I
think
can send you the thing if you want. It only works on C-Trader, obviously, but
I mean,
I
I
can
can
send you
just ask MGN to do his magic. And,
I was literally
make
trying to
it-
say get him to wave his
make it an MQL5 version, or make it a like C# or whatever.
yeah, you just
Plus
need it to connect to a proper broker that has sort of level 2 data that kind of stuff. So hence I use it on CTrader with IC markets because I get that direct flow, not just like tick data or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay, we'll see if we can if he can make that a reality.
yeah.
Let's have a little gander at my Nasdaq trade. Ooh,
Very nice.
is a very nice.
Venice. Yeah, so I think you're in good measure to go up to that options level. Once again,
Options level was
24662.
662.
Yeah, so it might have changed. Like I said, it changes roughly. Yeah, 662 is still that.
Okay, so it's here, so around this area. So I'm just going to have that. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah. So you got a candle close from last night, end of New York.
I'm willing to close it here, to be dead honest with you.
I mean, right now you're approaching the candle closure of this morning during Asia, like peak Asia open, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm gonna close it.
And you're right at the 100-hour moving average right now.
Yeah, close it at 24,652.14.
Yeah, so this is where we are now. This is the 100-hour moving average. This is the peak open from Asia. When you get Australia, New Zealand's already open, but basically the Asian and pre-market for Japan and China coming in through there. That would be that candle close after that wick, very long wick, would be basically where the options level is. So that was the end of New York last night. So this is a fair point to close.
Almost a 1 to 1.5 R trade, I think. Almost.
That's good.
So closed it at 24,652.14. So
very nice.
Very nice. Very nice. See, this is the problem. Once again, and I keep saying this every single time I take a trade, and I'm on stream when I do it. The fact that I'm watching the trade is a problem for me because I'm like, okay, we've had this like really nice move. We're getting close to this area. No, I'm just going to close it. Where in actual fact, if I'm taking the trade and I'm not even remotely close to my computer, I'm doing other stuff, I come back and it's just like, oh, okay, you know, it reached take profit all the way up over here. So definitely out of sight, out of mind for me is much better than just
It's one of the benefits of my strategy, Richard, because I only check the chart at the end of each hour. So during the hour, I don't check the charts at all. But it's difficult to do that because especially if I'm in a trade, it's really tempting to watch that hourly candle form. But then nothing good comes out of it, chart watching. So yeah, I find it as like a pretty good like mental discipline exercise to not check the charts. And like when I would be in a trade and like maybe a winning trade or a losing trade, whatever, it's really interesting noticing when you get the urge to look at that trade. It's normally when I'm bored or when I'm sad or like there's just nothing really going on. I want like I want a little bit of dopamine, you know what I mean? And then I'm like, that's interesting, and I put my phone down. And yeah, it's a good like mental discipline exercise. But I know you can't do that on the lower time frames, right? You can't do that very easily.
So yes, there is a benefit to your trading style. I'll concede to that. However, I get more trades than you.
Yeah, more losing trades.
This isn't a losing trade. This is the winning trade. This is the winning trade.
Yeah, no, I think I've not had any winning trades this year, so you're beating me.
So I'm just marking here that this trade is closed, but this is the original idea of the trade. So let's see. We'll see. It literally just whipped above this candle. So technically, it should be that whole segment like that. We'll see if it goes all the way. WTI getting some weakness.
Yeah, so pretty much what you got to look at right now is, Brent and WTI, oil in general, across the board, is pretty much inversely correlated to the dollar, right? So we see, is correlated with the dollar, rather, and risk on, risk off. So if we see oil going down, you'll see dollar going down, hence the other majors up. Same with stock indices going up. We see oil going up, dollar goes up, indices go down. So that's pretty much where we are. So hence, I'm mainly looking at the dollar in general for that sentiment right now. And if the risk premium is still being pumped into the market, or if we're starting to recede from that, like I was saying earlier. So we can see, dollar yen, the same deal. We were talking about that before. So that 160 area is very much key up through here. We can see just now, again, dollar yen getting smashed, euro dollar punching up again, trying to tackle those highs. We got pound dollar, the same deal, up near those highs. Aussie dollar also rising again by the highs, and we've seen NASDAQ also pump with that as well, up towards the options level for today. So it's very much watch the dollar at the moment for everything. So dollar up means risk off, dollar down means risk on. And you can see with the Dixie now, we're trying to contend with these lows. So potentially, if we do get the break, we'll see the push higher. For euro dollar, like we were talking about, preferably I'd like to see a dip first, like we had that trade outlined, and then get long. But if not, if we just punch on, just like we were talking about with the pound, jump in. But I think we will see a bit of a pause right here. Since we've hit that kind of area on the NASDAQ, we're probably going to pull back a bit going into New York. Often we get that chop, right? You hit those levels, come back down, then rise after that. So,
yeah. Oh.
You can see. No, you're right. You can see dollar yen trying to base through here. So if it does higher low, higher low, higher low, we might get a push higher first before coming back off overall.
This is UJ.
Yep.
UJ.
What color do we change my drawings to now? We've done the blue, light blue for a while. Let's do
like a nice, what is that, lavender or
what do we pick?
Canary yellow?
We could do that. I mean, that stands out. We can do that.
Yeah, that looks pretty. I'm looking
Tweety
at
bird.
Tweety. Yeah, to wit to woo. I'm looking at UJ and I'm also kind of like wondering, is this the turning point? This is on the hourly right now. I mean, we've had a very nice curve right now.
Yes.
Whereas previously we had strong ups, pushes down as well, retracements. In this case, it's kind of flattened out a little bit in this area and struggled a little bit to push lower. I don't know. Is this a reversal point?
Possibly. So if we look at the 1 hour with the 2 standard div channel, like we're right on there right now. Right, we just tapped into it.
Yeah.
Same with the highs. Right, so
yeah,
that's where the same thing we were talking about. I don't think euro dollar will break these highs. We've got the options stuff coming through today, which will probably anchor price overall. So I think we'll be locked through here. So I think we will have that dip down. So hence, I'm looking for that dip lower, whether it's through to this middle point or a bit beyond that, and then look for some upside from there. So I think this might just be the turning point. And going back to the Dixie, same deal. We're on this crux kind of level, right?
Griff, don't you trade UJ as well, or used to?
No, I don't. But I used to. Yeah, I used to trade flags exclusively on it. But that was a few years ago now. I would find that I wouldn't really get any clean trends. It would kind of move as it has been, where it's quite corrective. I don't know if you guys find the same, but it looks corrective right now.
Yeah, UJ's been like a funny one for me. Like I used to trade UJ as well, but it was also more the idea of like doing breakout retrace continuations. And it's just not doing that as much anymore. You're getting much deeper retracements, going and tagging, let's say previous session lows, and then pushing up from there. And sometimes it just breaks and just runs. Just it doesn't get the retracement at all. So yeah, UJ's been moving a little bit too strangely for me to like really get the sense of what it wants to do. Like right now, I feel as though we've had on the hourly, we've had a bit of a channel that got broken. The channel was basically created on the 10th of March, and it concluded basically on Monday the 16th. So just a little bit of a trend of a channel. We had the break nicely, and then a base, and then a nice push down lower. But my expectancy was that this reaction here would have gone a little bit deeper, That's kind of like what I was like expecting. Like this would have been the retracement, and then this would have been the continuation, and it just failed. Just full flat failed, just went into break, consolidate, and then not really consolidating, and then a slow upward tick. So I'm a little, I don't know. It's just it's a bit strange at this point in time for me. It's a little bit weird.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like the idea of a potential. I want to see a push lower on it. I want to see it push lower. But it's only because we've had this long channel that eventually got broken, technically retested and failed. Second retest and failed. But I mean, we have a base area over here, or not really a base, it's like more of a, on the lower time frame, it will be a little bit more of like an order block reaction. And we've just wick tested it, and then had a nice downward push now today, trying to reach these previous lows, I think. But I agree with you, LJ. I would like to see a little bit more of a deeper pullback and then continue.
Yeah, I'd like to see pretty much this. So same with that similar channel you're seeing, right?
Yeah.
So we've tested the top side here. I'd like to see another bounce from here, test the underside, but towards the tops, somewhere either through the prior top wick open through Monday as well, into here about 159.73, 70 to 75, call it, just below that 160, and then come back down, or else a further push, a touch towards 160, and then come off. Right? I think that would be the way overall.
But I mean, wouldn't you then be worried about the fact?
So
yeah, wouldn't you be worried about the fact that we are then breaking that previous high swing and pushing from it?
Not really, because 160 is such a strong level. Like we had the jaw-burning talk today from Japan once again around the currency moving up. So the thing is, you've got a very defined level through here. So you can pretty easily like put a trade in, know that obviously if you go short somewhere up here, you can put a pretty defined stop, and if it punches it and we go through 160, that means risk premium is still very much in vogue, and we're potentially going higher, and you just scrap the trade altogether and potentially then just go long, right? It's a very clean, very clear-cut kind of level. It's very binary, right?
Okay.
So, yeah. So that's why I'd be happy to lean on that on both sides, pretty much like that.
So 160 response, and then there you go.
Yeah, that's pretty much my entire risk barometer for the entire situation going on right now. It's 160 on dollar yen. Overall.
Nice. We have the lovely Anastasia. How are you today? If only we could hear your voice.
If only.
I think you're muted.
She's gone full Barbie mode. Like
I'm not muted, but I'm trying to figure out this new thing right here. And apparently the sound was so low that they couldn't hear me, so I need to change some settings.
I was about to say, Anastasia, it's called a microphone.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my way of using this.
Nice.
How have you been?
Good. How are you? How are you, Richard?
I'm going well. A little bit under the weather, but nothing to be too concerned about.
How was the weather out there?
The weather is the weather right now. Like they say, whether the weather is hot, whether the weather is not, whether the weather, whatever the weather, whether we like it or not. So in my case, it's the whatever the weather. No, it's mid-20s, I would say, right now. Partly cloudy. It's decent. It's decent weather.
Under the weather is like when you're sick.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay. So
maybe it's connected to cold. Maybe it's connected to cold or something, right?
Okay.
He got cold, but you know.
I just think it's weakness leaving my body. That's all. Just weakness.
That's what you want, right? So that's good.
That's why I cry myself to sleep at night. It's weakness leaving the body. Hey guys, now that Anastasia is here, we have a full house. So I think I should hop out and leave y'all to it. LJ, are you going to stick around, or are you hopping out? As well?
I will have to jump out in a moment, definitely. So I will probably say bye as well, guys.
Sounds good.
See you guys tomorrow, Wednesday. Watch out, we got a bunch of Fed stuff right now. Markets are pretty calm, pretty chill. But yeah, just keep an eye out. We're definitely in like the eye of the storm where we're a bit neutral. So as ever, watch headlines, that kind of stuff. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Awesome, thanks, LJ. Before you hop off, that trade would have hit the 2R.
Yes, yeah, dude. Look, the options levels, it's great.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Either way, dude, you cleaned up. Like that's fine. It's all good.
Yeah, it's good. It could have been better. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Anyway, guys, I'm also going to jump out. I'll see you all tomorrow. Will, Griff, and Anastasia, it's great seeing you guys. Enjoy.
Thank you, Richard. Get well. Thank you, LJ.
See ya.
Peace, guys. See you later.
Well, Griff, can you confirm if you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just needed to tap on it for this to start working.
It's a bit like mine. I got tap it.
Yours, that's very handy because it's got a big red light when it's on. So you know exactly when you're muted. But I guess you could also accidentally mute it quite easily, couldn't you?
Yeah, no, I do mute it quite often by mistake. And then do you know the worst thing is, because it's bright red, even sometimes I don't even notice that the light goes off.
I guess when you're surrounded by, you got your studio light and your monitors and natural light, you're not going to notice. And Anastasia, it wouldn't work in your room because you're surrounded in pink light, so I'm sure you wouldn't notice the little red LED.
No, but now I figured it out. The light on the microphone changes. That there is a little light here that changes how it responds when the microphone is on. So it's the first time I'm using it, so I'm getting a hang of this.
That's good. Have you moved to a new studio?
Yeah, it's like a small office. So basically, I moved the apartment where I was living. And then instead of streaming from my apartment like I did before, now I'm streaming in a studio when I have the light and a second light and this and the camera is in installation. So I'm trying to organize this finally for the streams and for the recording. So I'm quite excited for that.
That's great. I remember you saying you were gonna be moving to a new setup. Is that this week or last week? You've just done that recently, right?
It's just 2 weeks ago already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. That's great. I think we had a conversation about our setups before. It's a passion.
Yeah, indeed.
You guys seen anything interesting in the markets since we last spoke?
Absolutely not a lot.
When was the last time we spoke, though? That is the main question.
True. I guess last Tuesday. I'm sure I saw you both last week, so 1 week ago for me, but I don't know when you guys last saw each other.
I can't remember. I don't know. What have I seen in the market? Not a huge amount. I took a couple of nice trades. I took a bit of a hit on GU. So I ended up going from like 1.6% up to like $600 up. So I lost about $1,000, but part of the game, I suppose. Other than that, again, not much going on. Nothing too exciting.
Yeah, it's funny because it feels like when you look at the news headlines, it feels like the markets should be a lot crazier than they are.
Yeah, when they attacked the island as well, main delivery island of oil. I was expecting on Monday. I was thinking we're gonna get a bigger gap, but the gap on currencies were like 7 pips on EU and 14 pips on GU, which is mainly nothing for such a headline as well. So I think the market is just eventually getting used, and people are getting used to the uncertainty as well.
I would agree.
Continuous uncertainty is also some kind of certainty after a while. It becomes certainty, it becomes a comfort as well for people, living in the kind of situation if it continues for a while. So it's the same as in the countries with war. It's not the best thing to get used to, but eventually you do get used to this.
Yeah. I can see that as well, to be honest, and I've had a similar feeling because I think like trading between 2010 and 2020, I feel like it's just like smooth sailing. I don't really feel like there was anything too crazy. I mean, I wasn't trading then. I was like a teenager, but as far as I can think, there wasn't anything crazy between 2010 and 2020. It's quite nice conditions. And then from COVID onwards, I feel like we've just had like back to back just crazy trading conditions and market events, and each one has had kind of less impact on the market than the one before. And now the market is kind of just used to crazy things happening, I guess, and we're not really seeing the same response. So yeah, it makes sense in terms of like the sentiment. People are just getting used to it and they're becoming certain in uncertainty, like you said.
Will, what do you think about that?
As I was about to say, yeah. We discussed this a little bit earlier with LJ. I kind of agree, but I don't know. I think at this point, we don't really care about what's going on. I think we've already, like most big players in the markets now, have financially strategically planned for whatever could come ahead now. I think the only thing that would like hugely impact the market when it comes to that topic would be, all out war or something catastrophic happening. Other than that, I think that it's already been strategically planned from the big players. So I think this is just going to be standard price action now. I think the only thing that's going to move it is like obviously the rates coming out. I think that a lot of price action is slowed between like yesterday and today, ready for tomorrow. A lot of the fund rates are coming out. So I think that's going to have an impact on the market. But when it comes to what's happening with war, I don't really think it's going to be a big driver in the market anymore. like I said, unless something big comes out that we don't want it to. What about yourself?
Yeah, I agree. I think eventually the headlines are going to change towards the FOMC again and the interest rate of United States. And it depends, of course, how long the war is going to continue, because obviously this is going to have a huge effect on inflation. And then we go back to the rates and so on. So it depends on this. And the disturbance in the oil supply also, of course, influence the inflation a lot from the prices of oil and fuel and the production and energy and so on in general. So I think this is mainly the key factor right now, not the war itself as a sole standalone cause.
Yeah, it's funny saying, hopefully FOMC, the headlines move more towards that, because the news events as well just seem to be having less and less impact. I think we spoke last week about NFP just being not even a major market event anymore. It barely moves the market. It's going to be really interesting to see the kind of reaction we get from FOMC this week. It's this week, right? Yeah.
I feel like it's been a while since FOMC hadn't really moved the market NFP hadn't really moved the market, to be honest with you. I feel like this hasn't been the recent topic, nothing new. It's been, I think, years already since NFP stopped really having the same effect as we had, we've seen before, when the market was at least moving in one direction. And then right now, NFP, even if it moves the market, it eventually has a whole helicopter effect and the price stabilizes more or less where it started, which is not the same as, for example, 5-6 years ago. So I've had a lot of fun, many years, like 5-6 years ago, I've been hosting the sessions, live trading sessions, which were called NFP. So we were basically trading NFP and we were catching pips during the NFP, live. And that was really fun. But since it stopped having any effect on the market, obviously, I stopped this kind of sessions because it lost the point completely.
Will has a bit of a problem, so he's gonna dip out. I'll take his little spot for the rest of the session. So if you guys wanted to ask Will a question, boo-hoo, he'll be back tomorrow. You can ask him tomorrow.
Okay, no worries. Hope he's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should be okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got that winning trade, Richard. It looked nice.
Thank you. Let me share my screen again so we can all look and look in wonder as this trade could have been a full 1 to 2, ended up being not even a 1 to 1.5. Sadness.
Is that just because? How is it in your plan to hold it to a 2 to 1?
Yeah. So here's the thing, and this is probably the, let's call it the bane of my trading existence. It is the thing that I've struggled with the most, is letting it go while watching it. That's always been my problem. It's always been the biggest. Come on, remove. Remy, help. There we go. Thank you. Doesn't want to remove Will. Here's the thing. So my whole backtesting plan and everything is built around the idea of setting and forgetting. 1 to 2s or 1 to 1s. Okay. In this case, if I watch it, I start doubting whether or not it's the right thing to do. Should I be leaving it? No. I'll let it run to stop loss. However, when the trade is in profit, I'm like, I think it's going to start, turning around from here, because why? We've had a singular reaction from that area already. So instead of saying, you know what, I know what my backtested results are saying, I'm just going to leave it and let it do its thing. If I watch it, I'm like, let me close here. This is good. But the whole expectancy is based on a 1 to 2 overall. So Yeah, that's just been the bane of my existence. And then I see it go to take profit. And I'm like, I want to say that magical Samuel L. Jackson's catchphrase. I want to say that, and then it's just like, should have just left it. And that was the difficulty of trading on stream, is you're constantly looking at the movement. Even if I don't have the screen open and I'm like on GU as well, I'll remember the information, and then I'll have a look at like the change log number here on the side. And then I decided, you know what, maybe I should like not have the change there. And then it's like, but I want to see it change. So it's just this real annoying back and forth trying to not micromanage a trade while it's running, but also giving it the opportunity to play through, but at the same time also wanting to be a bit more discretionary and say, you know what, I think this is good enough. I can leave it to run to have more. Let's say 1 to 3 or 1 to 4 or something like that. But by sitting here and watching it, I want to micromanage it.
Yeah, that's very difficult because there's no answer really, is there? You just got to not do it. That's I guess, like you said, you can hide the tick change in the last price and stuff, but these aren't really like permanent solutions, I suppose. It's not. It's like a band-aid over the injury. It's not actually fixing the kind of root cause of the problem.
It's just hiding it.
Yeah, exactly.
So I am really excited for Rich's performance coach course, because I believe that he has something in there pertaining the idea of wanting to micromanage, wanting to, or not allowing, let's rather say, the trade to run its course. I'm very interested to see how he's structured it and how he's broken it down. I'm sure it's there. Like, I don't even have to talk to him to know that information is going to be there. I just kind of like want to see his viewpoint. He and I have spoken about the idea of, why do you feel the need to micromanage a trade while in a trade? We've spoken about that before. But it was like very, you need to stop putting the account on a pedestal, and every trade doesn't need to be the most important trade of the day, that kind of like stuff. So it's something that I want to delve a little bit deeper into, and I'm excited to see what his opinion is going to be on that matter.
I like this comment because I think it's it's something to think about. There is a tight line between being greedy and knowing when you can take more from your trades on average and not cutting your profit short. There is a very popular saying in between traders that you cannot go broke by taking profits. So I don't really believe that. I believe that you can go broke by taking profits. If you take your profits too short, if you don't let your trades run, if people are fearful when the trade is in profit and you close it too early, eventually you will go broke by taking profits, or you're never gonna reach the levels that you should be reaching and getting paid as you should be getting paid from trading. Because if by backtesting, let's say my trade's supposed to be running, let's say 1 to 2, and I always cut it to 1 to 1 or 1.2, 125, it means that I'm leaving on the table almost half of the profit each trade just purely out of emotions. Yes, there are circumstances, of course, when the price behavior, for example, is telling me that maybe I should close it earlier, the news are coming and so on. But that's out of average statistics, and that doesn't have anything to do with emotional closure of the trade.
Yeah.
And then I can say, okay, you know what? It was a nice profit, and I'm glad I took the profit because I didn't know if the trade is going to continue in my direction, or is it going to shift the narrative because something is happening in the market that I wasn't expecting, that I I didn't test, that was not planned, and so on, that I was uncomfortable with. But if I take a early profit just purely out of emotions and I need to micromanage because I don't trust myself, I don't trust the system, I don't trust the backtested results, then it's a completely different story.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I agree. I agree with you there, especially the fact that that is how a lot of people seem to think that they should be trading. They should be taking profit as often as they can. But yeah, in my case, it's all about the expectancy. I want to ensure that I'm within a margin of error, let's put it like that, close to the expectancy that I have backtested and forward tested. So when I do stuff like this, I am automatically skewing myself away from my expectancy. And I have good days and bad days where I'm following exactly my plan as I've set it out, and then there's just days where just I make silly decisions, just straight up silly decisions. And yes, I agree it was a nice TP. However, my intention is to improve as a trader. And this is, like I said, my biggest bane. I have a lot of faults as a trader, but this is definitely one that I feel like has been the most costly to my trading journey. And it has, for the longest time, been the most apparent problem. There's like little problems that you have here and there, like little issues about your trading, but you can still work on them on a regular basis, and it doesn't feel as though it has such a big impact. This has been a big impact on my trading. I've lost accounts because of this. I've gotten payouts because of this, but it's always been like one of those like, this annoys me. This annoys me about my trading. So, yeah.
It makes me think of, letting your winners run, cutting your losses short. That's just the ultimate trading saying, isn't it? If you're to follow any one thing, that would be the one. I think also just like focusing on process over outcome, because you're afraid of the trade not reaching TP potentially. That could be the reason. So I guess just focusing on executing your plan, because like you said, it's got you payouts. So this behavior has been rewarded in the past, so you are kind of, it's so difficult to not be like outcome driven in trading, because obviously we're all trying to make money. Just focusing completely on following your plan and measuring your success on how well you follow that plan.
Yeah.
I think because I've had this problem as well. Sorry, that's why I've thought about it before as well. And my method of not micromanaging a trade or not chart watching was, I think, affirmations and meditation. The affirmation of just the best possible way that I can trade is just by following my plan. It doesn't matter if I win or lose, just follow the plan. Just be like a robot. And then also, those are the affirmations. And then in terms of meditation, just being like really aware of my thoughts, and through practicing that, I'm able to just like not think about the trade. I guess I'm able to put something aside and forget about it, I suppose. So set and forget, like you say. So like when I enter a trade, I forget that trade runs. I don't even think about it until it's like closed and I see the P&L. Those aren't really tips though, to be honest, because it's just like, it's difficult. You just got to not do it.
That has always been the thing. Like anybody would tell you, well, just stop being unhappy, start being sad. It's like, in theory, it sounds very easy, but like when you go into what steps it needs to take and how easy it is for you to default, it becomes difficult. And exactly this, I want to sneeze. Give me a second.
No props. Wow, such a big sneeze, his Wi-Fi cut out.
I think it's interesting what you said about affirmations and meditation, regarding this, because they work for some, they don't work for some as well. So it's interesting to hear, your way of changing your mindset, let's say, and behavior patterns.
Yeah, because I think they're undeniably like good behaviors. It can only, provided the affirmations are reasonable. Like you can't really do any damage. It'll only do good. But yeah, some people it works more effectively than others, and I guess it depends on how many times you've like reaffirmed those beliefs of like, yeah, trading, closing the trades early leads to a positive outcome. It makes me feel good, gets me good results. So yeah, really, those processes are only going to be as effective as your beliefs. So I suppose you kind of got to, I don't know, do they change your beliefs, or do you need to change your beliefs for those processes to be able to be effective? I don't know. But yeah, Richard, before your sneeze, you were going to say something.
I think that thought went along with the sneeze. left my body. The reason why I think let's call it like this. The reason why I'm struggling with an old habit is because in the past I used to struggle with this, and then I decided, you know what, set and forget. I'm not going to trade or watch my trade. I'm going to do my proper backtesting, enter, and just forget about it, which worked for quite a while, until I started having discussions with people, and they're like, oh, but you know what, have you ever thought about taking off portions of your trade and then letting the rest run, because you're leaving profits on the table? And then the more I've been looking at it, I've been spending a little bit of time doing backtesting and realizing, yeah, I do feel like that might be a thing. So the idea is now I'm starting to, I wouldn't say doubt, let's say, the efficacy of my trading style, but the fact that I'm now looking at improving certain aspects of my trading to make it, let's not necessarily say more profitable, but like have my processes be a bit challenged, my viewpoint about my trading challenged. And then because it's challenged, I can potentially improve as a trader. And that has now started to cast doubt on my current trading style and my current way of approaching my trades. So when I see a trade like this and I'm like, should this not be the right place for me to potentially take off a portion of my trade and then leaving the rest to run? But then instead of doing that, I'm like, maybe I should just cut and get my full profit, the full percentage, let's put it like that, that was on the table at that point in time. But ultimately, this is how I want to trade, this version. Enter, leave it, and let it do its thing. And I think maybe that is going to be the thing that I need to refocus on, is getting back to this. Instead of trying to be let's call it a discretionary trader, or because this is what has made me profitable, following this. So maybe I should just stop trying to reinvent the wheel and just accept that the wheel that I'm currently cycling with is good enough. So a bit of inflection, just a little bit of sitting down and talking to myself, and then we'll see whether or not.
Thanks for kind of sharing it, because I know it's not necessarily easy to talk about like your faults in trading, but it's fun to kind of hear about and try and come up with solutions, find where it comes from, and like tools and stuff. I'd say as well. Yeah. Sorry, Richard.
No.
It's good to. I mean, I agree. The set and forget style definitely works best, and I don't mean to offer an alternative, kind of devil's advocate.
No, you can do that. I can ignore it. That's always an option.
I think you should do the set and forget once too. That's great. That's the best thing. But it's not necessarily a bad thing to kind of lean into your behaviors in some ways. Like, some people are just better suited to certain management styles, certain strategies. If you know that you're someone that's particularly prone to, wanting to take profit early and kind of watching your trades and managing them, or maybe you can just start doing like 3 partial TPs, and then you kind of get at least some of that satisfaction. You can just do loads and loads of small TPs, because maybe then you'll be able to at least do that consistently rather than fighting what could be a losing battle. But if you're very confident then that you definitely can follow the set and forget strategy, then you should. But if it's going to be a problem for like, years where you're always on and off, sometimes you're able to do it, sometimes you're struggling and you're unable to do it. Well, in that situation, it may just be better to find a solution that you can do consistently, which would be maybe just taking lots of little TPs and scratching that itch, I suppose. But yeah, definitely try and do the former, I reckon.
You know what I think I can do is I can go and implement this on let's say a lower equity account. So choose a small account or take a personal account and kind of like split the profit between two, taking profit out of one account, putting in another one, and then just playing with that idea. The problem that I have with that though is ever since I've taken over as the live stream manager, my time for trading has been cut quite severely. Now, I'm not complaining about that at all. It's just that how can I put this? The intention of my trading needed to be a little bit more focused. So taking a trade, I need to make sure that because I have selected time slots in which I can really focus on my trading, there I can, actually put in the effort and not be having distractions and stuff like that. So now getting an extra account and then having to manage that one in a okay, take a partial here, take a partial there, take a partial there. Now it's like you've already got limited time to trade. Now you want to go and take your trading and make it extra complicated. So the more I'm talking about this, the more I'm like, nah, dude, set and forget, mate. Let me just get back to this and let's just enter and leave it. You know?
Yeah, I like that best as well. That's exact. And what I have is, you're just setting stop loss and TP. I'm doing a trailing stop loss. I have an EA which manages it for me. So the only discretionary element of my trading is the entry. And as soon as I've entered the trade, I don't have to do anything else. So I kind of shut off. And I know that I'm not looking at that pair again because I only take scale-ins if the risk is completely off the table. So I don't even have to open up that currency pair for several hours, because it's literally, I know that it's not possible for me to take a trade on it until I've got risk off. So yeah, some handy rules, but yeah, it really helps having really mechanical management like you do. And then just don't do it.
There's a bunch of people in chat saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But then again, there's also what Chick Corn was saying. Strategy should evolve, right? Make changes or market changes. You need to adapt over time, and the edge fades. But everything should be judged over samples, not individual trades. Exactly, it's true. And the thing is the more the longer you are in an industry, the more you kind of either feel like you're stagnating, or you're leaving behind opportunity, or you're not taking advantage of opportunity. And that opportunity can be anything. It can be changing your routine. It can be changing the way that you trade, all of those stuff. So there's levels to this. And I'm at that point where I'm can it be done better? It probably can. And then you listen to other people like LJ, like Anastasia, yourself. Everybody's got their own viewpoints. And everybody has their own level of experience and success and, downturns and, everybody has their own story. And then you listen to it and you're like, wow, it's so vastly different. And then, Akram was saying, comparison is the thief of joy. But then you go and look at yourself and you're like, man, I could potentially be doing this better. There is a way to do it better. And then like I say, it's become a little bit of a cycle where it's you're dipping down, you're picking up, you're dipping down, you're picking up, and then you realize, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna go back to what I know. It's just that's what got me here. That's what's kept me here.
I've done that so many times. It makes sense. You're always wanting to tinker and find improvements. But it can interfere with the profitability in many ways. So yeah, I think it's good to do that in your back testing, and like this guy said in chat, it's good to constantly evolve your strategy and be adaptable. Yeah. But I guess when it comes to risk management, you don't need to be too adaptable. It's more with the entries, I suppose. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. It's interesting. Thanks for letting us talk about it for so long, Richard.
Wow, that sounds like wow, we've been talking about this forever. Jeez.
No, I enjoyed it, but like I've had people in the past, they mention like a problem, and then for like 40 minutes they just get advice, and it's like maybe it doesn't feel good for some people, but I don't think you're like that. I think you appreciate all the different ideas and stuff.
That's the thing that I can say about myself that I feel like I'm a champion at, and that is I can take in all the advice and I can decide what to do with that advice. I'm more than willing to take it in. I'm more than willing to sit and think about it, and then also just as willing to kind of like ignore it. So, yeah. I love getting advice, especially if there's a discussion around advice. It's not just someone saying you must do A, B, C, D, and E. That's the only way of doing it. It's just like,
yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
I'm similar in many ways. Like, I'm very resilient to that. Like, people can just, I'll take any advice, unsolicited advice. It's always interesting to hear, because I can just as easily disagree, like you said. Yeah, oh yeah, I'll take that on board, or nah, I don't think so.
Like in front of you, like, oh wow, this is really good information, and then behind closed doors, what an idiot. I'm not listening to that advice, but obviously this is not the case.
No, of course.
This is one of those where, like, thank you very much for the information. I will go and spend a appropriate amount of time mulling it over in my brain and then coming to a well thought out conclusion. And if that conclusion ends up being, I'm not going to follow what Griff has to say, so be it.
Yes, exactly. Well, on that note, I better shoot off, you guys. It's been nice talking to you, as always.
Thank you very much, Griff. As always, we enjoy your very straightforward way of explaining why it is that you're better than us.
Straightforward. That's a nice way of saying it. Thank you. Yeah, well, I'll see you guys next Tuesday.
Awesome, Griff. Have a good week, mate. We'll see you soon.
Bye, guys.
All right. Nice to remove him. Anastasia, and then there were two. You're going to have to tap your mic, I think.
And I'm muted, yes. Exactly that.
Yeah. Okay, so muted.
I was just saying to Guy that I figured out that I need to tap on it for it to unmute and mute. So, finally...
Does it have a button, or is it a noise gate?
No, it's a panel. So it has a light panel right here.
Okay.
It has a light panel, basically. You can see it a little bit. So if you tap on it, so like it's like a sensor, apparently. It changes.
Oh, okay.
It becomes like a static light, and if this light is static, it means it's off. And if the light is responding to voice, then it like to the beat of the voice, it means it's on.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to figure it out.
I have a backup mic that a friend sent me after this one was giving me some problems. That's the same. It's also got a voice activation. So it also has a little light that runs. But yeah, it's getting used to it. Getting used to it is a problem.
Yeah, it's true. Bless you.
Thank you. Man, I am so congested, and I just can't stop sneezing. I need my medicine. I need something to help this. Anyway, Anastasia, we haven't spoken about your trades. Are you in any trades at the moment? I know you have been incredibly busy in the background. You have a lot of stuff going on in your work at the moment. Have you had an opportunity to trade?
Yeah, today early in the morning I was taking a short on gold, a small one, but right now I'm not in any trade. I'm still looking for more potential shorts. And I'm going to share my screen because apparently it got kicked out.
It's been happening a little bit these days.
Oh, that's wrong way too.
There we go. Let's do this.
Yeah, thank you so much. So first, gonna share it on the futures, and then I'm gonna have a look. I'm gonna share it on the trading view. So what I was looking for is the eventual continuation of gold to the downside until like previous months point of control, and I've been looking for this since actually already the 10th of March. So it's been a week since I was looking for the short. We are now stuck in the range since a day and a half. And however, we are reaching the previous, like the current monthly point of control. It's been limiting the price from going further the upside. Earlier in the morning, I was trading this short, so night/morning, and then at the current moment, I'm waiting if the price is going to continue to respond this volumes that are formed during this week. And if the price continues to respond, and if we are not going to be able to close higher than the previous candle went, I think we're still going to be able to reach at least the bottom of the same range or potentially even further. So normally I'm looking for the continuation of a gold. For the short continuation here, I don't really expect the price to grow much more, to be honest with you. So this is 30-minute time frame. If you look at the 5-minute time frame, this is what I'm looking at as well. No, this is not what I don't need. Here we go. So there are two big volume zones from the current range currently. So this is one of volume zone that the price has been rejecting from the bottom. This is another one that has been rejecting from the top. So we are right now in between the volumes. There was more volume coming in when the price was reacting to this range. So we had this range reaction before with more short in volume coming in. The price did fall down below the weekly point of controls. So by volume and by delta, so we have the over balance towards the bid side at the current moment. So I'm expecting the continuation to the downside from here. I want the price to close lower still, because this volume here, I wasn't sure if we're going to close above or not. So I want to see the next candle. And if the next 5-minute candle closes below this, I might take a short. I would prefer it to close also below the daily point of control, which is 50.18, this bright pink line. So if we close below this zone, I might take another short on gold, because overall I'm still short biased. So we tested this. I want to see if we're gonna break below this and then eventual short continuation. And my targets are the bottom of the range, at least. So the bottom from the yesterday's range. So yesterday's bottom, basically. Not today's one, but the yesterday's. And then to see if we're going to be able to break lower. Because tomorrow we have PPI. Perhaps we're not going to see the lower prices for gold until tomorrow. But maybe on the pending home sales that are going to come in out today, or any extra news that might come in a minute at the current geopolitical situation. So, but tomorrow I would expect basically the lower prices. So, I was seeing if during the weekend after the attack on the Hormuz Island, we're going to be able to see the increase in gold prices. But we had a very small gap on currencies as well. Nothing major compared to the scale of the event, let's say like this, which gives me the information that the market is getting used to the uncertainty. Gold also didn't react much. We didn't have any crazy reaction. So I don't necessarily expect gold continuing to go to the upside, because it seems like people were buying it before a lot. Right now, it doesn't necessarily anymore correspond as a barometer for the fear. I think right now what's corresponding to the fear barometer is oil.
Yeah.
So
I
gold,
think I'm in agreement with you there.
Yeah, so I would say that oil prices are more, I would be more inclined to believe that oil prices are going to continue to go up, but gold, I think we're going to have a little bit more shorting power in it.
I mean, as it stands right now, I think between gold and oil is definitely more volatile than gold has been. Whereas that gold often being a very sought after asset to trade can have major volatility. But the expectancy was, and I spoke to LJ about this in a few weeks ago when we just started with this whole Iran debacle was that the expectancy was to see gold rally. You want to see it because it's this uncertainty. It's this people want to de-invest out of, let's say, typical risk assets and kind of look for something a little bit more sure, like gold. And we just haven't seen it. So this was not the typical reaction. And then the same thing with oil as well. In the beginning as well, we had that massive spike. But since then, it's kind of dwindled down, and it still looks like it wants to go a little bit sideways and then potentially start picking up. So I feel like oil is definitely the one that is going to be a little bit more volatile than gold, where you would have expected gold to be just as volatile. So I agree with you there, the potential. But as of right now, I think oil, there's some alleviating factors for oil that is kind of, let's say, mitigated the majority of the oil disruptions, at least. A portion of it, let's put it like that. Whereas with gold, I don't think there's any alleviation whatsoever right now. Just that, like you say, it seems as though we're getting used to the uncertainty. So it's very interesting. It's definitely an interesting time to be trading risk on and risk off assets during a time of heavy uncertainty, and it's not moving the way that everybody expected.
Yeah, it's what you said, that everyone was expecting gold prices to rally. So you would expect the continuation in the current market state, but we didn't see it. And this is exactly the sign for me that most likely we're not going to see the continuation anymore, So I'd say that I would see, at least for the current moment, I'm still short for today and perhaps for tomorrow too. Maybe I would say perhaps I don't believe that we are going to see the major drop until tomorrow. Data coming out, the PPI and interest rates, but I would say that we're going to continue in the range. And as we are right now in the top of the range, I would expect the continuation towards more the middle of the range or perhaps the bottom of the range. And then depending on the tomorrow data that are going to come out, we're going to see more or less, already where the price is going to go further from there.
Yeah.
So let's see. Yeah.
The waiting game. Just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
I see there's a few people asking about Euro USD. Stash saying Euro USD seems to be filling a 4-hour order block. Let's see if it reaches the 1.156. And then Judser is saying he went long this morning, took profit, thinking it's getting into a reversal now. Interesting. I'll bring my screen up and then we can have a little look at Euro USD. So Judser, was this your trade of this morning, the one where you got in on the base? I can go back and see which person. I think it was you, Judser. Anyway, this trade that that he had marked out with the intention of coming to an area of interest that we already had a singular reaction off of. And it played out to perfection, came into that area and just kind of dwindled ever so slightly. Yes, so it was you, Judser. So this is a great trade. This would have been a great trade. I think that the fact that we've broken above previous day highs, we've closed strongly, very strongly above yesterday's highs. Oh, Ty Keith, it was you. Yes, you're right, it was you. Sorry, my friend. I think that there is a potential that it can maybe try and come back a little bit, maybe potentially come and retest this 50 EMA. However, if I go to the hourly, you'll notice that we had almost effectively a double low. So a low, a slightly higher low, and then a nice volumetric push-up that broke previous swing points. And then when we had the opportunity to try and push lower, quite a significant higher low in relation to this double low that we had down here. And it's already continuing to try and push. So I am starting to feel like there may be a potential for us to go to the 4-hourly, potentially try and test up over here a nice push, and then maybe then start pushing lower. as of right now, I think Euro USD is showing a strong propensity to want to try and push higher than it is right now. I don't think it's quite ready to reverse right now. But that's just an opinion. I'm not entirely sure whether or not this area where we are right now is just going to be a short form area of interest, or whether or not this is going to be a full-blown change of character, like completely change from a bearish structure to a bullish structure. Right now, I'm in limbo as of right now. I want to see a break of this area where we are now. I want to see a retest, and I want to see a continuation. And if we have a continuation, I want to see recent structures. What was this? The 11th. I want to see the 11th price action be broken and pushed above. If that doesn't happen, if we do have the break, but we fail the retest and then start printing lower, that would be fine as well. It was very bearish for a few weeks now. So January, basically 28th, that was the high. And since then, we've been slowly but surely trying to push price lower. So you do have the overall bearish structure that is still in play. However, it does look good enough for a potential to try and push price higher. I don't know if you agree, Anastasia, but to me, where we are right now, I need to see some form of structure build up. Sorry, my nose is running like crazy now.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I need to get some rest maybe. To be honest with you, I was yesterday looking for the reversal on Euro USD and GU. So I had a short on both of them. Let me just share another screen trading view. So I had a short on Euro and Pound. And I closed it during the night a little bit earlier just because I went to sleep and didn't want to hold the trade longer than I wanted to. Now this is futures. This is where it is. So I was shorting it at night, right here, basically. From right here. Yesterday, yeah. So from this zone of volume, so we reached this accumulation of the volume. We had reached the weekly point of control as well. We started to get a reaction. So I shorted it, but I shorted it only until the previous highs, as it was already late at night. So I closed it here. I could have waited a little bit, and I could have taken another short here, which I missed because it was 6 o'clock basically. So I missed that one. I saw it when it was coming back, and I was thinking that we might, break out. I was still take another short here, thinking, but I didn't. And right now, as we broke above this volume, I'm expecting the continuation to the upside. So I think, personally, Euro is going to gain at least another 20 pips to 20 pips before we're going to get any kind of correction, any kind of pullback. So I would be bullish on Euro USD at the current moment, and the same for Pound. Very similar situation. We had the reaction towards this volume zone right here. It was very visible on the futures as well, because on the futures we had the volume right here. So this is a weekly point of control. I was also shorting it from this level yesterday, and I also closed it earlier on the previous highs here. And as we had a reaction, and as more buyers stepped in, they pushed the price higher. I am expecting the price to continue further. So at least until the previous highs on Pound, but on Pound, I see the potential of the price going until even further. So on the Forex, it would be maybe 33,750 or even 34. So those are my levels where I would be waiting for the price to react. 1 second. Let's assume I'm waiting here. So this is, so this was a zone that we are now breaking. So the next one is 33,750 approximately, and the next one is 34,170. So This is something that I would be expecting for the pound today. Although this candle is still not closed, so I would first wait until the candle is going to be closed on the 30-minute time frame before making my decision, to be honest. So if the 30-minute candle closes just as it is right now, above the current levels of volume, which I was yesterday taking short from, then I would be bullish.
I'm muted.
There we go. Yeah.
I think that's a good thing to wait for. I think waiting for the candle to confirm its willingness to break your area of interest right now, and then continuing from there. I can understand why people want to say that they think that it's an reversal point, because previously there was a lot of interest in that area. So we'll just wait and see. Gold outlook. We already went through gold, but we'll go through gold again. Gold, as of right now, is a little bit stagnant. Gold is a little bit sideways as of yesterday. However, there is a small higher high, higher low, higher high that's going on. However, we do think that there's a potential for price to continue pushing lower. But whether or not that's going to happen, we will have to see. It definitely needs to break certain areas of interest first before we can say with confidence that's definitely going to start pushing lower. For me, gold is untradeable at the moment. It's sideways across intraday. I trade intraday, so if something is sideways or it's not trending, I can't really find my entry points for it.
Yeah, I prefer the trading markets as well. But fairly honest, currencies have not been easy for me lately. So I barely trade currencies. So gold has been
doing quite well with. Yeah, you've been doing quite well with futures as well, even with the futures currencies as well.
Yeah, but I mean currencies in general, like futures currencies. I only trade futures. I don't rely my analysis at all on the Forex. So all my analysis on the I cannot say I trade only futures, because I do my analysis on the futures contracts only, and then I trade CFDs, I trade Forex, I trade gold CFDs as well, but I also trade futures.
Yeah.
But my analysis is based on futures always. But I mean, in general, for the currencies, it doesn't matter. The price action is almost one-to-one with Euro USD, for example, and Euro futures, or GBP USD and the pound futures. So it's not this, it's just in general, I find it a little bit tricky, I don't know, like I can't find my touch with it, because it's like, I get in a trade, and either I'm gonna move my stop loss to break even, it's gonna hit my break even, I'm not gonna move my stop loss to break even, and it's gonna reverse on me. It's been like this for a couple of weeks, so I'm more towards gold at the current moment,
It's one of the reasons why I've been like solely focused on NASDAQ. Is it just when it moves in line with my strategy, it moves. It does its thing. It's there's no second guessing when I have to enter, and it just goes. Gold for me has been gold has been very, it's touch and go. It's very difficult to explain it, but you get it. Like it's not conforming the way that I'm comfortable to trade it.
Yeah, I understand. But for me personally, it's easier to trade gold at the current moment than currencies.
I'm inclined to agree with you there. Currencies can be very, very finicky. It can it can catch you off guard, especially like imagine now you were trading AUD USD. It was bearish for a while, then bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. But in general, if it was buy and hold, you would have been stuck. You would have been stuck with AUD USD. On intraday, it would have worked lovely if you traded that. GBP USD for quite a while has been bearish, then all of a sudden bullish again. But overall, it's been losing value. It's been trending quite lower from when is this?
Yeah.
From from January. It's been bearish from January. So that's a little bit easier to trade. So it depends. It depends on which one we're looking at. It's really gonna. Abradolf Linkler is saying, "I've never been able to trade on gold. I hate it." I mean, gold is not for everybody. It's really not for everybody.
I had my love-hate relationship with gold, to be honest. For a very long time, I haven't traded gold at all. I didn't touch gold completely, and now 90% of my trades are gold. You know how it is.
Yeah, it's like I love the fact that I hate gold.
Yeah,
so I also
exactly.
have a love. I also have a love-hate relationship with it. I don't hate gold, guys. I'm just joking. No, gold to me is it's not my niche. It's not something that I can trade currencies quite well. Sometimes it goes negative. I do indices quite well. I'm actually considering doing indices on futures as well. Going to start looking at getting myself futures accounts and start trading futures as well. But gold, man, gold's just. I don't know. Gold is not for me. That's why I have a silver ring.
Yeah.
I don't wear gold. I don't wear gold rings. I wear silver rings.
You hate gold so much that you don't even wear the golden ring.
Even my wife's ring. My wife's ring is not gold or silver. It's platinum. So she has a platinum ring. So yeah, for us, it's also just I don't know. I never saw as like on a commercial side. Like I've never looked at gold and thought to myself, wow, I love gold. And then I think that just translated the same way for me when I started trading. Was gold has always just been like, it's gold, you know. So yeah.
Maybe you should start trading silver.
Maybe that or platinum. Maybe I should go into platinum trading as well. Like
yeah, but then you will have definitely shift into futures, because trading platinum on the CFDs, the amount of spread you're gonna experience is just massive. It's just crazy.
It's the same thing with silver for me. Like I've had a look at silver and compared it to gold and trading gold and silver. And silver is, I was always like under the opinion of like, why trade silver if you can trade gold? They move to a degree correlated. The moves are to a degree correlated, but the spreads on silver is so much more. And it's just like this, and the moves are not as much. Obviously, that got thrown out of the window a few months ago, where silver started moving like crazy. But it's just like, okay, it just didn't make sense to me why I would want to trade silver if I could trade gold. More opportunities, less spreads. But yeah, anyway. For everybody that's asking about the issues that we've been having with the dashboard as well as with the MT5 terminals, they're still working on a lot of the issues that we've had. Once again, the issues that we've had with the terminals as well as with the dashboard was not, not the dashboard, but the terminals, was not an internal issue with the fivers. It's an external problem, and they're still figuring out how to work around the external issue. So for many of the traders, the MetaTrader has been repaired. It's fine now. You can trade as per normal. For some traders, like for argument's sake, maybe people that are more towards India, maybe in Nepal, you're struggling a little bit more. So in that case, there's still some stuff that needs to be done there. But when it comes to the dashboard they're working on right now as we speak. They're trying to fix that issue. So just a bit of patience, they'll get it fixed.
Richard, I see Samir in the background. I'm not sure if Samir is ready, but I will have to run.
No problem.
To stick around. Please get well soon.
Oh, I'll be right as rain tomorrow. Believe me. Thank you very much, Anastasia.
There he is.
Hey guys.
Hey, good to see you.
What's up, Samir?
Yeah, same here. How are you guys?
Perfect timing. Thanks for jumping on. I will have to say hi and bye to you.
Yeah.
So I will see you back soon again.
Take care.
All right, Anastasia. Have a lovely day. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. You too. Take care of yourself, Rich.
I will. Thank you, Anastasia.
Bye.
What's up, Samir?
I'm good. What about you, Rich? I heard she said get well soon. Are you fine?
I'm a little bit under the weather. I have some nasal congestion, which has now decided to become a runny nose. So I'm sitting over
Okay.
here every now and then sneezing and blowing my nose. So all over gross. Very, very gross person right now on stream.
Yeah, it happens as changing of season. These
Yeah.
things may can happen. So yeah, probably
Yep.
probably you'll be fine in a day or two. Hopefully, I'm just trying
Yeah,
to.
I'm filling myself with all kinds of medicines. So for now, just get rid of everything. I think that's the best idea.
Yeah. So trading wise, have you taken any trade or you are getting
Yeah.
involved in? Okay.
Yeah. I've been in a trade. I'll show you quickly. So I had a Nasdaq buy. So this one was the original idea. So the original entry. I need to sneeze. Give me a. Okay. Sneeze has disappeared.
Yeah.
Weird.
Fake out.
This, yeah, it was a fake out. This was the original idea. Wanted to, I wanted to. It's very simple. We had the low of the day, which was the Tokyo low. We
Okay.
started to print a slightly higher low. We had the high during this phase, and then we created a new higher high. We had a bit of a pullback. I waited for another bullish candle at the same time presenting a higher low. Waited for an entry. No, am I muted?
No, no, I can hear you.
No, I think Victor can't hear me.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
let's try this. How about now, Victor? Can you hear me? Okay, all right. I had, as I was saying, I waited for a new structure to be presented during the London session, which was higher low, higher high, based on these 2 points. I eventually got a higher high and a higher low. Waited for a bullish confirmation candle. I entered on that trade. However, instead of my normal 1 to 2, I was sitting here. We had a bit of a pullback. It started going into drawdown a little bit. But I was talking to LJ at that point in time, and we were like, okay, we both think that it was going to reject off of this 50 EMA and then start pushing up. And as we started
Okay.
getting into profit, we came to an area that I thought we had a previous reaction. I think we might have a little bit of reaction if we get to that point again. So I decided to cut the trade short there. Ended up being slightly less than a 1 to 1.5 R trade. And then it eventually would have hit my trade, my regular 1 to 2. So we've been discussing this for a while now. Victor, tell me, are you ready to jump on? Because I need to run. I have a meeting that I feel like I'm already late for.
Yeah. You can do the
What is that?
meeting and oh wow, I have the same
Hello.
one. I made some reels with this one. Hopefully,
Nice.
You
it
did?
will be posted on our Indian channel. Yeah.
Nice, nice, nice. Hello, everyone. Hi. Nice to be here with you again. And yes, I did.
You got your memorabilia, your merch, not your memorabilia, your merch. Mine is on the way. It's in limbo at the moment. It's on its way. Sorry for the very quick dip and dive. I'm already 2 minutes late for my meeting. So everybody in chat, thank you very much for being with us today. We really appreciate you guys asking questions and just being general absolute legends for us to interact with. Samir and Victor, it's lovely seeing the two of you. I haven't seen you in a while, so I feel sad that I have to jump out. I will see you guys tomorrow. Promise. I'll spend some time with you. Promise.
All
Bye,
right.
No
guys.
Rich.
problem at all. Likewise, we will be missing you. You know, you are. We enjoy always having those. At the beginning of our sessions to have that overlap where we get to interact with you, and we don't today. So, but that's. We'll have plenty of opportunity in the future. So go. We're not going to be taking more time of you, Richard. I can see that you are just about to get ready to run to your next task. So have fun on that, Richard, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys,
Thank
have
you,
a great
Rich.
day. See you all
Take
tomorrow.
care.
Cheers.
Okay.
Hey, Samir,
So, Victor, how are you?
how is everything? How is you were talking, you were saying about the reels. You were making some reels for the Indian
For the
channel of the
With
Fivers.
some, I did one reel. So I like this. I was in a t-shirt basically. So got a new t-shirt. So now I will like to push some content in our Indian channel. So
Mhm.
definitely you will see me on the reel. So if you're from India, make sure you are following us on the Fivers India. That is the the username of our Instagram. And if you're from India, you can subscribe to our Indian channel and you can join the Telegram also. So you can talk to us in your native language. So with that being said, let's do some. Oh, we have my screen already. Let's do some analysis. US
Yes,
30 wise. I'm just
the
gonna
open
do just.
happened five
Yeah, I'm
minutes
just
ago.
gonna take.
So
Yeah, yeah.
we're very excited to see how the market has, last couple of days. I'm sorry to interrupt you,
Hmm.
Samir, but last couple of days, before that, if you go to the daily and zoom out a little bit, we will see that that the market has been very steadily, very resilient before, but now we are basically at the.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's at the end, but we have been in a plenty of times. I mean, I think I don't know if it happens before the war started, but we have been for many days already on this retracement. And the
Yeah, it has
question,
been
I
like.
think, for
Mhm.
everyone, right? I mean, whether you're a trader or an investor, is this the beginning of a much bigger downtrend that is now starting, or is this just a deeper retrace than we've had before? Like, well, I don't want to say COVID is a retrace, but I mean, retraces we have had before. Prices recovers within weeks, days, maybe a month or two, and then we continue up, up and up. I think that's the burning question for. I mean, if you're trading on a higher time frame, or if you're an investor for sure, you know what is going to happen, because we can see that the market is on that EMA. I suppose that's the
Mhm.
200. I think it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, that's on the daily time frame. That is one of the hallmark of a market that is able to hold and respect its 200 EMA. That's in a bullish trend, right? That's a market that is retracing but still holding up, and likely to continue higher. But if we break that, that opens the door for perhaps a deeper retracement. Something, I think many people are looking at the S&P, the Nas, Dow Jones for any indications of what is likely to do next. Because if we break this EMA, um, right, it's who knows how deep we're gonna be going.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just monitoring the deepest retracement we had. This was COVID, and this was in 2025. I think this was also due to some war issues. So now we are, seeing is some kind of leg to the downside again, as you mentioned. Let's see
Mhm.
if we hold this area or we break this area. But for the today's session, let's draw some areas.
I'll
Let's
be right
see.
back. Sorry to interrupt you, Samir, but I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. All right, guys, Victor will be back. In a meanwhile, I'll just do some analysis on US 30. Then I can share my thoughts on other pairs as well. So let's do a quick analysis on US 30. I have some areas right here. Now let's see what price is doing on the smaller time frame. Let's go to the 1 hour. Let's draw some trend lines here and there. Okay, we have a trend line here. Price is near this trend line, and we are showing some kind of impulsiveness here. But remember, guys, we are downtrending on the 1 hour, and now let's go to the 30 minute. 30 minute, we are kind of impulsing to the upside, and this is the 4 hour zone that we have. If we go to the 15 minute, okay, 15 minute also has broken this daily high. This was the last daily high. So now let's go to the 1 minute and let's see if we can get a selling pattern here. So selling pattern for me will be price, squeezing something like this, and we break this area. Then I can plan my sell entries, and my TP can be near this area. Yeah, this can be the game plan for today. Unless we, impulse to the upside, then my bias can change. So yeah, this is the US 30 analysis. Just to again recap this thing: consolidation, breakout of that. I am planning for sales, impulsing to the upside, retesting, then buying. Opportunities can take place depending upon the consolidation that we get above this area. Again, if we just straight impulse and came to this area, then I think still the shorts are valid. Keeping the point in mind, I need something like this in either this area or this area. So that will make me interested in going shorts. Let's see how price reacts. And meanwhile, let's come to gold and let's see what gold is trying to do. I have this Fibonacci on the hourly. I am waiting for the price to get here, so then I will take my decision accordingly. I want the price to print some kind of pattern, then I will like to short this um, short gold here. If we go to the 4 hour time frame, we have a level also. If you can draw this level, so I want the price to retest this area. And I have multiple confirmations. Actually, we have some kind of fair value gap, we have some kind of supply, we have Fibonacci, we have a support and resistance area, we have Fibonacci, and yeah, these are a couple of confirmations or confluence, the way you want to put it. So I would like to short gold from here. So I'm just waiting for gold to go to the upside and give me some kind of confirmation. And if we break this trend line and we straight up continue to the downside, then I would like to miss this trade. I don't want to get involved in this trade here. I want a deeper pullback so that I can get a better entry. So Euro USD wise, this was, I was testing a thing. I didn't took this trade. 1 to 1 is to 1 to 1.8. I was testing something, didn't took this trade. But yeah, let's do some Euro USD analysis. Okay, we are rejecting from these areas, and we have retested this area also, as I'm seeing this kind of wick here going to the 1 hour. Now the question is, if price goes above the 200 EMA, and then I can plan for longs, or it rejects and then comes under this area, then I can plan for shorts. So these are two scenarios that I'll be looking. Right now I'll be waiting on Euro USD, either price going above the 200 EMA, giving some kind of retest, can be some kind of areas, or supply demand, FEGs, and all these things. If it rejects from here, then definitely this can be used as a retest. So yeah, these are few scenarios that I have. GBP USD, um, okay, GBP USD is on the interesting level, as we have couple of rejections in this area. So we are on that level. Let's go to the 1 hour and let's see what price is trying to do. Okay, price is already at the 200 EMA and it is already at that level. And if you observe, we have some kind of supply area also here. I want some kind of rejection from here. Price, shifting its structure, closing below the 200 EMA and printing some kind of pattern. Then I will use my trend lines as a guidelines, so that I can get a better entry here. My stop loss can be here. My TP can be something like this. So these are the analysis on these major pairs. Right now it is just a waiting game. US 30 wise, I'll be looking at this area as I mentioned. So yeah, waiting game for me. Let's see how price reacts in this area. Let me go to the 1 minute. uh yeah, I want something like, as I mentioned, something like this exactly happening here. Then I will definitely take shots from here. You will see me take trade live here. I have my futures account with the fibers. I can pull out that. I can short it right from here. So yeah, let's see.
Good, beautiful. Checking that I'm not muted. Yes, I'm not muted.
Yeah.
Nice, nice, very, very good. We have a NAS opening 40 with 43, so 13 minutes ago. The market expanding to the upside. We have people. I like the thank you all very much. We like the engagement in the chat. There seems to you have a Samir. You have
Jawline
a
good.
fan here, a fan in the chat as always. There's a lot of fans for different reasons, but Samir is the king of fans on our YouTube channel. If it's not for
That's
the
cool,
payouts,
guys.
it's for some other lines, maybe some trend lines, or apparently even the jaw line. But
Jawline, trend.
I like the engagement, and someone in the chat is trying to trick me. I will say, who is it that is trying to trick me? I will say, I think your name is Nick, so call me Nick. Yes. How are you doing, Nick? Uh, Trying to trick people. Just
Yeah.
like the market tries to trick us all the time. And thank you for the engagement. I really, really enjoy it. I mean, we all do. Trader is asking as well for an analysis on dollar yen. We can certainly take a look at it because that's one of the main movements we have seen. Right, whenever you have you know gold is considered safe haven. Right, when there's things happening in the world, geopolitically, war, inflationary, and whatever uncertainty, people flock to investors. They flock to gold. But also the dollar. Dollar is also has that safe haven um, title, or uh, reputation, and it's for a reason, right? Whenever there is something happening like a war, people, they go into cash, and then go into cash. A lot of the time, that means they go into the dollar. So we can certainly take a look at the dollar yen or any of the majors. And not here, but everywhere in the forex market, when you say major, the major pair, you're meaning any currency traded against the dollar, right? So the euro dollar, the pound dollar, the yen dollar, etc. Or it is, as it is the case with its dollar yen. But it's the same thing. Well, if dollar is one of the currencies, then it's called major, right? For those who are new to our channel or new to um
Can I pull out my futures platform here? I
sure.
if the trade sets up, I will short it live here with our viewers. But of
Hmm.
course, as I mentioned, I need to see the pattern that I was you know planning here. So right
Hmm.
now we are consolidating. It means this level may can hold. And how will I know? I need some more consolidation. Then I can take something like this. So let me pull out the futures platform here. Okay, I already have it. I'm just gonna change my screen. Just hold on, guys.
No problem. So our friend is from Niger, as
Okay.
what I understand. Then uh, thank you for tuning in. Our as many as many other watchers, viewers. Thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget the like and subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Go ahead, Samir. You were showing your screen.
Yeah, actually, yesterday this US 30 did me dirty. Why? Because I was having this was my TP somewhere around here. Let me pull out this thing. I'm also new to this platform. Around this area was my TP, and look at this price just reversed from here. And as I don't
Oh,
move my stop losses, I just took a stop loss there, and I lost money on this. But whatever. One trade a day, as I
you win
mentioned.
some, you lose
Yeah,
some. It's completely normal, right?
yeah, exactly.
Mm.
So let's see how price behaves in this area. This area is quite decent area for me to take some action, but again I need some kind of pattern here so that I can plan my trades. I like the fact that price is consolidating here. So let's see how price behaves in this area. In a meanwhile, I'll just do some calculation. If I decide to take the trade here, what kind of stop loss I can expect? I think 200 points stop loss I can expect. Yeah, that'd be good. So let's see, guys.
You're looking for a short, right?
Yes, I'm looking for a shot, but again, I want some kind of clean pattern right now. We are just forming some kind of higher high structure. So we are not showing the weakness yet. I need some kind of weakness around this area. So then I will take the trade.
Nice.
I think I also can do this. Yeah.
How's the platform? It's all new, right? To
Yeah, I
you, you
learned
are
about it
mostly a
yesterday.
CFD.
Yeah,
You're
yesterday.
mostly. Go ahead.
Yeah, yesterday Dave mentioned and taught me few things about this platform. I'm really liking this platform. It is clean, and as you can see, I have modified the charts according to my eyes, where I
Nice.
find comfortable. So yeah, I'm new. I don't even know a lot of things about this platform, to be honest,
Hmm.
but I'm testing here. So yeah, let's see.
Yeah, me neither. I'll have to be honest, right? I'm a CFD guy. I think you are as well. And there are so many platforms for some other kind of traders like equities that I'm simply or futures I'm simply not too familiar with. And if there's no need to learn, then because you're not using it in your day to day, then um you're likely not to know about it, right? But it's all roughly the same concept, so it shouldn't be too much of a learning curve for us, right?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we do analysis on TradingView, and we just need to place the trade on the platform. Some
Yes.
guys use the platform, to do the analysis,
Mm-hmm.
but we do the analysis on TradingView. So I think it really doesn't create that big of an impact,
Mm-hmm.
if I put it that way. I'm setting up my MetaTrader also on the other screen, so that's why I was looking other side.
So what are you waiting for? You're waiting for the break to happen on
Yeah,
the on that's Dow, right? That's so what's the ticker?
that is US
MY.
30. Yeah, YMYM.
Mm.
So that is the ticker. Okay, we are breaking, so I will sell it right here. Yeah.
You wait on
Okay.
the close, do you just go whenever it
I think
breaks?
it is gonna close anyway because we are on the 1 minute time frame.
Mm. So you took a
Okay.
short, three contracts. That's the micro contract.
Yeah, I just took a shot here. Yeah. All on the CFD account also. I just shorted it.
Mm-hmm.
Now I need to play some stop loss and all. So yeah, I like this. Trend line breakout. We are also breaking the structure kind of thing. Let's
Mm-hmm.
see if this is my day or not. Yesterday was not my day. Price reversed from my TP. It was all about
That
almost
happens
about
sometimes,
to.
right?
Yeah, it almost was about to hit my TP.
Um, I whenever that happens, I try to make note of it and see if there's a pattern, because sometimes there is something that we're missing, and if we know that it happens with some frequency, we can say, well, in this case, normally I would put my stop on my TP a certain place, or my stop a certain place, but because of this particular pattern that I see, I know that it's likely to just reverse in front of it. And if we start there may sometimes, not always, but there might be a like a something you can pick up and say, well, this is one of those moments that I need to adjust slightly different than normal, because otherwise it will reverse right in front of my TP, or yeah, my TP. Yes, our dear Samir is from India. Yes, he is.
Okay, I was too focused on the
No
other
problem.
platform, but let me see what chat is saying. Yes, I am
Do
from India, and let's see what other our lovely viewers are saying. Look like Euro trying to pump P, but there is so much obstacles. Euro, as I mentioned, we was on the 200 EMA. We need to see if price breaks above that area or not. Then we may can say that maybe Euro can continue to the upside, as according to my experience 200 EMA does hold lot of weight. So I do like to take that in consideration, and this is also the 200 EMA. If I go to the
Mhm.
15-minute time frame, The reasoning behind the trade is also based on the 200 EMA plus the level. Right now we are way too above from 200 EMA. So this is also one of the concept that I use. If price is way too extended and it didn't touch the 200 EMA on the 15-minute, then I can plan the reversal trades also. So this is just the one of the observation or kind of experience trade or the concept that I follow. So let's see. Again, yesterday was not my day. Let's see what today, it is gonna be. And let me see if my stop loss is logical or not. Let me go to the 30-minute time frame. Yes, it is above this area, which is the recent area from which price, did some kind of reaction here. So yeah.
Nice one. Yes, it is the mean reversion trade you mentioned, where the market is overextended in one direction, and you expect some kind of a
Mhm.
reversion to a some kind of a mean, even if it's continue to go up. It doesn't go up in a straight line. It comes back and retest some mean, and that can be VWAP in the case of equities or futures. But in forex, it could be just an EMA. Um, do you is there a specific rule that you use, maybe time of the day, because mean reversion are more likely, or have you actually, that may be a fair question to you, have you noticed that those mean reversion trades are, they have a particular pattern, like when they happen more often, or is there anything that helps you identify when to start going mean reverting, when to catch a mean reversion move, or how do you go about finding them? When
the
do you
mean
know you need to
the
go
mean
against the
reversion,
the
yeah,
trend?
it needs to, we have scenario A where price is making new highs, and we have zero information on the charts like we was doing.
Mhm.
Let me see what kind of month it was on US 30 itself. Like in February we were seeing new highs and we was not having
Mhm.
enough information that we can use, or maybe draw some levels here and there that we can utilize. Okay, maybe price can reject from this area. If we don't have that kind of information, we can strictly focus on the 15-minute time frame, and we can focus on this 200 EMA. If price is printing some kind of let me give this as an example. Like let's say price was here, uh, okay, this is 200 EMA and price is way too below the 200 EMA. On the higher time frame, maybe price will not touch the 200 EMA, but 15-minute is that kind of time frame where price is coming some kind of at least 50% to the 200 EMA, which can act as a dynamic support or resistance. Let's say this was a, price came at least to 50%, or maybe some kind of close to this 200 EMA. If this is the case, then it is okay, you can plan for the continuation trades. If that is not the case, if price prints something like this, price did something like this, then I use trend lines as my guidance. Like one thing can be, I can use something like this. If it would have given me third touch on the 15-minute, I would have definitely gone long here, keeping my stop loss wide. Like I will keep my stop loss wider than my normal stop loss if we are making like higher highs, or we don't even have enough information on the charts. In that case, I'm just going against the trend. In that kind of scenario, I can use a little bit wider stop loss than my normal stop loss, so that I can give room, if price decided to even break below or maybe do some liquidity moves, I am still safe. So this is the one kind of mean reversion type of plan that I have. The other plan is today, if price is having some kind of levels and price is showing some kind of rejections on it on the 1 minute time frame, and I can use 15-minute EMA as my mean reversion point. For me, this 200 EMA, I focus more on the 15-minute time frame. I don't use it on other time frames. I like to use this information only on the 15-minute time frame, because in the 1 hour you will, I have found it behaves in a different way. I know here you can see prices, trending below, but to be honest, I don't really have that experience trading it on the higher time frame. I have more experience trading it on the 50-minute time frame and just observing the price based on the 50-minute time frame and the EMA. So, this is totally some experience here involved. And the theoretical wise, as I mentioned,
Basically,
yeah,
you use the 200 on the 15
yeah.
to gauge the extension of a move, how extended, overextended it is, and you go to the minutes using trend lines to get your entry.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
Trend lines and yeah, just keep your wider stop loss if you don't have the enough information. But if you have
Hmm.
information, levels or something like that, you can place your stop loss above, the next level. That is the safest stop loss in my opinion. And there is one more confirmation in this trade I forgot to mention. This is the daily high. We broke that also, and we can treat as a liquidity. And we have one more trend line coming here. Let me go to the 30-minute time frame, and I will pull out my trend line tool here. And if you draw something like this, we are touching like this is another confirmation. Price is still at the trend line, and I have one more thing in my mind. If you go to the bigger time frame, let's say 60-minute, to me this low can be treated as liquidity. If I draw this low, so price is making lower lows right now. We are getting deeper pullback or some kind of complex pullback. I do think if price has to continue to the upside, we may can take this low, and then it may can continue to the upside. This is just the perspective of me seeing this chart, but I don't want to extend my target as I have tried to done it. I've tried that thing. Didn't really played well for me. Of course, if I backtest it more, I can make that thing work for me. But why to waste time when this one-to-one thing is working for me?
Of course. Um, Indeed.
I don't know how
And
this black thing is there. I don't know from where it came. Yeah, I have
black.
zero idea. I'm new to this platform, guys. I'm sorry. I have to ask
Mhm.
Dave when I'm there. On Monday on Futures channel.
Yes. Yes. It's common, right? We'll figure that out soon. Don't worry.
But anyways, I have my main thing, which is TP stop loss, TP and SL, which I think every trader should use, unless you are kind of a trailing stop loss guy where you don't set the take profit, you are just trailing. That is also the approach which people do. But I think a hard target and hard stops can be good. I do that thing. Let's see on the 1 minute what price is trying to do. Okay. Yeah, we saw some kind of triangle pattern type of thing. If I was not involved in this trade here, I definitely would have shorted it here. So I'm following my plan. It is okay. Even if I lost this trade, it is okay. So last week was actually good. I We have 5 days, 5 trading days in a week. I won every single trading session. But this week, Monday was a losing trade. Let's see what we got on Tuesday. I kept this account solely for a stream, following my plan, doing this thing live in front of you guys. Let's see if I pass this account here with our lovely viewers or not. This is futures account, by the way, guys.
How's the? You're already in the trade, right?
Yeah, YM, which is MYM mini contracts here. I'm shorts in it. My TP stop loss, guys, you can see it here. And yeah, let's see now what price to. Okay, we are just kind of 20% to my TP. Let's see. Let me go to the 5 minute time frame. Okay, 5 minute is here. Okay, guys, we are seeing some kind of momentum, and my TP is also at very decent area. If you see here, we have some kind of reaction here. So my TP is above that area, and your TPs also should be at very logical place where you feel some kind of reactions can take place. You can keep your TP, above or below that area. So this is some kind of reaction area for me, and my TP is above this, just slightly, slightly above that area. Okay, let's see. Okay, we have songs, sounds. I cleared my face for evaluation challenge. Okay, that's amazing. But it's not getting reflected on my dashboard. Okay, actually, we are working on this thing. I think it will be resolved in a day or two. So you will not have any issue regarding this. But if still you face any issue, you can contact the live chat. So they will resolve it in couple of minutes. That's good of a live support we have with the fibers. So again, yesterday I'm recalling yesterday's behavior. It just reversed, like right from here. My TP was just like 5 points away from this area.
It's very painful. I mean, it's been it's happened to me before, and it is, you know, not in a great position to be in.
Yeah. Let me see what 15. Okay, we already saw 15 minute. We are above the EMA. I'm sorry. But chat, let me know, are you guys in any trade so that we can chat about that trade?
All right, let's heck here.
Silver cell, okay, amazing. Louis, we have Louis, our lovely viewer. Hello, Louis, how are you? Okay, I'm long in euro, but I got confidence on it. Okay, that's amazing. Silver cell, amazing. So I'm just in US 30 or MYM, whatever you want to call it, shorts.
Mhm.
Let's see how this trade plays out. But silver wise, I have never traded silver, to be honest, guys. But if you want some analysis, definitely can do it for you guys.
All right, let's take a look at the market. In the meantime, what we are dealing with, the market you are in, your trade is going in your direction. It's going lower. You are in a couple of points. Can't
Yeah, let's
see
see.
that from your screen, but it's in like 30 points in your favor, something like that, right? It seems to
Yeah,
be.
let's measure it. Yeah, 50 points actually. 50 points in my favor, and we have 144 points left for my TP. Let's see what we get
Anyone
today.
who is, go ahead.
Yeah, that's it from my side. Let's see.
Anyone who has anything with about support, thank you for coming in and letting us know about it. However, we here, Samir and I, we're traders just like you, and we are, we are from we are part of the fivers, but we're not part of that department dealing with support issues. So we don't have really have the access or the tools to help you best. The best way to do that is to send an email to help@thefivers.com. We have been having some issues lately. So if you go to live chat or if you go to the Discord, it might be a little bit crowded if you and it's not necessarily faster. The best thing to do is send your email at help at thefivers.com, and we are working incessantly to resolve anything that might be the issue, like in your case, the dashboard not being completely. Don't worry, we always are working, as much and as hard as we can to resolve everything that is pending. So just send in your email. Thank you for your patience. Yes, the terminal that is being used by Samir, that is a Black Arrow. That is the terminal, that platform that we're using from the future sides. The Fivers has a futures uh, program offering as well. If you go to the website, you can see that how the prices are very, very competitive, and actually a very good offer. Even if we say that ourselves, and we have Louis with us, Louis, our great friend Louis, who is always there in the chat, as many others. I'm very grateful for them, Samir. I mean, it's
Yeah,
awesome.
exactly.
It's awesome to look to know that we're doing something that is positively affecting these viewers, because they become regulars. They become almost like a friend. You can see them and you recognize them. You know how you actually have an idea who is how they are and things like that. Personality traits, I mean. All right, so let's while you are in that trade, which is going in your direction, you're basically looking for the next movement to that, probably an order block in some time frame, that support area, that demand area below you at,
Yeah.
what is it, 47,161. It seems
Yeah.
more or less. So let's take a look at the someone asking, why is gold falling? My friend, a lot of times we have no
We'll see.
idea. I'll be completely honest with you. Sometimes, EU or the S&P, NAS could go up and down. And yes, sometimes, this happened or the other. You could check some news on, whatever you have. For example, I don't see any breaking news currently. There is about 25 minutes ago, there was something about on NBC, White House received offerings from Democrats on DHS funding as being something that could have, affected the market. But a lot of the times, even if you have a news coming out, some events were, geopolitically, sometimes, you're never really sure what it is. Sometimes it just moves, right? It breaks, and it could be something technical, it could be something fundamental, but it's not always that you know why moving. So let's take a look. I'll switch to mine, and we can take a look at gold and see what the analysis could be, and we'll keep pending. We will be coming back to Samir's chart and see his position, how's that developing, how what he feels about it, how he handles if the market accelerates is in his favor or goes against him. Does he act? Does he intervene? Does he close it before stop loss or TP? Because yesterday he almost got TP, as he said, and it went turn around and went to stop
And
loss.
the worst part is that from where it triggered my stop loss, it just straight up went to in my favor basically. So I got
Did it did,
I
did it
got
hit
played on the
TP?
both of the side.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah,
it's many traders will recognize and say that happens to me all the time as well.
yeah.
The market has a certain way in catching or tricking us into putting our stops at certain places only to trigger us and goes the other direction. Happens a lot of the times. You can actually trade these levels, these lines, because what they are is basically trap trader. That's a a strategy in its own. Try to find
Hmm.
out where everyone would likely have their stop loss and wait for their stop loss to be taken, and then do the reversal, meaning wait for the market to come back and go in the opposite direction. That's a very typical strategy, and it can be very profitable, right? The trap traders can be very profitable. Okay, let's go to gold. Right, so on the higher time frames, do we have something on the monthly? No, we don't. So we can continue to the weekly. Do we have something on the weekly? We don't have anything on the weekly. We have almost a weekly entry order block, not an entry, but an order block. It's not, because that's not an outside bar, but it is almost. Right, that means that we could expect some kind. It's not an official demand area, but we could expect some kind of reaction on the weekly from this area, meaning price could be decelerating or even have a little pop, at least, right? Because of the candlestick that is almost an outside bar right here. Now we have on the daily. So on the weekly, we don't really have anything to trade. Let's take a look. We have on the daily time frame, do we have the reversal pattern, this being the hand, the left shoulder, the quasi line is right below, is much below, much lower, meaning there is no reversal pattern on the daily. Do we have something on anything bullish? No, we don't. The market already created, or actually created, a much bigger structure there, right here, and we haven't broken that yet. But is it an entry? Yes, it isn't. We are squeezing. Actually, we closed already below it, so that order block is also a way. Those are the invalidations of bullish structures. That's tells us that the sellers are winning, right? And you want to be on the side of the sellers, right? If the sellers on the daily are winning, that should give you an indication, where, even on the intraday, even for scalpers, what direction are you, would be make sense to just consider, see if you have more arguments to take that direction, meaning going short, right? That's why perhaps Samir as well is looking for shorting gold. Let's see, we broke these levels. On the H4, we do have a couple of structures here trying to hold price. So I would be interested to see if we have alignment, right? So we have one order block there and another one. This one is it still valid? Um, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yes, I would say so. So this order block still valid. It can still push and cause price to have some kind of a pop to higher level. Let's take that away. Let's go to the H2. Do we have reason? So even though the higher time frame expectation is for price to continue lower, you could see price pop before doing so, right? Because of the H4 order block, which is fresh, which is being retested. On the H2, there is actually a quasi. Let's mark that. That would be that's not a quasi. My excuses, my apologies. Let's take a look on the hourly. Do we have something? Nope. No quasis. Nope. Meaning there's no reversal pattern telling us that the market is trying to have that pop. So that means the H4, the order block, the demand zone, has less meat to it, has less argument, has less support for that push higher, because the market is not showing reversal patterns. It's not. The reversal pattern that is visible is on the H1, but it's not triggered yet. This is the neckline for the
Okay, TP is
H1
done
entry.
from my side actually.
Let's take a look at yours.
You can continue, but just wanted to say,
TP hit.
so
Nice.
TP hit, and I don't know from where we can pull out the history. If you know, maybe you can guide me. Okay, portfolio
No, I
maybe.
would be able to help you. Uh,
Okay, so daily PNL, $142. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah. Okay, this is the balance. So I just recovered yesterday's loss. Now I am at break even. I'll do the same thing tomorrow. Trend lines, support, resistance, these patterns, EMAs. So that is it. That I think I mention this to our viewers every day. following your plan can be a game changer. Do this thing for 6 months. I think you will get good results. Now, I'm sorry, Victor, I interrupted you. You can
Not at all. Not
continue.
at all. We not at all. We enjoy having whenever you have anything to show the market, whether it's a breakout, whether it's a TP or even a stop loss. If you want to share it with us,
Hmm.
don't worry interrupting me. You're not really interrupting, right? That's what we are here. We're here to show you the action, and if the action is on your side, and I'm talking, then we want to go to your side. Um, but nice, congratulations on that win there live for our viewers to see. 142. That's a nice win, and
Yep.
you make it seem so easy, Samir. Many people in the chat will probably say that as well. You're all relaxed, you're casually putting in the market, looking around, doing your stuff, and then voila, you have your TP in your pocket.
Yes, yesterday I was like, I was doing the same thing, but after the stream went off, I was like, whatever. The point is that I was discussing on the futures channel that I pre-planned this thing. I was talking about
Mhm.
this. The price can reverse from my TP also, so I have to make myself ready for that as well. So I do the self talking in that way. If this happen, this is the way you are supposed to react. If this happen, this is your game plan. So all these things I am discussing with myself while being in the trade. So I think this is also the reason. Yesterday I was not at all that mad. I was like, okay, whatever, I planned this thing, this can happen, there is a probability. And of course, like, probably like out of 20 trades there will be one day when this type of thing can happen, maybe like twice. So yeah, you have to accept this thing. I was gonna make content about this thing, about the operational cost in trading. So these are all the operational cost you do in trading, if you are in this business. So with that being said, guys, Victor, you can drop your gems on the pair you was analyzing.
Yes, by operation cost, you mean losing, right?
Yeah,
You will
losing.
have losses, and it's a normal cost of doing business as a trader. You will have losses, and you need to manage your losses, right? Know how to lose, meaning cut your losses, limit your losses to what is responsible for your account, for your risk tolerance, for your risk appetite, and not let it affect you. All right, so let's go back to gold. We were talking that the market on the daily is looking. You can see it in the market structure as well. We have some a nice impulsive move down, a retrace, and likely not likely a continuation move. And so we could have a little impulse before we continue, or just continue. Also, we have that moving average that we're getting close to. So multiple reasons for a little retrace in a likely continuation of the lower time frames or lower levels. On the H4, we did have a H4 support area, which could, and that could be the basis of a push up, right? Together with what the daily was telling us. But as you can see as well, the market did not create anything. The reversal pattern that would be able to be created hasn't been triggered. Right? It needs to have taken out this high, at least to me, before we can start thinking of an H1 quasi using this as the head. Also, we can see that the EMAs are very helpful, right? So you can see how it's holding, and here it's unable to retest, and now again you can see multiple times the market is, whenever it gets to that EMA, it retests actually multiple times there, meaning that the market is having difficulty to hold it, and actually it looks, no, visually looks like the EMA is pushing price lower, and that could be indeed the direction price goes, because the reversal pattern here isn't really convincing. So if it's going to reverse, then maybe it needs to show its intention a little bit more obvious, a little bit more evident, because it's not very visible. All right, so that's um, on the short side for gold. But on the short side, since we're using, there is a H4 actually on the, that is still valid actually. So let's do that. Let's build that case to go short. So that's the H4, which is still valid. And actually, look at that. So that means we could be looking for, we could have been looking for that in that wick to look for the short. And actually, this looks much better. This being right here, and the quasi short, and looking to would have been looking for that short. I didn't take that trade. It is a beautiful trade, though, I would say. Let's see if we can find the quasi. This would be the head, and on the 5 minute, actually the neckline is right there, not too not too far at all. So you do have a quasi here on the, that would be the left shoulder head on the 5 minute, and it's long gone, the opportunity, but still, just by watching, you can learn for the next time around. So going from the head, what are the entry order blocks? This would be one, and the second one would be this extended all the way up here, there, and actually like so. And that's where the market reacted. Beautiful, beautiful reaction. So you could be in a trade somewhere around there when the market is actually reacting and maybe moving away from it, and putting your stop above this level. It would have tapped you out, depending if you had how tight you were with that stop, or how much room you left, or maybe you use the whole structure. That's also a thing. Right, so and if you did you got another reaction here, which, I mean, even if you stop you out here after it created that pin bar, that would be a reason to get back in. So basically, I would be make sense for me to take use that as the target. This is not a trade that I took, but it makes sense in terms of the quasi, right? So you're looking to build your case. Do you have a buy opportunity? Do you have a sell opportunity? And is it already happened, or can I still participate in it, right? So if price comes back and perhaps, let me indicate it, perhaps has a, maybe on the 15-minute comes back for maybe it closes like here in 3 minutes, and it comes back and interacts with this order block, for example, you can still get a piece of that entry, right? Meaning, or even this one, if price comes back, a lot of time price doesn't move in your direction, in a almost never goes in a straight line. It can easily come back, retest this, right? The entry order block that made the whole structure that there, and then start continue eventually to the lower side. And that would be, if it does something like this, you can still get in and traded something like that, putting your stop above the structure, and then targeting that low. That would give you a little bit more than 1 to 2. All right, let's take a look at EU. Punjabi FX trader made $35. Congratulations, nice, I like that. 2 lots. I'm not too sure if you meant on gold or some other. I like
Which asset
your
you traded?
yeah. What asset is it? I don't, maybe it's gold, because I'm talking about gold now, and others are talking about gold in the chat as well. I like the profile picture, by the way, of Punjabi FX trader. Very professional profile picture. I like that. Really like that.
Oh, nice.
Very nice,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so let's look on EU. See what we have. Okay. So on EU, actually EU is quite interesting. Right, you have on the higher time frame, you have a we are, it's the 17th of March, so it's not the end of the month yet. We're in the middle of it. And but this order block on this fresh monthly order block is, fighting for its dear life. And that's going to be very interesting. If price is able to catch back and close the monthly before that level, that could make, have um, um, a very bullish effect on price. So be on the watch out for that on the end of this month. If we are able to we hold that, recover, or we reclaim this line, the lower border of that order block, you could see price, pushing, coming back, maybe squeezing a little bit, but pushing higher. And that's a very good thing to be watchful and waiting for the close or almost the close. You can, sometimes you can see it coming, that the close is going to be above, and then you can get in with a swing trade, because you know that the market will get that sign, that cue, that the mark that that the collectively all the participants have decided that the market is perceived as strong, and it's likely to continue to go higher. So that's something you want to be watching. But there's nothing really anything else. Just that line right here that you want to be watching for your trades, to see if you can get some kind of confluence on other time frames. On the weekly time frame, do we have something on the weekly? Yes, we had a look at this. You have a last week we broke this structure. I left it there to for price for people to watch it, because to me too, whenever a structure is created, right, a bullish or bearish, doesn't matter, it is created, that's a sign, right? It has an effect on the perception of the market participant. The same thing goes when a structure is broken or invalidated. So if this weekly is invalidated here last week, and we are only 2 days in the new week, right? That will have an effect on how people perceive the market, right? It broke a structure, a weekly. That's a very pretty significant structure you want to be aware of. So the market is. We already knew it was very. I mean, looking at market structure, you don't have to look too far to find weakness. But that weekly is a further the market emphasizing, making it clear that sellers are in control. Okay, that's what it tells us. On the weekly, there's not anything else. On the daily, we have actually a very beautiful. We were talking for a very very long time, at least I was, about this quasi on the daily time frame. That quasi, may it be clear that that quasi has been invalidated, right, by the close here we had. As well, we were talking, but we knew that a little bit. Actually, you could have had um, that idea that that was coming when we had, these a day before we already broke the last structure on that quasi, right? And that could have been your indication that price are prices are likely to continue lower before coming and showing strength. And they did. The very next day, they just, sort of gave up and continued to be sold. All right, so that quasi is out of the picture. So we need to clean it up a little bit. So that means we're going to be taking this line, right? There is no quasi there. And even this needs to be adjusted to the only quasi we have, which is this one. Well, it's not the only one, but it's the biggest one. When it was always there, only that was the previous one was the biggest we had so far. Not the biggest. I mean, the was big enough to be considered significant. So this is the quasi, goes all the way up there, and we have one area here, right? And that's this area we had from many many months ago. From we didn't have it from July, but we had it from, I think it was from September last year, this order block, and you can see how price reacts to them. Price gets to them and moves away. If you let's zoom in, you see price comes back to them. Remember, we had this order block from September last year, right? And what does price do when it gets to them? Comes back and reacts very, very nicely. It did not, the buyers did not confirm that they are in charge. There is that pop, and that's nice. That's the reaction of this order block, but it did not give us that indication that buyers have completely taken over. They are they're pushing price higher, and that could continue to for some time. But it still looks like it still has a lot of work to do before they um, you know indicate that they are completely in charge. They're not, and that's something you need to take into account. This is the daily, and there isn't anything here for me to do. Let's go to the H4. In the H4, we had a couple of structures. That's very promising. But do we have a quasi? We don't have a quasi on the H4. If this is the head, then where's the shoulder? There is no shoulder to be found. Shoulder will be all the way up here, and it's not activated at all. So there's no quasi at all. What we do have are fresh order blocks, right? This one created here, retested, moves away. Beautiful reaction. And this is the second one, still fresh. So if price comes back into this structure, that could be something you could look for trading. Coming back to this order block in the next couple of sessions, as long as up to 10 bars after the creation. So that means you still have some time to do so. I can actually tell you when this is the first order block. So this is one, and actually we can mark them. Right, so 10 would be right here on this bar, which is 10 o'clock on the 18th of March. There, that's when the order block gets is no longer fresh, and you should no longer trade it. But as you can see here, there isn't really a lot to do. There is a call here, I mean a fresh order block here, bearish, but given the fact how market is completely disregarding that, you shouldn't be trading it either. If the market is not responding to it, and the structure that I mean is this, the market is not reacting to it, then neither should you consider it in your trading, right? So that's on EU, the market looking very nice. But even on the H2, do we have a quasi? Yes, we do. That's the quasi neckline right there. So we have H2. And let's build the case for a reversal pattern on EU for a much bigger move. All right, so this is one entry order block on the H2. Don't forget, as we are doing this live for you, in front of you, for your benefit, it's completely free. Actually, it's not completely free. We expect you to to hit a like, show your appreciation. That's the price of getting these sessions, right? A like and a subscribe, and we're very happy to continue doing these. Let's say that's on the H2. So now we have a quasi. It's on the H2, but we do have already a reason to go long here. Remember, I just talked about it. It's a fresh order block, and it's on this time. As long as it before this time, this moment, before it's as long as it is still fresh, you can look for other reasons. Let's say on the H4, H2, and we did find a reason to go short, or I mean to take this trade, which is this is the left shoulder, the head, it breaks it, and if it comes back to this order block, you can look for structures, and actually you already have one, which is this entry order block on the H2, meaning you could be using that as your entry. Let's see the H1. Do we have a reason? The H1 is actually a bit more pronounced. So let's take a look at that. That's the H1. And what else do we have? So we do have this. This would be the H1. It's overlapping the H2, so that's not really giving us new information. But this is. All right, so in this case, since we have an H2 and an H1, both of them in overlap, I would take just both of them, meaning I would trade from this level to this level. See what I just did right there? Merge them into one, because either one of them could give me the signal, right? If it's being a touch. So those are the area that I would be looking before March, before tomorrow, 10 o'clock, at least UTC +1. I will be looking for price to come back. And if it does, maybe it won't, but if it will, I'll be looking to go long from this area right here. And it's a very tight, very nice area to go long for. From if it's wrong, if you're wrong, if it goes deeper, then fine, you will lose, but you will not lose in comparison as much. You put your stop below it whenever on the lower time frame. It gives you that quasi. You put your stop below the area. The area is quite tight, as you can see. The area is only about 8 pips, 8.5 pips. I mean, doesn't happen very often, so make use of it. And then put your stop below the area, or the whole bigger H4 if you want to, and target something that makes sense. And to me, what makes sense would be the top, and maybe some future structure that we'll see. Something like this. Look at that. That's a 5R, 5.5R, depending if you put it tight, and if you put it a little bit tighter, you get even 8R from out of it. But you have to wait for the market to actually come down and actually reverse from the area, right? You don't go in blindly. You wait for the market to come back. Price action showing these patterns, these candlestick combinations, quasi, and all of that. And then you wait for your trigger, you get in, and you can target maybe the top of the whole pattern, or maybe something in between. They'll have to you'll have to wait for that. This is a very, very nice opportunity, actually, if it presents. We don't know that yet. So this would be something of, actually, let me mark this, because this is something that I will definitely trade if it triggers. So let's mark the alert there, right? So I want to be alerted whenever, and it only as long as the H4 is still valid. If the H4 falls away, then I'm no longer interested. Okay, so that's actually, we can go to the lower time frame, see if we can spot already the quasi. We have 20 minutes into before the end of our stream. So if there are any questions you wanted us to ask, I see you want us to look at euro pound and silver as well. Kami Karam Kizun, thank you for that request. We appreciate that. On the 5, we have 1, 2, and I like that. I like this. However, none of them are in the area that I'm interested in. So this could be something on the 5-minute. If price comes back and does the reversal, something like here, and has a little wick that touches this area, that's all I need to get in. And I could take it from this area. I'll probably put the stop still below the area, but that already could get me into a trade. So I'll leave that there. And yeah, I think that's there's a 15-minute quasi right here as well. Do you guys see that? Not a quasi, an outside bar. I don't use the 15 for the entry, but you can still see it. And I like when you have multiple structures overlapping each other, because it just makes it more likely that the market is going to do what you expect it to do. So that's EU. You could see a reaction from this level as well, and we haven't reached the this is the 50 MA. We haven't seen the reaction because we haven't reached the area yet. So that could be a nice place to put your TP as well. All right, so let's take on. How are you doing, Raphael? Thank you for coming in. And Gotham, let's take a look at EU pound, EU pound analysis. Let's take a look. Or do you have something else on your side, Samir? Just let me know.
For now, I am out of the trade, but if I had to take any trade, then maybe I can look at my charts and I can share my views on that particular setup. But you can do the analysis in a meanwhile. Let me see if I have
Sure.
something going
All right.
on currently.
Mm-hmm. All right. So if we go to the monthly, I do that all the time. Start from the monthly, and actually we do have a quasi on the monthly without going too far back, which is nice. Yes, we do. We have a smaller quasi right here, which is this. Doesn't happen very often. You will see me say this, but there is an entry order block on the monthly. That's something you don't want to be missing. There you go. So these are fresh order. That means that if these areas are triggered, you guess what that means. That means you are able to target. Let's take this out. You're able to target and move this a little bit closer. You're able to target this whole area when price gets to this level as a macro target. That's huge. Let me mark them. I think none of the TP levels are visible on the monthly, but that would be the target to be had, right? So it would be one of these two. They were not there yet, but where are we? In the current level we are, there is a fresh structure, though it's at the end of a move that is being retested. I do like it. The market can use it for a pop or a continuation. So that's this one, a fresh structure being retested. On the weekly, do we have reasons to? Do we have reasons for this? Let's take a look. Yeah, so you can see that there's the weekly order block that's still fresh and being retested. So that looks promising. So as you can see how I refine the monthly structure with a weekly, and you want to see market's not really impressed at all, and you can use this as target if you get a weekly structure there. So that would be the weekly there. Uh, so you want to be watching to see if the market does this, right? Goes from one level to the next level. That's it. Even though I say that's it, it still can be plenty of pips there. 106 on pound on euro pound is a lot, right? Euro pound on the daily only moves what? Look at that, 30 pips, even 27 pips. So that's 4 times the daily ATR. That's considerable movement. All right. So we are very. This looks nice for a pop, a reversal trade. But do we have something on the daily as well that indicates that that reversal could be at play? I have a feeling that Gotham is actually looking at these quasis, and that's why he or she is asking us for this analysis, because this is a nice alignment. I like that. Good for you. So this is the daily structure, and yes, look at that. Look at that. Um, look at this. That's the head, the left shoulder, the neckline. Surprise does this. Very beautiful. That's the head, established downtrend, left shoulder, neckline. It goes break it, and it goes all the way down to which order block? The last one, right? And it hasn't really confirmed yet that it wants to go up. But it's very fishy, very suspicious, the area it is. So we want to be looking. You want to be looking closer to see if the market is reversing here, right? On the daily when it closes, but as well as on the H4, maybe even on the H8, any indication of either a quasi here or maybe double bottom, maybe divergence on the oscillators, whatever it is that you use that could indicate that the market is ready to continue higher. Because whenever that's the case, that could be the indication that this quasi is ready for its completion. The ultimate target would be this of the quasi. Let me mark it with some other template there. That's the direction. Or if you're a bit more conservative, you can target this, which is a daily order block, right? So put your target right before that structure. That's on the daily. So let's go to the lower time frame and see if we can find the alignment all the way down. And if we do we have a trade or not? On the H4, so let's look. Actually, let's take a look here. Can we have a bigger quasi? I already see we don't. Yeah, we don't. There's no quantity there. So there's a quantity with no entry order block. And so that means that whatever reversal signal we need to get needs to come from this price action. Okay. If there isn't, then simply there will not be any quantities. This will be the head. This is the neckline. Look at that. This is looking good. Our friend Gotham is showing us some really nice, structure here. Left shoulder, neckline, head, breaks it and comes back for the retest. And there you go. See that retest right there? This is looking solid. Very, very nice. I like this. I like this a lot. Right. So that would be the fib. And these are the structure from the area. The last order block is this. And that would be the H4. And yes, and there's an even, this is another one, which is inside, but the whole area is valid. And you can see price comes back to retest this order block and see that area comes back after breaking the neckline here, goes up, comes back, retests the order block, and is slowly, surely moving away. That's very, very good. And even though you could have gotten in the trade before, actually right here, this is a nice, very, very nice. It's not a coincidence that this was requested. Yes, this looks very nice for a long, I'll have to admit. This is euro pound. Okay, so you have a quasi that goes all the way, that has the monthly, the weekly, and the daily, giving you reasons for a pop or a push higher. If you go to on the daily, it's not ready. I give you that. On the daily, it's not telling you it's ready. The daily looks like it could continue to go much lower, but the H4 already has a quasi, it reversed, it's moving in the right direction, and it looks like that this is the next target. This is what it wants to reach, and it gives you that entry, not entry, but a fresh order block to if you didn't get it when it was retesting here, this is the next time you can get in, right? So let's go look. What can we do? So we have an H4, nothing on the H2 and the H1. Look at that. Look at that beautiful thing. Oh, man. Okay. Lovely. Okay, so this is the yes, you want to be taking along from this. It's already about not too far. That's what, 8 pips? That's nothing. Well, not nothing. That's still, yes, I want to be taking along from here, and maybe I will. It's moving fast, so you have to build your case not to chase it. But my neckline here would be, let's take a look. My neckline would be, no, my neckline would be here, which already taps it already. So that means that it does not leave me a lot of room. Nothing here. And so that means that maybe on the 15, let's take a look. Yeah, well, anyways, before the market is moving quick, but if you put your stop below and get in here, if it has a little retrace into the order block, perhaps that could be something you could take a look or take a trade in, and targeting the high of that structure. That would be a trade that I would want to trade. And if it closes bullishly, well, it doesn't change anything. But if it breaks that and holds firmly, convincingly above, I could hold this for a bigger target. Maybe not the daily, but let's take a look. I'll have to wait for the close of the weekly to close above this line to have to know if I can hold it. So I'll have to hold it for the rest of the week to see at the end of the Friday I can hold it for longer. That may not be the case, to be fair. But this looks very, very interesting. This is the 15-minute. There's a 15-minute quasi right here, but no signal. And it's also a H1 order block, so H1 structure. So let me leave them both. Okay. H1, 15. I think I eliminated one of them. Doesn't really matter. In the 1 minute. Okay, so this is already left, so it's unlikely to come back. And there's no quasi here for me to get in. So that means, yeah, you in this case you would want the market. That would be the area to get in. That would have been the entry. If you didn't see it before, right here, this candle, that candle, there, and you put your stop. This is how I trade. You get in, you put your stop below the area, and you target the same target that you would on the higher time frame, and getting those bigger risk reward ratios. I can't get officially on my trading plan. I can't get in now because I have no reasons to get in there. Right, I need a structure to get in, and my structure would be all the way down here, or yeah, that's the only structure I see. Well, there's a here I could have gotten in as well in these candles. So yeah, I can't get in here because I would be chasing it. But this is a very, very nice, and this request was done. Let's take a look. This was 26 minutes ago. So the request was done. Let's take a look. 26 minutes ago. So let's measure that. 26. So basically, the market was right here, around here. That was the perfect actually time to start looking for that entry. The only thing is, it takes some time to do all the top-down analysis before you can pinpoint the exact area you want to be getting in. Gotham, let us know if you got this move, because I have a slight suspicion that that might be the case. You might be in this trade long, and if that's the case, just let us know. Awesome, Raphael, welcome. And good for you, my friend. Samir, let's take a look. Trades ask, can we take a gold sell now? It's about 5 minutes ago. Gold, first of all, it's we're not giving out signals, but this was an idea because of the market being H4, H2. My rules, the rules that I follow tells me that I need to take the trade, using that quasi. So, and I want to be getting, when you ask was in this candle, right up here, and this is the structure that I need to be touched, right? If it touches this structure, then I can look for an entry. Although, to be fair, there's actually a quasi here as well. Look at this. Right, so this is the 5 minute, and you mark this from the top to the bottom, and you see that little fellow here. That's exactly what you would be using. Look at that. Doesn't mean that is the entry. The entry was up here, but this could be, the market does this all the time, creates this order block, and as it moves away, it uses them, it mitigates them as it moves away, and that would be the area. So I would say, anything in here, yes, I would say yes. I would enter as it breaks this candle, put your stop above and target this low. Yep, that makes sounds like a reasonable plan to me, although this was the actual optimal entry, right? When it gets back and retest this. So to be on the safe side, you would want to have that structure actually as your stop loss. But I mean, you could if you're you want to be a little bit more aggressive, you can put your stop only here, and uh, could stop you out, but it does make sense. And if you go to the 1 minute, you can try to, yeah, look at that, look at this. This is nice. This is very, very nice. Look at this. All right, so the market goes same quasi that is visible on the 1 minute. If you go market on the 5 minute, I mean the same quasi that was marked on the 5 minute, right? If you go to you mark all the entries, this is one, right? That would be one. Didn't come back to that, at least not yet. This is two, and you expand it, you get this. So this is the second entry order block on the 1 minute. And then you have this little fella here, right there. And guess what? That's the one it used. Look at this. Expand this to the right. What do you see there? Market comes back. Right, so you have the quasi would have been okay. So this is the quasi, right? Left shoulder, the head, it breaks it, goes all the way down here, comes back, it hits one. Not it didn't even go to the second one. The first entry order block, that's the one it used to go short. Nice, I like that. And the target for this quasi, this 1 minute quasi, is right here. But because you have a bigger structure, it was on it's a a hourly quasi as well. I can have this as the target, and I'll reassess when it gets to this level, because that whole level is where the demand zone is. So I wanted to reassess, is the market accelerating and keep on accelerating, or is it reversing from that? Because you might want to take the trade off uh, below this line. Let me mark it.
For me, gold is really consolidating so hard, so I can't really analyze it in a proper way. Of course, if we break that area that you have, that blue line,
Hmm.
then definitely we can
That's a
expect
big
the
short. Yeah.
momentum. Yeah.
Hmm. To me, the intraday trade stops there, but I mean, you can extend that idea with another setup. So
Mhm.
let's say you can build this and see this is the break. This would be your entry in the other setup, and you're already in that trade. You can just close partials or hold it, and if it triggers the first one, I mean if it triggers the second one, you use instead of taking the setup number one out, you just hold it to the bigger TP, right? Which could be
Yeah.
probably some levels below here, and which could be a very, very nice trade. So you'd expand this even longer. That can be so profitable. That could be so profitable when you are in a lower time frame setup, and there's another follow up setup that's also triggering or already has triggered. Then you can safely, because you have stats on both of them, you can see, well, this triggered, so I have new stats to hold this trade for longer. And I see that we are 2 minutes over our time.
Oh, yes. We talked, we analyzed, some trading psychology tips here. Yesterday, I lost. I shared that story also. It was a lovely stream, as always. So, yeah, guys, 8:30 my time zone. This stream, we have finally came to the time which when basically the stream stops, but we will see you tomorrow, same time, same energy. And yeah, just follow the plan. I'm gonna follow the plan tomorrow also. Yesterday also I followed, but again didn't resulted in a win, but that is part of trading, so here you get to see us. We are doing the things live here with you guys, and hopefully you like this thing, and you can show the support by liking this stream and subscribing to our channel. And yeah, that is it from my side. I will see you tomorrow, and thank you again to you guys also for coming to this live stream, and thank you to the Fivers, and thank you to Victor also for being the co-host.
Thank you. Very, very grateful, Samir. And I'm grateful as well for, everything. I mean, I really enjoy these sessions with you, with the people watching us. And it feels good to be part of the Fivers. I mean, it just feels great to be part of the winning team. And
Yeah,
that's how
exactly.
we feel about, you making great uh, giving good service in the sense of being one of the leaders in the industry.
Hmm.
Lots of opportunity for traders. That makes you feel good, being part of something great. I like that a lot. All right, that's it. We are at the end of our stream Discord session in about 40 minutes. You're all invited to get in if you want to have more interaction with us, if you want to see I don't know, talk about risk, about setups, about EU gold, you name it, BTC. We're gonna be there. I'm gonna be we're traders, so we're trading all the time, constantly in the background, or sometimes that's if we have a signal or not. Some mere traded as well here in front of you guys, so that's nice. All of you are invited for tomorrow. Come back, and let's do it all over again. And like and subscribe. Take care. Bye bye.
Take care, guys. Bye bye.